Oh, I reckon it's officially started. I reckon we've officially started. What do we reckon, you big legends? There we go. We're getting some ready bangs, guys. Hit up that chat. Let me know. Just let me know what the go is. I reckon it looks like we're live. I reckon we are up and about. Ladies and gentlemen, this is fantastic. Get comfy because we are here. Everyone is saying yes. Hopefully my audio's fine. Hopefully my picture is fine. I just don't know how to find out if anyone turns up in the waiting room when it comes to Zoom. This will all be new to me. This is going to be one exciting adventure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ready Bang! This will be officially, in my eyes, a Hall of Fame world record arm wrestling live stream podcast. We are going for 24 hours. That's right. That is right. I am like the modern day Truman Show for a day. 24 hours. We are going to talk about arm wrestling for 24 hours. And I hope each and every one of you stick around and hang about. And of course, I am your 2019 Melbourne Cup left arm 80 to 95 kilo third place champion. The most sought after trophy in the arm wrestling world. And this will make an absolute killing over the next 24 hours. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. We're live. We're up and about, guys. Now, let's get the algorithm going. Just tell me, first of all, give me a ready bang! And second, let me know where you are at the moment from all around the world. Good to see people have jumped in. They are ready to go. I am ready to go. I am pumped up. And in a couple of minutes, I am already going to bring on my first guest. And this guest is one dead set legend. Absolutely loving. People are hanging around and people are excited. Will I make the 24 hours? Not sure. Of course I'm going to make the 24 hours. I have to make the 24 hours. You can't advertise it and not do it. That'd be silly. We had too much of that in 2020 and 2021. Too many matches that we wanted and it didn't go the way that we wanted. It's going to be unreal. I cannot wait for things to get started. Well, we are starting. Laurie Cole, you dead set legend. Laurie Cole with a $49.99 super chat. If you don't know who Laurie Cole is, then you don't know arm wrestling. Laurie Cole over the 24 hours will definitely come on the podcast. I am excited to meet her. Laurie Cole was around when Over the Top was happening. That's why I'm so excited to get her on the podcast and talk about the greatest movie of all time. But Laurie Cole was an absolute champion back in the day, and she'll be on the show. I can't wait. Laurie, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. That was a massive super chat. Certainly wasn't expecting a $49.99 straight off the bat, but keen for you to come on, and I'll read out your super chat. It says, best of luck on your 24-hour arm wrestling show. Well, thank you very much, Laurie. I am pumped. Absolutely pumped. I just think it would be fun. People can go off to work and they can do something. They can just count on the Aussie Armwrestler for the next 23 hours and 56 minutes. Oh, this is going to be awesome. Super commitment, Jake. Appreciated. Give me 20 for Fox 8 Ball. So, Phil Woody UK with a super chat there. Thank you. Because there's a legend in the chats. Whenever someone does super chats, good old Fox 8 Ball. He just comes in with, he does reps for super chats, but he does them from all the channels. And throughout this 24 hours, we're going to have guests. Now, the rules are pretty simple. I've got the Zoom link pinned at the top of the comments. I've got the Zoom link in the description. I'll check the waiting room and things like that. Anyone and everyone can come on the show. Simple rules. One, you better have something to talk about. I don't have boring people on the show. I don't like it. You better have something to talk about or I'll boot you. Two, have fun. Have fun. Have fun. That's what this 24-hour live stream is about. And I really want to test myself if I can bring the energy, if I can bring the noise for 24 hours straight. Third rule, if you can, before you come on and have a bit of a laugh with the Aussie Armwrestler, share it on all your socials. Just see what this Australian lunatic is doing. He is going absolutely nuts. People are on. We're awesome. Good to see people in there. Yeah, definitely hit the like, hit the notifications. I've got my true fans at the moment, a good few people starting on the chat. Now, should we bring on our first guest? I think that's a good idea. What do you reckon, guys? Should I just keep with the introductions, or should we bring on the very first guest for the 24-hour live stream? We've got hello from Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Jack Daniels, 4 a.m. there. You dead set legend. Thank you very much for coming in. Josh Barker, an Australian superstar. Australian lightweight superstar. Says, good luck, mate. Well, thank you very much. Good luck for all of you. See if you can last and hang out with the Aussie Armwrestler. It will be amazing. So, I'm just going to check something on Zoom. Okay. Oh, what's happened here? How do I get rid of this? Close. Okay. I was just seeing if there was like a... Will that change? Anyway, doesn't matter. Shut up, Jake. Yeah, so it pops up on the live stream. Let me get the comments back up. MBK Media Productions. You are wild, bro. 24 hours will be mega. Guys, if you haven't already, check out some of MBK's work. MBK Media Productions. I know when I was watching YouTube, when I was becoming a fan, MBK was doing some good work. Like, you could count on his videos for tournaments, different niche to it, but, you know, was looking for fresh arm wrestling videos. MBK was on it. Quickly, before I bring on my first guest, Josh Barker's asked, how many guests am I having? I'm having no idea. Whoever comes by, whoever wants to stop by and have a chat, you can come and have a chat. I've got to work out bits and pieces. You know, it looks like, okay, someone's entered the waiting room. Can you wait for 2 seconds? Because I need to bring on my first guest. Before I bring on, someone's in the waiting room and I'm pretty excited. So let me scooch over. And bring on my first guest. And of course it was always going to be... Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler was always going to be my first guest. Give him a ready bang.
I did. Bang! Ready bang.
Beautiful. There it is. It's all happening. Throttle Vidden and part-time arm wrestler in there. Now, I've brought Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler on for. First of all, I'm going to ask her a few questions. But what I need everyone in the comments to do, if you haven't already, stand up, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler.
Front or side?
But side. Do a side action shot. If you can get up there.
I have to.
If you can't, we're trying. Anyway, we're halfway through our pregnancy. I want you to tell me in the comments, are we having a boy or are we having a girl? I want you to guess, and I'll give it a couple of minutes while I ask Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler some questions. So I want you to say boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl, and Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler will reveal in a moment. So,
grand reveal.
We're here with 24-hour live stream. Do you think your husband's a lunatic?
Oh, I love you for being a weirdo. You are a little bit crazy, but I love you for it. Wouldn't have you any other way.
Do you think we have 24 hours worth of arm wrestling to talk about?
We, as in you and I, afraid not. But I'm sure that you and your friends and your guests and everyone out there watching, they can keep it going for 24 hours. Absolutely. It's
amazing at the moment. Fox 8 Ball says, thanks, Jess, for allowing us to have this. And the guesses are coming in.
Really?
Jake makes 100% power child, no matter the gender. Look at this.
Wow.
They're all coming in. As we just quickly, for those that don't know, we'll quickly get a bit deep. 10 minutes in. The the whole Aussie arm wrestler and Mrs. Aussie arm wrestler thing happened when my beautiful wife was battling cancer. And she's if you can see some strong arm wrestlers. This one is the strongest one. I know. So the only reason why I wanted to bring it up, because what I kind of want to know, now you get a bit of a background. What was it like when you were super tired and I was hustling and, really wanted to make a thing of this? And I wake up at 2:30 in the morning because I've got an interview with someone because I didn't do many live streams and things like that. What were you thinking, I was doing this at the start?
I do remember back to one of the early chemo sessions and waking up not having a clue where I was, who I am, what time it was, and of course I could hear you screaming down in the kitchen. And I knew you were doing some arm wrestling and you were having a show. I don't know what you were doing, but it was fine. It was something that you could take your mind off it and focus on, and I loved it. So, yeah, wouldn't have changed it.
It's amazing. You're amazing. It's unreal what's happening. You have no idea. So if you go back to some of my old podcasts, and I've got no hair, that was in support of this Dead Set legend, who of course is my B Sims has got it on there. Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler legend. It's awesome.
Thank you. I don't know.
Legend. Know about that. MBK, don't worry about that. There'll be plenty of chat of the arm wrestling journey. Fun fact: Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler won 2 bronze medals before I even had my first super match.
I should have worn them.
You should.
Where are they?
They're upstairs in the studio. You should have.
At your halfway mark, I will make an appearance in my medals.
It's it's going to be.
I'll have to go find them.
Unreal. We've got a couple of people in the waiting room, which we'll bring on soon.
I do feel bad. They're there to actually talk arm wrestling. I'm just like,
yeah, but you're always gonna be my first guest. And so when all right, here's one for you, because this is one thing I always find fascinating with arm wrestlers and their partners, because it's real chalk and cheese. Arm wrestlers, their partners love the sport. And then, or Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler side of things, they don't really understand or get it. What was your first thought when my other sports career was going down and I said to you, right, I'm going to do arm wrestling?
Look, first, I think many people's first thought is like, is that a sport? Like, I actually didn't know it was legit a sport. I thought it was the same people did in the pub, or, as a bit of a rock-off type, let's have an arm wrestle and see who wins. So I didn't know it was a thing, and then as soon as I, discovered that it was, like you started explaining it, showing me and educating me on it, still didn't have the same enthusiasm as you may have, but I definitely respected it and was excited that you'd found something you could do, because you do just love to compete and you just love sport. So as soon as, your hips and your knees and all that were stopping you from other sports, I was rapt that you could do an upper body sport.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. What were your thoughts, Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler? And I'm sure people want to know that 6 weeks after having hip surgery, I was competing at Nationals. What were your thoughts?
I forgot that was even the timing. You know what? I start to be less and less shocked by you, because you just take on such random things, and your choice of timing is never, what I would pick necessarily. So I was just like, of course you are.
Well, this is a bit of a behind the scenes. For those that don't know, you've just tuned in. This is Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler. This is the Aussie Arm Wrestler's wife. She actually has a real name. It is Jess. She's my beautiful wife. Small bit of context. We've been together for 6 years, married for 4. Fell in love with each other on the first date, and we got married smack bang in the middle of summer on the beach. And you know what happened, ladies and gentlemen? It poured with rain. Now, we've got some people in the waiting room. Before we do, everyone got their guesses in. Why don't we tell people what we're having?
Okay, well, before we do, I was dead set certain it was a boy, and you were dead set certain
that we're having a girl.
So one of us was going to be wrong.
That's right. Oh, one of us was going to be right.
True.
Half full.
True. So am I telling or you telling?
No, you tell them. They
What are the
know.
guesses? I haven't been reading.
So I'll scroll back. So it started off.
Saw a lot
Josh
of girl
Barker
guesses.
started off. Josh Barker, boy. Swedish Armwrestling TV says a girl. Part-time arm wrestler says happy for you guys. It's a girl. Fox 8's ball. Little girl, 100%. Jack Daniels, girl. Throttle Villain, girl. Kara 1, girl. MBK, it's a girl. B Sims, Jake makes 100% power child, no matter the gender. Hayden, girl. Mamma Mia, definitely a boy. J H Pipe fitting, getting her done, says girl. Jack Daniels, girl.
Wow, that's so
have
many
you stated
girls.
anywhere already? Everyone's guessing a girl but me.
No, we have not stated anywhere. We literally just told our mums and like the close friends and family and told them it was a secret. So here we are sharing it live on YouTube.
Did I share it on a live stream before without?
No, I don't think you did. Well, I guess they've guessed now. If you Team Pink.
Yeah!
It's a girl.
Bang! I'm never wrong. Get in there. No, we're very excited. Very excited. We are having a baby girl. We cannot wait. June 10th. Speaking of babies, Jeff Hale is having a baby any minute now. To shout out to the Hull Razor. But yeah, so June 10th, there'll be some times in the second half of 2022. I'll be doing a live stream and then I'll have little bubs up here.
Aww.
And there's three choices what we're going to name our child. It's top roll, press, or hook. They're the three names.
Just gonna make a poll.
Jess has agreed. They're the best names for a girl. I think top roll sounds a bit more girly.
Top roll. It's like muffin top.
Top roll ward. Although a lot of people on Facebook call themselves top roll, so that's
Okay.
have a good now. So let's have a look. This is all going to be weird. Let's go. If I go here, no, it was this one, wasn't it? Okay, there's one person still in the. Let's have a look.
Do you want me to jump out?
No, just Catherine's Galaxy S10. Who have we got here? Let's have a no video. You need to turn your video on. Do I need to turn your video on, Catherine? I don't know how this works. Ask to start video. All right, Catherine. Yeah, but see how I go over that.
Yeah.
All right, Catherine's Galaxy. I'll give you a few more seconds. If not, I will chuck you back in the waiting room. Our second guest is a no-show.
Mystery guest. I reckon their name's Catherine.
Good. I reckon it's an arm wrestler using their partner's phone.
Yeah, possibly.
Partner's phone.
Maybe.
Alrighty, I'm gonna. No, they've gone. That's okay. But that's okay. So if I go back to the comments section, let's have a look. Thank you everyone for the congratulations.
Thank you.
The link is up there. Anyone can go. There is so much arm wrestling to talk about. And I'm going to get stuck into it in a moment.
I'm going to leave you to it.
Quickly, Devon versus Levan. Who's your tip?
Devon versus Levan.
Actually, let's start a little. So, guests can be there. And then Devon versus Levan. And if I do that down the middle.
Oh my goodness.
And then
Have you put your...
Oh, come on now. I'm a YouTuber. Let's go. Thanks, MBK. I'll check back with you soon. Make sure you come on the show as well.
I was this close to saying Devon. I've changed my mind. Levan.
Levan. We've got one Levan. First guest.
Why not?
One Levan. There we go. It's all happening.
Don't ask me why or how. I don't know.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. It's all happening.
Well, I'm
Maybe
gonna...
Rom Ram.
What's that?
Oh no, Rom Ram official. That's an old arm wrestling joke. It was something hilarious.
All right, I'm gonna leave you to it.
All right,
Have fun.
I'll see you soon.
I'll see you tomorrow.
You going to bed?
Bang, maybe.
Beautiful. All righty. Good night, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. Oh, what?
Was I meant to look at a picture?
Oh, that's all right. We'll do that tomorrow when you wake up.
You sure?
Yeah. I forgot to close this. Close. Okay. We are back into it. Well, let's move that chair, but we'll save it there for when she comes back. I'll scooch over here. And it's all happening at the moment. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. That's amazing. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler joins us. It was all a bit of fun. You guys have been joining, and it's good to see you there from the start to see if this energy holds on. And, we might have a second guest. It's Zeus.
Oh.
It's Zeus.
2-1.
That's my boy Zeus.
Yeah.
He's a bit tired. He's ready for bed now. Alrighty, let me get the comments section up. Zeus counts as a guest, so I'm putting him in the column.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Alrighty, and people saying bye, Jess. Fox 8 Ball says bye, Jess.
Bye, guys.
Alrighty, now guys, let's get into it. Why did I want to do this 24-hour live stream? Pretty simple. I'm a lunatic. I love arm wrestling, but I love putting myself in these challenges. I love putting myself in all of these challenges because a while ago, throughout my whole life, I've done challenges, and I only just decided at the start of the week. I said because we don't know what we'll, because we're having a baby, so we're not sure what is going on. So we're like, bang, this will probably be our last chance to have a crack at a 24-hour live stream. So I was like, let's get on it. And I just want to show you all that I love the sport of arm wrestling. So much to talk about. You guys that are here, let me know where you think we should start. I'm going to try and open up some other tabs. Let's have a look. I just don't want to wreck the screen because I'm sure... maybe if I do this. Now we're cooking with gas. Because I know heaps of people will message me on Facebook and Instagram and things like that. So I kind of want to have them all open to see if like someone's saying, can you send me a link? It's not working. Everything is in there. Happy birthday to Josh Burnett as well, an Australian youngster, which is all happening. Here we go. Alrighty. I just got to reply to this. Up to you, amigo. Alrighty. And nothing changed on my end. Beautiful. We'll get that there, and everything's fine. Good. Alrighty. Mate, I'm excited. I am excited. I mean, some stuff I'm going to talk about. I mean, look how good 2022 is shaping to be. First of all, we had Travis Pageant back on the table. I'm getting to that in a bit of a minute. Lachlan Adair, we got to see Australia on the big stage, and geez, what an opponent he took on in Toddzilla straight away. But we've got Arm Wars in like 2 weeks. Derrick Smith is going to pull Tim Bresnan. Michael Todd just announced his little 3-match. He's going to have a tournament plus the 3-match super match, which is going to be unreal. It's him versus Robbie Topi, left hand. Ron Barth is pulling Paul Lynn, and then I've written the third one down. BJ Fakakis against Hollywood Don Underwood. I love Hollywood. He's awesome. So that's going to be cool. Then the 3 King of the Tables this year. Queen of the Table 3 should be the main event. And that, the whole Ryan Bowen RVJ thing, of course we're going to go into detail about all that. Feb 12th, we've got East versus West. I've got some hot topics. I've got some controversial topics I want to talk about as well in the arm wrestling world that might rub a few people up the wrong way, but maybe I'll start talking about it when I'm a bit delirious and things like that. So it would be really interesting to see. Talk about some highlights about 2021. My man Braden's jumped in. He goes, hope you've got enough beers in the fridge for this stream, mate. I'm not having a beer till the last hour. If I start having beers now, I'm going to get sleepy. I'm going to get tired. So at the moment, I've got some water here. I've got some chips and soothers and things like that, like throat lozenges. But yeah, it's going to be good. I'm going to open up another. Let me just open up another tab, just in case But that's okay. Like I said, the stream is open. We are on. It's all going to be fun. Yeah, see, couple of messages. Yeah, beautiful. That's okay. That's all happening. And then if I go back. Alrighty. So just doing 4 or 5 things at once because it's all about. Where are we? Here. Alrighty. Alright, let's get back to it. Plenty to talk about. Toilet paper. Well, I think that's what's gonna have to happen. I think once we all get flowing and we get more and more guests on the show, I think I might have to pop in and just say I might need to go to the toilet. Good night, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. You big ledge. Good night, Zeus, doggy arm wrestler. Sure, and good night to our little baby girl. Your belly does it reach? There you go. I say good night to my daughter. So now I can finally say it on the stream and things like that. And so maybe later on when Rob Vision Jr. comes on the stream, I think we might get our little girl to call out his daughter Gabby that just is pulling at arm wrestling tournaments. She's a little bit older than our daughter. Our daughter's not born yet. I've just got to be really careful because when I might leave, and Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestlers watching, why I've got to be real careful is because we've had a name since we first met, maybe 6 weeks into our relationship. We've got our kids' names picked and we haven't changed. So I've got to be careful talking about it because I might blurt out the name.
You keep nearly, I know.
So we might put the kibosh on the baby talk at the moment.
I think so. All right, back to arm wrestling. Have fun.
Alrighty, I'm just, let me look at a few things. Just having a look. Alrighty, let's get back into it. Where were we? Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler has gone to bed. Now guys, I get a lot of comments. I wonder if you guys can help me before I'll pick something random to talk about this stream. I just cannot seem to get my camera right. So when I put my camera on, it looks high def, it looks fine. But I've already had my mate message me and he's like, oh, it's looking a bit off. So when I look on my phone, yeah. So if anyone knows how to fix cameras, it's a pretty good camera, but I think I just may have to get a new camera. That's just, I think that's where we're at. And then do the whole SD card thing and blah, 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 blah. Because now with the way things are going, I'm about 2 years in. I'm about 2 years in to the arm wrestling game. Absolutely loved it. Wow, loving it. Loving that I'm getting a chance and a platform. And loving that you legends are jumping on board and thinking that I'm going all right. So I want it. Like I went out and I bought another light and like it's got all colors and I can change it. But for some reason my foreheads always look massive and things like that. So like now my microphone, I got something to plug my microphone in, something else to then really, because like so I can yell, but you guys don't couple. When I go ready bang, and we're gonna have plenty of those, which is awesome. So it'll be really interesting to see. Now, actually, on this day, g'day guys. On you're not gonna believe it. 2017. That was 4 years ago. On this day, I was ironically staying up all night at work, and I was. It was, what are we now? So yeah, I wasn't playing footy. It was January. I was staying up all night at work because I used to work in disability. So then from there, I was like, all right, I'm a bit bored. I'm going to look up arm wrestling tournaments. I kind of watched it here and there. And of course, I love Over the Top. That's the best movie in the world. And then from there, like I found that like literally 12 hours later, there was a tournament maybe 15 minutes up the road from where I lived. So I messaged my brother late at night, and I was like, hey, man, I've booked us in. We're going to an arm wrestling tournament, and it was on this day. I'd never pulled on a table before, never been on a table, never had done anything, and then bang, turned up. So I really need to save the footage before it actually turns into a new day and it goes away from my memories. But I pulled Brett Coots, who you might have saw on Garage Wars for you Australian fans. He's an elite puller, a world-class puller. So I want to get him pulling everyone. But yeah, it was funny, and he looked after me. And then I didn't go into the sport for at least another year or two because I had to finish off my sporting career, which was a bit of fun. Alrighty. Okay. So I'm just having a look. Yeah, I just don't get it. Just people are sending me photos and... Okay, that's all right. That's all there. Yeah, so I was into it. Let me just change this back. Yeah, keep saying check the video resolution. I just can't. I just don't get it. But anyway, yeah. So it was a WAL. I was so pumped because I'd heard of WAL. I'd been watching WAL, but it was a WAL Oceanic qualifier. So you had to win WAL Oceania to then qualify for Arnold's, and then if you finished top 3 at Arnold's, you got to pull in the WAL qualifier, which I believe Danny Tesh went to, and I believe there was a few other Aussies there. I believe Kyle Howarth went and Jordan Davis went. I'm pretty sure the reach around went. So yeah, good to see people coming in the chat. I love it. We're going strong. So then, yeah, it was literally, rang my brother, said, right, we're going. You want to come? He's like, yeah, I'll compete. It'll be cool. And he's a bit lighter than me. He's a bit more in shape than I am. And then I went in the 95 kilo plus division, went in there. And they're all laughing because I didn't know. I kept looking around. I was like, I hope I'm not up against the big guy. Hope I'm not up against the big guy. Hope I'm not up. And then from there, what happened there? Oh yeah, I didn't know. So in tournaments, especially here in Australia, the way they do like their first round and try and stay on the A side, they do it in their rankings. So of course, Brett was ranked number 1, and I was ranked last because I'd never pulled before, and you could tell I'd never pulled before. I stood a good foot away from the table, dug my elbow deep. You know how it is. You dig your elbow right in, you think you just pivot from the elbow. Had no idea how to arm wrestle, and Brett let me hit, which was nothing. It would have felt like a feather on him, and then he gently took me down. And went bang. Yeah, so of course lost both hands. Lost left. Didn't even come close to competing. I didn't know how to pull. So, but everyone in the arm wrestling community was awesome. So I was like, well, this was the sport I'd go to. There was no egos. Like, if you guys don't know who Brett Coots, he's chiseled from stone. The guy's fantastic, and he's strong, mega strong, super strong. But like, I would ask him questions and everything afterwards, and he was really nice to me. Andrew Lee, who was hosting it all, and Juan on the computer, those guys were awesome. Tim Gatsby, Alfred Corker, they were top guys. Well, them two went at it in the final, and they were awesome. They went bang and looked after me and my brother and started talking and trying to show us how to do it. And then my brother actually went before me, and he trained for a good... he trained for a good 6 months or something and showed me a few things, and then family, and he prefers the fighting. So, and then my footy finished, and I was like, I'm on. Adam Hasty, hey there, Jake. I just got nervous for you. Gonna be a long day, buddy. Why'd you get nervous for me? It's going to be a long day, and that's cool, man. But we've got plenty of people that are going to hang around. I think the first half is going to be probably more interesting than the second half. I think once America wakes up and things like that. But you know what? I don't care. And if I repeat all the stories. But let's get the algorithm pumping. Let's start off with Devon and Levan. Just tell me, Devon or Levan? Who's going to win? Ultimate matchup, man. Ultimate matchup. I am worried as I have a bit of water. Like, I am worried that whoever wins this matchup, probably more so if Levan wins, Devon or Levin, like, more so if Devon wins, the one thing I am worried about is Levan will lose interest. Like, only because, like, who else is he going to pull? He's going to crush everyone else. Unless, you know, some people get real pancaked up and, you know, a newcomer comes and things like that. Because I know Levan's only young. He's surely got to be a young whippersnapper. Or young, but... Andre Reteriu has jumped in. Hey, Crypto Fireside. Crypto Fireside. For those that are in the crypto coin and everything, Andre Reteriu is your man. Andre, put the link to your Medium page on crypto. He's coming with a super chat. Tell them about the time he beat Hannah Mancy at pulling. We are going to talk about that a bit later. So Hannah Mancy, if you don't know, was an Aussie rules footballer that represented handball as a dude and then decided wanted to play Aussie rules footy as a woman with a dick. So I've never pulled Hannah, but I would smash him if he came in. But we're gonna talk about transgender a bit later on. I'm gonna wait till I'm a bit delirious and things like that. People, Levan is invincible. Levan 6-0. What else have we got? Hear me immortal. What the bloody hell is going on here, mate? Michael Penne, 24-hour stream. You animal, you must be a good arm wrestler. I don't know. I'm not the best. I am elite commentator. I'm an elite arm wrestling commentator. I'm an elite podcast host. That's where I'm going to put myself, in the Hall of Fame of podcast hosting. The Hall of Fame of commentating. That's where I'm making it in there. Andre Reteriu, Crypto Fireside. If you get 10 minutes, you can jump on the show, talk us about that. Good to see Adam Dawson, one of my actual brothers, has just quickly jumped in the chat and said, who invited that guy? If that's the Adam Dawson, that's my brother, then that's awesome, which is good. An interesting comment here. Styles make matches, and I truly believe, like Neil, that Jerry's unique style could give Levan a problem. Probably not, but maybe. I love it. One thing we're having a lot of problem with, if you are taking the realm of the super match route, as someone that's organising events, this is something that I'll probably bring up a lot of the times throughout the stream. I'm noticing a lot creep in. It's creeping in a lot, and I'm starting to get a bit worried. Because there's a time where it's awesome that everyone wants to help the sport. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome that everyone wants to promote the sport. It's awesome that people want to pop up and say, I'm the new league that's going on. I want to be the man and things like that. I've got no problem with that. But my problem at the moment, with all these fantastic super matches going on. Do you want to know? Do you want to know, guys? Of course you want to know. There's too many whitewashes. There's too many 3-0s, 6-0s, and things like that. And very rarely are some of those matches exciting, like the rounds in it. Like I'm going back like late last year. I commentated an event and they were like literally 15 matches on the card. One of them was 3-2, the rest 3-0. And then the super match at the end, they were all super matches. And then the main event was a 6-0, but an easy 6-0. And that's the problem I'm having. I'm just trying to go back to some of the match. Was it Justin Bishop's last match? Justin Bishop pull. Was it Justin Bishop? Yeah, it was Justin Bishop. He had a 3-0. King of the table. Devon won 6-0. Both times he beat Monster Michael Todd and he beat John Brazing 6-0. John Brazing's ones don't count because his second two that he won 3-0, he didn't make them exciting. He was genuinely struggling. So they weren't super easy pins. Well, I'm sure according to John they probably were, but his matches against what's his name? Dimitri Kachan. Obviously, the one with Chan Shaw was exciting, but once he worked out Chance, he won 3-1. Love Chan Shaw. Love what he's doing. And I'm hoping for a massive 2022 from Chance. And hopefully he'll come on later on during the podcast and we'll talk about his upcoming matches. But going back, the 3-0s and everything. And a good, everyone's like, and I think that's just what sets Neil pick up above the rest. Yeah, he may have got a few things wrong. I don't even think he did. I'm just trying to think back to Arm Wars. Besides the main event, Alex Kadecha was just too much. Ryan Espy got injured, but at the time Alex was too much, and Giannis was too much. But when he pulled Jeff Hart, it was exciting. So I just think the arm wrestling world just needs to be careful. You really, really need to be careful. Because if we... Well, and what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Because I love super matches, and we'll get to a poll a bit later on, super matches versus tournaments. But I love super matches, and I love tournaments. I love the people are making an effort. Like Garage Wars the other night. Went to this... Commentated this awesome event, Garage Wars, the Andy and Mario show. Good friends of mine, they did an event. There were a lot of the matches were whitewashes. Throttle Villain in the comments, he took a couple of right hand, left arm matches at last minute and took on a much stronger opponent in Sean Brown. But sometimes you just got to be careful because arm wrestling's growing. Arm wrestling is growing. Do not get me wrong. Arm wrestling is growing. But if we start hyping up all these events and they keep he's letting us down the words that I'm after. I know probably 80% of the last promoted super matches that have come up, I've sat there and gone, damn. That was a little bit of a letdown. Damn, that was a little bit of a letdown. Because I do get a bit worried. Because then when we're trying, because you got to understand, arm wrestling is growing. But what we need to do, us lunatics, you, me, everyone that's in the chat, Adam Hasty, part-time ArmWrestler, Swedish ArmWrestlingTV, Fox 8 Ball, Andy Beckett, all of us. I just looked at the last 5 or 6 comments. We're all lunatics. We're going to stay in this sport. We're going to watch it. We're going to love it. We're going to embrace it. We need to get all the others involved. And so if there's too many 3-0s, 6-0s and things like that, I don't know. I could be completely wrong. But I think if you want to be a bad dude and promote everything and things like that, really got to get the super matches right. You've really got to, especially if you're making them as your main event. So if you have a tournament all day, pulling and everyone pulls and has a good thing, and then you have super matches at the end, they've got to be even better. They've got to be even better. So it'll be very, very, very interesting to see how the next lot of super matches go. And we've got a ton of them. An absolute ton of them. Back the super match truck up, because we've got a ton of them. And I went and watched 8. What is it's Friday night here in Australia, so Wednesday night here in Melbourne, we had a whole heap of super matches. Garage Wars, it was really good. Got to commentate and watch some good super matches. Some of them were very entertaining, and that's good. That's what you want. But it can go wrong. RVJ versus Sasho seemed like a match I was excited about, but that had to be the biggest disappointment of the year. Yeah. Sasho turned up, ready to bang. He turned up. I think for me, I come from a different breed of people. I think because the atmosphere that Arm Wars provided, and I think all the other matches helped the RVJ Sasho match for me. I'm always excited to watch Rob Vidger Jr. Didn't go his way for the 3-letter of doom. So for me, because of the atmosphere well, we got to watch some of it live and then watching the videos and then afterwards. Yes, it was a 6-0, I believe. But then it just didn't come from there. So, but I think if you keep the whole day excited, if you have the matches ready to go and they're absolute bangers, because you've got to really work the crowd. You've got to work the crowd. And we need more people involved, especially if they're having it at Arnold's. You know, if you have it at big events and things like that, what we need is you got to have all of us going, I absolutely love it. But we need the people that are walking past go, oh, there's arm. Oh, what's that? Oh, arm wrestling's cool. Yeah, awesome. And then come over. Swedish Armwrestling TV. If you haven't checked out Swedish Armwrestling TV, we've got to get him to 10,000 subs. The guy's fantastic. Criggy, my man. A really good guy. He's got Chan Short with him over there in Sweden. He came in with a super chat. He goes, I'll drop in at some point today, brother. Ready, bang. I hope you do, because you haven't been on other people's streams. So I'd love it if I could pop that cherry and you could be a guest. But I hope all the YouTubers pop in. I hope anyone pops in for a bit of a chat. And we can go from there. But you are here. You are, the people that are here now, at the start, have just gone bang. You haven't, if you've clicked the thumbnail, strap yourselves in. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it. I'm going to plonk myself here. My wife even bought a new desk and everything in order so I'm nice and comfortable. Because usually when I moved my studio downstairs, I'm up on the, what's it called? I'm on my feet. At the moment, I'm sitting down. But I'm going to stand up, move around and things like that, because I don't know if I could sit in a chair for 24 hours. But we are here for 24 hours, you dead set legends. It's awesome. I'm just going to quickly... It's going to be mega. It's going to be absolutely mega. Alrighty. Let's get back. Comments are flowing. I haven't stopped banging since it got here. Yeah, and look, you guys are the real MVPs. You guys are the real MVPs because you come in and got all my regulars that support the show, and everyone's being amazing. But I'm having a crack. I am having a crack, and we're going to make it the official world record of an arm wrestling podcast, because we'll have people come in and out. We've already had 2 guests, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and Zeus Armwrestler. Let's have a look. Sasho versus Irakli. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, we've had PAL. PAL was good. Once again, PAL was good. Irakli, Levan, both won 6-0. You know what I mean? So, yeah. If Dan Mosier just took a round, that would have been unreal. If Dan Mosier took a round, oh man, if Dave Chafee took a round. Happy birthday to Dave Chafee for yesterday. Dave Chafington Esquire the third. That legend has had another birthday. He's one of my podcast highlights, which we'll get into a bit later. But going back to the super match thing, if they just went bang and got around, we'd be on. We would be on. Really, yeah. But Irakli versus Sasho. Irakli just looks mega, man. Like if you were like wanting to draw yourself or draw like what kind of shape you'd want to look like as an arm wrestler, you would probably draw yourself as Irakli. That guy is massive. He's huge. Like And his shape for his small stature will be awesome. Everyone's having good days. Here we go. Armwrestler MBK has just popped back in. He's doing some editing. His editing is fantastic. Hoping everyone has a good day. Armwrestling Derrick has woken up. He's just gone ready bang. Another awesome, an awesome dude. If you haven't subscribed to him, hopefully Derrick gets his big giant head in the on the show a bit later on when he's awake or finished work or whatever. Because I want to get me teeth stuck into, but I want Derrick on to talk about him versus Tim Bresnan. And then Derrick, message Tim Bresnan. Tell him to come on the show as well. I'd love to talk about Tim Bresnan, the man that wears the sunnies to all of his super matches, which is good. But what else have we got? People saying looked more competitive than RVJ. Yeah, Sasha Andreev is just like the man at the moment. Yeah, he's just the man at the moment, isn't he, Sasha? When's his next match? Is he pulling at East versus West? Because I saw an update. Engen did a post for East versus West, and I didn't see his name on there. Did Sasha get like the spicy cough or something? Does anyone know? Yeah, I can hop in there. Give me about 30 minutes. Yeah, jump in, Derrick. Absolutely. I'll see you in 30 minutes, mate. That'll be awesome. So. Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. Derrick, do me a favour. Share it on your YouTube so we get heaps of people in. Does anyone know what's happening with Sasho? Does anyone know? Yeah, I'm just having a look at the list now, and I didn't see Sasho's name. I thought it was supposed to be Toddzilla versus Sasho. Where's Todd's name? As you look at my big bald head. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. Let's have a look. I just want to have a bit of a play. Where's me thing? He has COVID. Is that true, Throttle? Maybe I'll turn my light down a bit. Is that a bit better, guys? I'll just turn my light down a bit. Andre Roteriu. Beautiful. Which UFC MMA fighter would do well pulling? Geez, they're all in phenomenal shape. See, I'm with you, Andre. I don't watch it as much at the moment. You're probably more of a fan than I am, but I did, we absolutely loved it back when we were in high school in our early 20s, man. We absolutely loved it. The tenacity, it's really hard because they're all in phenomenal shape. I think Ken Shamrock would have been a good puller. Absolutely, because he took the pancakes when he went to the WWF to bulk up, and pancakes is code for steroids. So he would have been a decent puller. MMA fighters. I'm trying to have a think. What do you guys think in the comment? Help me out. Answer Andre Roteriu's question. Crypto Fireside. Answer his question. Which MMA fighters at the moment? Something about Michael Bisping. I don't know why. Something about Michael Bisping. I reckon he'd be all right. He'd be a decent puller. They'd all have strong... If their hands haven't broke from fighting, they'd be good. I think the Gracies, early days, your Hoisha Hicksons, Henzos and all them, because they were early Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu before Jiu-Jitsu was cool and the thing to do. So they were able to pull. I think anyone that did Olympic wrestling, I think they would be really good. Yeah, great question. Great question, Andre. Thank you for that. Just trying to... I don't know too many... Like, I see the ads, but unless someone else is coming into UFC, like a CM Punk or Brock Lesnar, we haven't watched UFC together in ages. In ages. Rampage Jackson from Sasquatch. Rampage Jackson. Ah, yes. Francis Nagel will arm wrestle you and then eat you. Dan Henderson. Francis would Yeah, rip my arm off. And he'd have it like a corn cob afterwards. We'd pull on the table and shoo, and then he'd rip it off and just go bang. Yeah. Which is good. Reading some of the comments. Yeah, what was it? Has everyone hit the like button while you're here? Hit the like button. We are in for our 24-hour ready bang world record arm wrestling podcast. Maybe I'll change the title in when I set up the next stream and call it World Record. So yeah, so Sasho got the spicy cough. He's not allowed to come, which is unbelievable. What did you guys think of the King of the Tables? I only want to talk about the first two King of the Tables at the moment. King of the Tables. What did you guys think? I love them. I don't know. There's just something about it. I like them. I love them. I think they're great. I think they're awesome. So it's going. I quite enjoyed it. I'm definitely looking forward to the next three. And what core sports need to do is just pull their head in. Ask the Aussie Armwrestler to commentate the next three King of the Tables. Give me a shot. The pay-per-view buys. You've got the matches. Get me in there. And hopefully this 24-hour live stream will be an absolute dead set ripper. And like a bit of a launching pad. And get them the notice that I'm the real deal. I am the real deal when it comes to commentating, podcast hosting, etc. That's the way it's going to do. King of the Table was cool. Derrick, where is the trophy? Oh, this one. Oh, this one. Sorry, were you talking about this one? Was it this one? The Melbourne Cup 2019 left arm 80 to 95 kilo amateur. There's been a lot of people that have gone out and been national champions and European champions and blah, 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 blah. But I reckon I've probably got the world record for being challenged the most. From novice all the way to elite. I have on record Dave Chafee, Michael Todd, Jeff Hale, Todd Hutchings, all of those people have challenged me for this bad boy. King of the Table 6. King of the Table 6 main event. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. Hey, King of the Table 6. There we go. This was always there. What have we got in the comments? Yeah, people loving King of the Table. I'll get to that in a moment. Hey, Jake, how you going, brother? Hope they use you on furniture. You on the future King of the Table. I hope they do as well. Brock at the table. Go check him out. He is awesome. The main events were garbage, but overall good production. Hope to see more strict reffing in the future. I need to write that down, reffing. I'm going to write that down. Because that is a spicy comment. I mean, I used to be a basketball referee. Oh, what's happened? My meeting's ended. Guys, can you see me? The streaming's still going. I'm back on. Zoom says I have unlimited minutes. Zoom said I had unlimited minutes. Why did it stop after 40? What's happened there? I paid for Zoom Pro. So now I've got to set up another Zoom. What the bloody hell happened there? Jeez, that was lucky. Lucky I didn't. Zoom said I had 40 minutes. You've got unlimited minutes as a meeting. Does that mean I can't be by myself? Does anyone know? This is weird. Alrighty, let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna have a bit of a play around. This has bothered me quite a lot. Alrighty, let's get rid of that. Let's get that there. If I go Did you see that? That was ridiculous. What happened there? That's so weird. All right. All right. So if I go to my account, yeah, I'm logged in. Why did it stop after 40 minutes? That was really weird. Settings. I'm gonna have a bit of a play around on Zoom. That was just because that's annoying now. Because now I have to change the Zoom meeting when people want to come in. Require. I don't get it. That was RomRam interference. That was so weird. Alrighty. Just got to try and start another Zoom and then swap it all over. Okay, open Zoom meetings. What? That was so weird. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, join with computer audio. I'm going to have a play around chat. Security. No waiting room. Oh, that was really weird. That was really weird. Alrighty. So, what? Yeah, so does anyone know there? Anyway, it's only one way to do it. So I've got to now do a bit of a play around. If I go here and change this camera, I've got to change this camera. Alrighty. I've just got to change this so I can put my Zoom meeting on. Oh, man. That's so annoying. Then if I go there, let's go back here. Let's delete that because that's just the webcam. Alrighty, so now I'm back on the Zoom. Oh, that's so annoying because I paid for Pro. Alrighty, anyway, good to see people are coming in. So if you didn't check the last 5 or 6 minutes, of course the Aussie Armwrestlers just absolutely butchered it. I've paid... I'm just having a bit of a play around. That's so weird. That is so weird. I've paid for it. Oh, Ryan Bowen in the chat. He's just become a banger. I forgot about that. Patreon and memberships and things like that become a banger. Super cheap. I've got to change. I've got to put the new link in all the bloody comments. Alrighty. Invite. Copy invite link. Let's go. Let's get rid of that on my face. Let's go here. All right, let's delete, remove. And I'll pin the new one there. That's the new Zoom. Oh, where is it? Alrighty. That message is pinned. So, that's how you can get in on the chat and maybe just message me. Can I edit the description while I'm here? I've updated the link, Ryan. Try now. It's in the, Ryan, try the, what's it called? Try the link in the comments now. And while I do that, check out my awesome Patreon bangers. Patreon memberships. These bangers, though, from, as you can see, my Patreon, have been there from the start. Just 50 cents a week. Let's have a look. If I admit Ryan into the room, let's go back to it. Alrighty, Ryan Bowen.
How are you, brother?
You're on. Okay. Mate, we just...
I tuned in just as it all started to melt down for you.
So, I've bought the Zoom Pro.
Yeah.
And it stopped. It just turned off after 40 minutes. Like an hour and 10 minutes or something.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So, am I going to have to do this like every bloody...
You bloody hope not.
Updating it?
Not when you're trying to do a 24-hour marathon session, man.
Well, let me just put that one down because you're our third guest on the show. Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and Zeus, Doggy Armwrestler, were my first two. So you've become the third guest. And we are over an hour in. So over an hour into this absolute mayhem that we call this 24-hour.
There's nothing like trying to fix things on the fly when you're live. I had the same experience not too long ago when I was when we did the Toddzilla and Lachlan and Adair thing. I had audio issues going on. I'm trying to do 2 live streams simultaneously from my computer. I'm trying to fix it on the fly, man. So you just do what you got to do, and I can keep talking whilst you're trying to fix stuff.
well, I'm just going to play, and we'll see in another hour if it does again, and then if it doesn't, I like it. If it does it again, then I'll try and work something out. Look at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My first arm wrestling guest, I could probably say. Someone that has been a fan of the Aussie arm wrestlers from day one. And because of all this, we've actually built quite a very good friendship, a good relationship, to the point where I was actually the MC at Ryan's wedding. I flew up there. I was very, very honoured.
You held it together too. The DJ was dodgy, and you just held it together, Jack. So.
He was proper weird, wasn't he? That was all right. But welcome, man. Welcome to my 24-hour. This is officially going to be a world record arm wrestling podcast. And I'm calling it an arm wrestling podcast for world record reasons. But when I set up the next, I don't know if I can edit my description, but this is world record stuff. How have you been, my man?
Man, I've been really good. Been really good. I just relaxed. I just watched a movie. Did some arm wrestling training today. Just been chilling.
What movie did you watch?
We watched. My wife had never seen the Book of Eli, so we watched the Book of Eli.
Oh,
Denzel
twist! What a plot twist at the end.
Oh yeah, he's blind. Imagine that.
Spoiler alert, everyone. That's why I say.
Sorry.
Spoiler alert. If you
I'm not good at. I've got a bad habit of giving things away early, apparently. So.
Wow. Where do we start with you, Ryan? You are the most loved and the most hated arm wrestler in the world, and it is just. First of all, congratulations on your massive success that's skyrocketing on YouTube. You have hit something. And it is just gone gangbusters. And regardless of what a lot of people say, I love it. I love watching the growth.
It's been a really interesting time. The last, I'd say, 4 months now. 4 months ago, I made a decision to put more effort into YouTube. I was like, no, look, it's going all right, but I just wanted to level up. So I just committed to myself the time and energy and thought into actually saying, all right, well, how do I get to the next level? Don't just be satisfied with the level you're at. And I started just digging deeper and looking at studying the channels that were doing way better than I was, and tweaking things to be like them. And yeah, it sure enough, up she went. So,
just went bang. I'm there, jealous. I'm like losing subscribers, and you're just like gaining by the thousands. And it's awesome to see. And guys, you've just got. For all of you that sit there and you take pot, and that's fine. Ryan's a professional athlete. You take pot shots at him and things like that. You've got no idea the work that he does behind the scenes. I know what I do to try and get some of my videos out and put in an effort, and I'm like, man, that's a bit, whatever. But also what Ryan's done, he's trying to help a lot of us out. So he created this group, and there's a lot of us in there. We've got Criggy from Swedish Armwrestling TV. We got Derrick. We got Chance. Pradeep from Arm Wrestling News. Top Roll Kings, Artem. And, sharing. You don't need to do that from 50,000 or 52,000 subscribers to 2.5. You don't need to do that, but you want to do that. You've got your new studio that looks awesome. You're making stars. And we'll get to your battlegrounds four-ways in a moment. But just wanting people to know, it's like, yeah, all right, you can take your pot shots, but the guy, you do a lot of good for the arm wrestling community, and I, for one, are very appreciative of it.
Yeah, no, I'm all for helping everyone grow. Like it's. I get a lot of enjoyment out of not only growing my channel, but helping. I just like working with people that have commitment to an aspiration that they're all in. I'm a big fan of people that go all in on anything, and that are willing to persevere through shitty results and just say, no, I'm not going to give up. No, I'm not going to give up. No, and there's who the bunch of people are in the arm wrestling world who would like that, and so it's taken 9 years for me to get my YouTube channel to where it is now, and I know that it was 5 years of nothing before it started taking off. So if I can help anyone expedite their processes, then yeah, man, I'm all for it. I think I get just as much of a kick out of seeing your channel grow as I do out of mine. So I want to build. Yeah.
Yeah, you've always been big on having that. Derrick reckons we got to stop, blowing your head up. Otherwise, you'll stop.
No, I love it.
Andre
love it, Derrick.
Says that
Derrick, yeah, I really enjoyed Derrick's. I really enjoyed Derrick do a reaction video to a Queensland training session that the Burnett's filmed. I enjoyed that so much. Knowing the people that he was reviewing, I found it really funny to watch him try to pronounce Seon Cook's names. Look at this, I can't even pronounce it. Seon Cook Park, to pronounce his name correctly. All that sort of stuff. So I appreciate what Derrick's doing and everyone's doing. So yeah, but I'm like you, Jake. I know I'm obsessed with the analytics and studying what on earth's going on in the YouTube space, and trying to hack into a level of understanding. Because let's be honest, there's no way to hack or beat the algorithm, but you can learn to understand it,
or make it your friend.
Then you can engineer videos to give it what it wants. And that is what I'm really trying hard on. I watch really closely. I change titles, I change thumbnails, I watch closely. I watch what other people's videos do when they post theirs. And I'm like, I'm going to work this damn thing out. And I'm slowly getting there.
Oh, mate. Are you ever? I mean, just, like you said, in the last 4 months, it's just absolutely skyrocketed. Phil Woody's just jumped in. He goes, Ryan, great shout. Year of the Monster, I believe.
Yeah. That's it. Like every now and then you make a prediction that is just a big, wild sort of prediction. And I don't know if you saw the video I put out, Jake, about 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah. I put out a big prediction, and I really do feel that is a very good chance that it comes to fruition. And I can't wait to see 2022 unfold in respect to Monster Michael Todd, because I really do believe that what we saw of him at King of the Table 2 or 1 or whatever it was when he pulled Devon, I don't think that's an accurate reflection of what he's truly capable of. I think there's much more to it. And I think that, in particular, I think of everyone else out there in the world of arm wrestling, with the exception of Devon, and I see them having a hard time pinning Michael Todd. I really do.
Oh, so. And that's and I mean, you've been around long enough. That's the one thing I really find hilarious about the arm wrestling world. Monster Michael Todd was, he's arguably top 5. No, you know what I mean. The guy, he's a monster. He's super strong. He has an off night. Just game plan didn't go in. Probably trained parts that he shouldn't have trained. Gets done 6-0. And suddenly, he's fallen off the face of the earth and everyone thinks he's the weakest man in the world. Like, the guy is super strong. And now everyone's just like, oh, well, you lost 6-0. And down he goes. So, so when you put out the video, I'm like, well, I've got no doubt that he's absolutely going to give it a crack. Like, he's moved. You were helping him out at one stage. He went and wanted to make this YouTube thing his full-time job and things like that, and which he's done. So now he's like fully focused on it, and he's not going to make himself look bad. So he's going to be. He's 300 pounds right now, and if you look at his percentage body fat, it's as good as it was when he was 260 pounds. So he is in a really big form right now, and I think his next match where he faces Gennady, I think that he is going to utterly destroy Gennady. I think it's going to look.
I think he's going. Yeah, it's going to be so bad for Gennady. Like it's going to be like they're a league apart. I don't think you'll see Gennady on the offense. I think it'll all be Michael offense. Michael won't even need to play the defensive game. It'll just be done, bang, done, bang. I think it's going to be bad for Gennady.
Oh yeah, I feel especially I was really pumped for Gennady versus Michael Todd. I thought this is going to be a ripper. This will be really good. Then King of the Table happened.
Yeah, Gennady didn't look.
And I was like, terrible. So
yeah, Gennady was not himself. And when I say himself, the Gennady we've seen of the old, where he gets really fired up and he starts going crazy and he starts changing directions in the match with speed and volatility and catching his opponents off guard. And we didn't see any of that. He was quiet. He was a sheep. He just didn't want to be. As soon as he felt that he was out of the match, there was no other alternative for him. So,
he didn't move. He didn't change. He just did this. I just got beat, so I'll do the same thing again. I just got beat, so I'll do the same thing. I just got beat. So hang on.
Yeah.
I'll go to the drawing board and do the same thing again.
Yeah. No, I was desperately screaming at the camera, stay forward, Gennady. Just leave your elbow at the front of the pad and just see if you can survive there. And no, he tried to drag and lose his wrist and gave it up again. And yeah. I think Michael will crush him, and Michael will go on from there. He will be the next man to face Levan after Devin. I'm certain of it. Whether the fans believe it or want it, or it doesn't matter, because Levan wants it. So Levan recognizes Michael as an important step for his own legacy. So if we assume that Levan beats Devin, I can guarantee you Levan wants Michael next. Guaranteed.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that in a moment, because Brock Lewis, that legend from Western Australia, has just jumped in and he says, is Jake beerless? Brock, I am until the last hour, because if I start having a few beers now, I'm going to get tired and I'm just going to want to have a nap and go to bed and things like that. And
how are you going to, what's the plan of attack for this 24 hours? Like, I'm tired right now. I can't imagine. You can't be letting thoughts of I'm tired creep into your head yet. No way.
Nah. No
what are you
chance.
anticipating? What are you anticipating is the hardest 2 hours of this 24? Which is the hardest 2 hours in the whole lot?
For me, from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Froda Hoglin's in the chat. Feel free to jump on, Froda. Mazel's in the chat. Anyone, the link's not in the description; it's in the comments. For me, I think because at the moment it's exciting. You've jumped on. We'll have a chat. Rah. Some people will start coming on.
Mm.
Then I think when Europe goes to bed and America go to work, and then I'm waiting. I just want the sun to come up, and I want my wife to wake up. Once Jess wakes up, then I kind of know I'm on the home straight. I'm like, okay, I've reached the halfway. But I reckon
something about the sun coming up that changes the chemicals in your body, isn't it? Like, I remember I was in the military, and I remember doing exercises outfield where you're awake for days on end, and yeah, from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. was depressing when you're working and you think, I just want sleep. But then that sun, you see that sun poke its head up, and you see a little bit of, for us here in the studio, you see a little glimmer of light coming through the window all of a sudden. I remember actually you and I did that when we commentated the bloody East vs West the first time. 7 hours straight commentary, or from 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. for us.
It was that was madness. But it's that mental thing where your brain is like, well, everyone's asleep. I should be asleep. This is the time for sleeping, and then you're awake. So it's like, it's just those mind games. I think I'll be fine. Like the light's on, so and I've left my kitchen light on, so I kind of think it's still just like fun night time and things like that. But I'll get tired. I mean, if it was easy, everyone would do it.
Yeah.
Someone's saying, can I turn the volume?
I just saw it. I've turned mine down. I got it. I'm onto it. I should be good with you now. I should be balanced with you now.
Yeah,
Does that sound better?
Yeah, I can never get any of my production right because
Well, I've got a whole sound deck in front of me, so I just can I can see the bounce when you talk and when I talk. I didn't realize I was louder than you, so I can I've turned myself down.
yeah.
Imagine that though, being louder than Jake Ward's pretty big achievement.
Oh yeah, but you had to have a machine for it, mate. You had to have a machine, and then I even went and bought something because I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, dude, we wear earphones when we listen to you. Why you got a screen?" So I bought like an in-between thing. So like my microphone is now plugged into something, then it's plugged into the laptop. So as I'm watching my little bouncy thing go up and down, I'm never hitting the reds anymore.
Yeah. I like that technical term, the bouncy thing. Yeah. We're both hitting a nice yellow at the moment on my bouncy thing.
Yeah, beautiful.
Which is man, talking about studios and setups, I've got so this thing's going to one machine, this machine's going to another machine, and that machine's going to my computer. I'm going through 2 sets of machines here.
Jeez.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't show you the alternate camera angles at the moment because I've only got one camera set up. But this studio, I'm really excited. It's built to be able to multicam 3 or 4 cameras and to have 4 commentators if I want it. We're going to have some pretty kick-ass little events in this room.
Oh, I'm proper jealous. I've got some boxes with a bassinet and a pram and a car seat. And I've got a fan and an arm wrestling table and a car behind this. There's a car behind this. In my
Frodo Hoagland, jump on, man. Frodo Hoagland's still in the chat. Get in here, Frodo. Click that link that's pinned up there. I want to have a chat with you about your upcoming Arm Wars and whether you can deal with Jordan Davis after you've beaten Dallas Langston.
Oh, Jordan Davis wins the whole thing. I want to tell Frodo the reach around wins the whole thing. Now, as we'll wait for Frodo to come on. Hang on. Gregory Yeo, is that Frodo? Anyway.
Gregory Yeo. No, that's not Frodo. That's Gregory Yeo. He's an Aussie? Gregory Yeo?
But I'm going to press admit. We'll give
Here we go.
There's only a few rules. Don't be a dick. Gregory.
There he is. Gregory, how are you, brother?
Let me have a bit of a...
He's connecting audio. He's wearing one of my old Arm Fights t-shirts. He that was the referee's t-shirts for Arm Fights Unleashed.
Can you hear us? Can you
there
hear
he
us,
is.
Gregory?
Hello. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Jake.
Nice hey, man. How are you? You too.
All right.
Yeah, you can call me Greg.
Greg?
Are you in Singapore? Are you in Singapore, Greg?
Yeah, from Singapore.
There
rocking the pound for pound shirt.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Well,
one of the
Gregory,
originals.
I'm going to put you down as a guest. Welcome. Before, in a moment, Frodo, you're in the comments, mate. Why are you in a hospital bed?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my goodness.
Hope that's not going to affect anything.
Yeah. Are you bored? That's weird. Is he in hospital? Oh, the foot. Fox 8 Ball. Something wrong with his foot.
That's not going to bother him at all.
Beautiful. Alrighty. What? Gregory, talk. Because your name says Gregory. Greg. G Banger.
Yeah, it's cool.
My man.
Yeah.
The Yo Factor. Tell me your story, mate. What's going on?
So, yeah, I'm just a puller from Singapore. Recently got second place overalls at the Singapore Nationals 2021. First place was Valen Lowe. I think Ryan has had experience with him.
I was going to ask him, was it Valen?
Yeah, it was Valen. So still really small arm wrestling community in Singapore. Valen was competing in the under 63 kilo category. So yeah, 63 kilo guy winning the overall. That goes to show you how small our community really still is. It's still very young, probably still not as developed as the Australian arm wrestling scene, but I competed in under 78 kilos, got second place in my category actually, but then came back to beat my opponent in the overalls, but still lost to Valen. I'm actually pretty excited. I heard that in Australia there was a tournament coming up, something to do with Over the Top. Was actually thinking of flying over, giving that a shot.
Fly over.
Yeah.
Let me explain
Yeah.
to everyone watching what you're talking about, G-Banger. What is happening is we tried to do it late last year, but we all know what bloody got in the way. The old spicy cough taking over the world. Australian Arm Wrestling Federation is trying, well, not trying, they're getting it done, and now they've got a bit more time, but in April, they are recreating over the top. They're going to get the settings. They've booked a casino. They've got the replica tables, the replica stand, everything they've got going there. And the right arm overall, so every division is a cash prize. But 10 G's.
Jeez.
10, well, in Australian money, so that's probably like $40 American or something like that. But 10 grand, because we want to get everyone over. It'll be the highest paying overall tournament, I believe, for the overalls. And so, yeah, so that's going to be...
Well, although it is, although I reckon I'm going to be, I'm really excited about some money matches coming up. Yeah, business is going good, so there's going to be some big money matches coming out of this studio as well.
But 10 grand, Ryan? 10 grand?
Oh, you just wait, Jake. You just wait.
Oh, man.
Hey, come on, 24-hour podcast and not drop some news. Come on, Ryan.
No, I haven't got any confirmed news in that respect, but when I look forward at one of my favorite things to do is to see into the future. As you guys know, my predictions are amazing. So I do it not only for arm wrestling, but I like to forward think on where things are going for the business and that. And all the indicators are there right now that good money matches are on their way. I mean, this next one that we're going to do, there's combined a couple of grand going out on this one with the Burnett's and whatnot and Louis Toy Minor. So that's just a little start. It will get bigger every month.
But then there's another thing. Like, you could sit there, kick back and sit in your YouTube, buy a bigger house or, take your lovely wife, Jo, on a bloody holiday around the world. But you've gone, you know what? No, we're making dollars and reinvesting it back into the sport. And then hopefully you can get people like Greg to come over and have, and he brings a team from Singapore, you know what I mean? And be able to sponsor and
actually
like
hoping to get a couple of guys, coming over. And Ryan, you mentioned Sam Burnett earlier. That's the guy I'm looking for.
Oh, man. Show us your guy.
Our first call out. Our first call out in the 24 hours.
Hold on, your boss. Show us your guy.
Anyone else's arms is next to Sam's, it's going to look skinny.
That's true. Sam's like...
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, there you go. You're packing more heat than I expected. That's good.
My arm it's long. It's long. That's why it doesn't really pack on that much muscle.
Well, yeah, Sam Burnett's biceps, I think they're 18-inch biceps, and
that's ridiculous.
He's 78 kilos or whatever, and he's got 18-inch biceps. It's like, what on earth is that?
And
his forearm, the hypertrophy of his forearm is equally as impressive. Like, I think he's got 16.5-inch forearms or something. So
absolutely ridiculous.
It's phenomenal that he's still under 80 kilos and he looks like that. He could be a professional bodybuilder. He's got the genetics to be a professional bodybuilder if he wanted to. Like, he looks so phenomenal. He's so just proportionate and, oh man. But anyway, he is he's I think if I had to put money on who's the man in all of Oceania under 80, it's Sam. He's really dominating Australia right now. So yeah, if you want to have a crack, he is definitely the man to be aiming for. But he's got two younger brothers that are kind of his guards at the moment.
Well, Josh just turned 17 today, was it?
No, Josh just turned 18. Turned 18. Yeah, and Nick's
Can I
19.
ask you? Can I ask you who are the next couple of guys behind Sam in the roughly 75, 80 kilo? Category?
I would say
Josh Barker.
Josh Barker's number 2. He's a phenomenal. I put him as national
champion.
I think
Josh is 70, right?
Josh Barker's 70 kilos. He would crush anyone else that's 70.
Yeah, suppose 10 kilos is a lot. Yep.
Even Phil Rasmussen and
I would back Josh over Phil. Okay. Yeah, from what I've felt. I've watched Josh flash pin people where he can just from out of nowhere. His integrity through his elbow is really rare, and his press comes out of the blocks really quickly. So I'd have him as Probably number two.
Where would you rank? I just watched this guy pull on Wednesday, Ryan. Where would you rank Robbie Capone?
On the left, I think he's number one for under 80s on the left. He beat Sam Burnett and Kyle Howarth at the Queensland State titles, which was the last time I saw him pull, which was 2019. Yeah. I think that was the last time we had one.
Yeah.
So he was the man back then, and he's still active, so I can only assume that he still is on left. I think Sam Burnett may have potentially closed the gap, but I got to give it to Robbie until proven otherwise. Yeah. And when I felt Robbie's hand in the past on the left, he was crushing me, so I'm like, oh, my goodness. All right, whatever.
But he hasn't got one of these, just saying. He hasn't got one of these. Yeah. This is the ultimate trophy. Only I've got one. There's only one.
Greg, what style of wrestler are you?
Me? That? Oh, I'm a hooker. I used to be a really open style top roller, then kind of injured my pronator for a while. Then I started diving in.
Hey, look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Derrick.
Hey, what's
Shut up,
fellas?
Derrick. Greg was talking. Finish, Greg.
Oh, my bad,
Hey,
big dog.
No worries. Always make way for the king of Cali. Okay, so yeah. No, I was saying I'm more of a hooker, but because I used to be an outside puller and now my pronator is sort of healed, I can kind of do most things. But my A game would be to go deep inside.
Nice. So you're a long arm hooker.
Yeah, I find it really helps me to get around the opponent's arms.
Yeah. No one's running from Greg.
How tall are you?
So I'm 5'11", 180 centimeters, roughly. Yep. Walk around 176 pounds, so that's roughly 80 kilos.
Do you use a riser when you pull?
Nah.
We'll get to that in a moment, but when someone comes onto the show, I've got to introduce him. This man is the king of California.
I'm looking huge right now. You see that?
I know. He has actually got muscle.
He has no neck.
He's got an unreal super match coming up that I'm super excited to talk to him about. He's killing it on YouTube. He's everyone's favorite friendliest giant until you look across from him on the opposite side of the table. It is my man, Derrick Smith. Derrick, welcome to the world record Armwrestling podcast.
Attaboy. It's great to be here, man. Yeah, I just got off work. So I was heading home and I was like, oh, Jake's up. And I got on. I might get on again when I get off work tomorrow. And then if you're still going, then I'll hop back on.
Well, we're 90 minutes in for a 24-hour stream.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll be around, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've got a matchup coming, Derrick.
Yeah. How you feeling for that match, man?
I am, I've heard you talk about this, right, Ryan? So it's like normally my mind starts getting a very even keel, very neutral on what's going to happen weeks leading up to it. But usually about a week and a half, it starts, at least in my head, it starts changing a little bit. I start really putting in work on just building myself up, just focusing on numbers, feeling good in the gym, setting PRs, and then the lanes start popping in, right? Like I start picturing how I'll be successful type of thing. And, but yeah, it's kind of just today, actually. I think I had a couple bad dreams like earlier this week, and it was messing with my head. So I was waking up and I remember I had a nightmare where I lost a 10. I woke up and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose. Like it was really bad. It took me a minute and then, but I got over it. But yeah, just today, really, I started I could feel it building. Like I was at the club just now and I wear a mask, I don't know. And I could feel myself just wanting to start attacking people. The aggression started bubbling up in my soul. And I was like, oh yeah, dude, like I'm getting ready. And I know what I want to go for, what I hope to succeed with, and what lanes and angles and things I want to aim for. So it's ironing out. And I can feel by the time the match happens, I'll be right as rain. I'll be right as rain, just like I did against Tom.
How many years in are you now, Derrick?
About 11.
Okay. You've been consistent the entire time, haven't you?
Not optimal, but consistent, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, you've never stopped. Anyway,
yeah. Well, I mean, arm wrestling wise, me and you are really similar, right? I mean, I think I told you when you came out here, like our outlook on competing and not giving up and loving the sport, we're really similar in a lot of ways. So,
well, it's happening at the end of January. Is that right? January 29th?
Next Saturday. So not this weekend, the following weekend.
Next Saturday, Derrick is taking on one of the legends of the sport, one of the rare Americans that just hangs and bangs in the PAL. The man that decides it's always sunny wherever he is. He wears the sunglasses everywhere he goes. Although I had to double check. I think I was at the shops. I was somewhere, and you guys were all on a stream. And Derrick, you had Tim on, so I think you might have been on Uncle John's show or something like that. But
yeah,
Tim
it was an Uncle John, like
wearing
Evan
his glasses, or he was wearing, like Ryan's glasses, and I could see his eyes, and it looked weird. I didn't like it. I did not like it. I wanted the dark bit to come on, and he was freaking me out. So what I want to ask you, Derrick, 2 questions.
So
one, why Tim? And 2,
I just don't like his sunglasses.
How are you going to beat him?
Okay, 1 I can answer. 2, Jake, you might gotta wait a little bit before I reveal all the inside info. But number 1 is gonna be it's relatively easy to answer. So this is actually in 11 years. I was thinking about it today. This is the first super match I've ever sought out myself and asked for and got ever in my life. Every other match, either people sought me out, or it was offered to me. The John match, the Devin match, the old Tim Bresnan match, all those were offered like, hey, you want to go pull this dude? And I was like, all right, like minimal prep, a month or 2 prep, tops, like nothing real. And then my other match that I've had before, it was like just always offered, hey, this guy's gonna be in the town, you want to pull them? Okay. And I would just get smoked. So this is the first one. It was my idea. I sought the guy out. I messaged him. I put up my money. I'm like, let's go do this, like ever. So that's kind of cool. But it became, I guess it started from Tim coming out here. He came out here. We had a mutual kind of sponsor that flew him out, and they said, "Hey, why he's out here? You want to match him, Derrick?" I said, "Yeah." About 3 years ago, he destroyed me, completely owned me in a lot of ways. There was a few little angles where I was like, "Ooh, that's something right there," but nothing substantial. So that kind of started the whole Tim Bresnan thing. Now he's a great dude. I love Tim, but he's there, and that's somebody that he was ranked number 4. I'm ranked 19th currently North America. I feel like a lot of people think I should be ranked well above that. I think I should be too, but at the same time, you have to prove it, so that doesn't really matter. But I was like feeling real froggy one night, and everybody wants to me pull like Mike Aiello or someone like around like 10th, 9th, that level, but I don't know. I had history with Tim, and I said, well, you know what? Let me message Tim. I was on a good one that night. I was like, let me message Tim and get this moving. And so he said, yeah, I offered him $1,000 for taking the match just because he deserves it. Because higher ranking people should be paid for their efforts and be recognized, I feel. So gave him the grant, or going to give him the grant when he shows up. And then he said, yeah. And we got it moved out here to Southern California so I could sleep in my own bed. But yeah, there's no ill will towards Tim. But he does represent kind of that those guys, that have been around forever that need to start going away in terms of rankings. Not go away from the sport. I mean, like, going away on the rankings a little bit. We got to start moving up, man. Me and Chance and Corey and Wayne Withers and BJ Fokakis and Paul Passmore, all of us, we got to go. We got to go. Like, we got to go up.
I wanted to bring up a point. I love matches that are old guard v new guard, as you just mentioned there, and you just named a bunch of the new guard that are moving through. After watching Todd Hutchins beat Lachlan, and I put Lachlan in a very similar category to all those new guard guys that you just mentioned, it seems like the old guard, what they have over the new guard is just stiff, bloody elbows and conditioning. And when I think about your opponent, man, he looks stiff in his tendons. How the hell are you going to deal with when he goes and just gets to this spot right here where that bloody lock pronation and drag and, oh, man.
Oh, man,
I
have such an answer and a game plan for all that, Ryan. You know I do, but I really don't want to go into it too much.
Okay,
I really have a cool game plan for it, or I hope I have a high.
Don't give me the technique, but on a scale of 1 to 10, and this is why I asked you before about how long you've been in the sport. How stiff are your tendons to the sport? How conditioned to the sport do you feel you are on a life scale? Like, how much more is there to go in getting your tendons and joints just ready for that top level?
I mean, it's hard to tell because when I think about that, I think about my matches and practices and stuff with Michael, Todd, and like with Devin and stuff. But that's such an extreme case of them holding with like some insane angle type of thing where it's just like, should I even count that as us grinding tendon versus tendon, or it's like me versus an immovable arm? So it's kind of hard to judge myself against that. But when I had like some practices and stuff with like Todd Hutchings, and even when I pulled Tim, there's some spots where it felt human, completely. I think that Todd Hutchings is an extreme example of somebody that has the most conditioned like elbow in the world, potentially, you know what I mean? And so like, but it was funny because for a long time, for like 2 years or so, Todd Hutchings always said one of the biggest problems he has is that his arm isn't long enough. He just runs out of pad. He wishes he had a longer arm so he could sink in that hook anywhere. And there was a time where I was injured right-handed. I couldn't really top roll, so I started dedicating myself to hooking. And I really dedicated I heard those those interviews with Todd Hutchings. I said, man, imagine if I could be that. I could be what he wanted to be because I have the long arm and the big hand. What if I could just reach anybody? So I started palm up hooking like exclusively. And then Todd Hutchings. Yeah, and so and I'd do palm up hooking, and then at practice we tie rubber bands with my palm up that way, and I'd be arm wrestling guys just yanking straight sideways for a long time just to try to condition this. Oh, it's great!
That at home. Do not try that at home.
So eventually, when I was at the peak of that, Todd Hutchings came out to my practice, and we banged into a hook. That's why when Todd talks about me a lot of times, he goes, "Yeah, 6'8" guy that hooks," because we slammed in there. I love it. I love that palm up, just grinding sideways shit on my elbow. I just like the feeling of it now. Because it defaults onto like my bicep. Either you're grinding on my elbow or we're hitting into a bicep, which I like my bicep. I train really hard for it. So like, I don't know. I like those angles with Todd. But yeah, in terms of your question, I've been pulling every Sunday for 11 years, or for like 7 or 8 years now on my team. So, I mean, it's pretty conditioned. There's a lot of new guys like who are really strong who I just can't feel. I can just sit there and have a whole conversation. It's not even like my muscles are burning up. I can just drive my shoulder sideways and just kind of go through them just straight in the elbow. And for my length of arm, that's not optimal for me. Like I shouldn't be able to do that spread out,
Bang.
But it's hard to kind of answer that exactly though, right? Because it's like internal, but it feels good. We'll see. We'll see on next Saturday. We'll see.
We'll pump that up in a minute. Greg, have you got anything for Derrick?
Yeah. So Derrick, after you beat, Tim and then eventually Levon, I'm wondering how long do you expect, or how long do you want to remain at that level, because to keep at that level, it's really hard on the body. It's something you have to really push yourself for. So,
okay. So hypothetically, we'll say I get to this level. We'll say I beat Levon. Now to get there, we'll just assume I have to take a ton of steroids to get there, right? We'll just for argument's sake, right? Sure. We'll assume that I have to take
all the steroids, all the pancakes.
I guess it would almost depend on how much pancakes I have to take. If I get there and I'm like, I'm like redlining, like this is it. Like if I take one more pill, one more injection, I'm done. Then I might pull an Eddie Hall, right? Hit the top once and just be like, I'm going back down, right back down to my normal size. Or if it's something comfortable, it might be more sustainable. Maybe I would try to hold it as long as I could until I lost it. Something like that. I love arm wrestling. It is tattooed on my arm. It is in my soul. I will be part of the sport no matter what, whether I'm giant 400-pound roided out monster or a 200-pound natty coach locally. Either way, I'm here to stay, right? So, and I have no problem being either one of those. I would like to achieve my goals, right, and be number one in the world at some point. And so it doesn't have to be, I don't have to live there. Now, if I want to try to turn this into a lifestyle, this arm wrestling thing and make money from it, then yeah, the longer I stay up there, the more opportunities that might present themselves. But I feel like anything, if you touch that top, I mean, I feel like doors open. Like even if you're only there for a minute, a lot of doors open. Suddenly when I tell, a newer guy that comes into my training facility, like, hey, you want to worry about cupping? Suddenly my words mean a lot more if I touch that number one at some point, right? Mm-hmm. Or suddenly, anything, it kind of, your words carry more weight. So I for sure want to be there. Depending on health, we'll see how long I want to stay there. When I reach it. And I like the way you worded that stuff, Greg. Thank you. Appreciate
it. We need to support the arm wrestling's most friendliest giant by buying the pay-per-view. It is just under $5, I think it is, depending where you are around the world. You can go over to Brendan Allen's channel and watch some earlier super matches get a bit of a taste. Get a bit of a taste for it. But then if you want the main event, Derrick Smith, the deadly one, the friendly giant, taking on Tim Breslin, then just go clean your car or rattle your daughter's piggy bank for $5.
Was it 16 quarters?
Yeah, there you go.
What are we talking about?
You won't find any quarters here in Australia, but it's not much. And
you know what I mean.
I want to talk about the pay-per-views just in a moment with you guys. We've got a $20 super chat from an unknown. It just says unknown.
Nice.
Love the 24-hour show. Thank you very much. Derrick said he's going to stay on for the whole 24 hours with me. So if he leaves, he's a liar. How about an arm wrestler impersonation contest? Derrick does a great Devon.
Hey, I'll do one of you guys, all three do it.
I'll do a Travis Bajan if you want.
That's a cop-out, Ryan. That's one of the easiest ones.
Agent Ryan.
You never heard my Travis?
No, I think I have. I think yours is pretty good. I wouldn't know who.
Hey man, it's Travis Bajan here. I tell you what. There is no way, God, on any earth that Devin Laird can beat my left arm. That man has never won a tournament in his damn life. How the hell is he even top 10 on anybody's list?
And with this.
God damn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've never tried doing. I don't know.
Come on, Jake. Time to step up. Unless Gregory, you got one? You got one set up?
Well, everyone has a Travis, so I'm not going to do that. But, I don't know. Would a Pradeep be okay?
Yeah.
Allow it.
Yeah, I'm do Pradeep, right? I heard Ryan had a pretty good Pradeep one, so I'm gonna try it myself. And get the mic a little more, talk a little more monotone. What's up, guys? I'm Pradeep from Armwrestling News.
That's pretty good. That's good. That's
Ryan
nice.
Bowen versus Rob Vision Jr. next week.
Greg killed it.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's awesome.
We
man.
love Pradeep, so don't think
We
anyone.
love him. We all love him.
Jake, you got some shoes to fill right now, but you gotta step up right here.
Greg's taking it.
Hang on a moment. I just got to talk to Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'm all right.
You don't need any food, drinks?
No, we're going.
He needs a tip on an accent to do
Yeah,
that.
give him who to impersonate.
Are you trying to guess an accent?
No, we're doing impersonations, and Ryan and Greg have just absolutely nailed it, and I've got no idea. I'm just trying to have a look. I've got a whole heap of names down. I wouldn't know who does it.
You got a Neil? Do you have a Neil by chance?
Oh yeah.
A Neil pickup. Deep inside. I tell you what you need to do is go over Arm Wars. Arm Wars, you need to subscribe, mother fluffers. And I've got to come close to the microphone, mother fluffers. I hate you, Ryan. And I fucking love raised cats. I fucking love it. Raised cats. And the way to do it, they're the tits. They're the absolute tits. Ryan Bowen, if you ever say those three letters to do them again, or Tip Lock Letter Day, or anyone in fucking Australia. In Australia, you go, mate, you're off the fix, fuck off.
Damn.
Except for Danny Tesh.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess that puts me on the spot. We're doing the tried and true Devin impersonation. All right. So what do we gotta do? We gotta do like the fucked up hat that doesn't make any sense. We gotta have like or I could do the busted fucking cap Devin.
There we go.
Bursted off his head. We could do this one. And then some off the wall topic like I don't know, hey, Devin, how are you gonna beat Levon? And so Devin always has his hands up, and whenever he talks, when he's in deep thought, he has to look away, and he's like, "Yeah, Levon, tough nut to crack." The thing about Levon is he represents an immovable object, and when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, things happen. People can crack. And what I like to do is I like to represent the hammer that would crack the immovable object and the unstoppable force. So that's how I'll beat Levon. Something like that.
I love it. The looking away, that sold it.
And you needed to start eating as well.
Yeah. Hey, I have a bunch of food right here next to me too. I'm trying to get big.
So then I'm just replying to someone in the comments, but to my man Tony, who is a Patreon supporter. He's an awesome dude. And hit the join button, hit the like button, guys. Just first of all, before I get into the next thing, I'm a lunatic. This is going for 24 hours. Even if I have to sit there and have a nap on the live stream, I bloody will. We're going for 24 hours. So give me a chop out. Give me a like. The support has been ages. Someone is in the waiting room. Give me a few minutes, person, and we'll get you on just soon. I don't want to have too many people on, but we'll get you on just soon. So Derrick's big match, his big match that is coming up. It's awesome. It is going to be on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
What are our thoughts of pay-per-view? Do we think we're going to oversaturate it? Do we think it's good? Let's go around the room. We'll start with you, Greg. You're someone that's come in. You're in Singapore, so at the moment, a bit like myself, we can't go to all these. I can't go see Derrick. We've been spoiled for a very long time, and we've watched all these matches for free. And now it's $5 here, it's $6 here, it's $4 here. What are your thoughts on it?
I think definitely, top arm wrestlers should be paid. And I've actually been looking at some of the comments recently, and it seems like most of the fans don't mind paying. But the thing is, at this point in time, the pay-per-view matches, what they're paying for, the quality does not justify the price yet. Because, let's say you mentioned $5, $6 for pay-per-view on YouTube. That same amount of money, you could get it on, Core Sports, which has a much higher, production value as compared to, Chance Shaw's potato camera or potato mic or whatever. Yeah. But, that being said, as, people get more and more practice holding these events, I would think that, quality goes higher. Maybe as more and more people start tuning in, the prices could be even bumped down slightly to be a little bit more affordable. Instead of, $5, $6, maybe like $3, $2 possibly. But, at this point, I've been seeing a lot of that.
Oh, no, we've lost him.
We lost Greg.
Shout out to Andre Roterio, who not only did a super chat, he bought me dinner. What a legend. He got Uber Eats to my house. We've lost you, Gregory.
Oh, nice.
They did my boy Greg dirty. Look at that where it froze, man.
That's all right.
He did a good pretty. But give him that. Gee whiz.
Yeah, he did kill that pretty.
Oh, and that Jeez, people don't like waiting in the waiting room. That's all right. I'll chuck him back in the waiting room. Put him in waiting room. We got another. He wants to come back in. I've tried one. We'll see how it goes. Anyway. Oh. I don't know. Oh, you can have 5 minutes off for a moment. Alrighty. But I understood what he was saying. I love it. I love the concept of pay-per-view, and I will support any pay-per-view matches. I think it's great. I don't mind. I'm very fortunate enough, so I can pay $5 a month or $5 a fortnight. When you think about it, we've had a few. We had the Travis Bagent match where Paul Ryan got slaughtered, being on the other side of the world, trying to make something good of it. You got absolutely slaughtered for it. That old pay-per-view, but I think it's great. For me, because there's enough talent out there to support this. Like, I'm interested in Derrick versus him. I'm interested in the 4 guys that you've got coming up, Ryan, Jamie, Nick, Josh, and
Mudcrab,
Bozo. So I'm interested in that. So I'm happy to pay a few dollars a month, because people that are whinging about it on that side, you don't have to pay it. Just don't watch it. That's fine.
Yeah, it is a very easy fix, because the footage does come out within 6 to 12 hours anyway. I know that's sort of what I'm doing. I'm with the pay-per-views, and I agree entirely with the sentiment that the production needs to go up. Of course, it needs to go up, and it will go up.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I encourage the fans, and I think the vast majority of the fans do see it this way, because a lot of them are very supportive, is that they recognise where the sport's at, and the sport is still very new, and we're all fumbling through this, and we've got a lot of people putting in a lot of time, energy, effort, money to try to elevate the sport. And you'll often find that the people that are putting on these pay-per-view events, they're not off buying Lamborghinis with the money. They're actually giving it back to the sport and more. When you look at, like I know Engen Terzi on his East versus West, Engen Terzi has put up a phenomenal amount of his own money, and he has no idea if he'll get it back.
Yeah.
He has no idea at all. No idea at all. Good chance he doesn't. So if anyone's critical of paying $5 for his, you know that he's putting his own ass on the line in that respect. Now, I made a profit. I shared it with Travis. YouTube took some. But the good news is every cent of that profit's going straight back into the next event. Like, there's guys here in Australia now that are going to be arm wrestling for $500 for the match. A bunch of matches. And it's allowed me to buy another camera. It's allowed me to set up a studio. It's allowed me to buy more audio equipment. So the people who tolerated that low production value the first time have enabled me to increase the production value for this next one.
Oh.
So it's a big team effort, and the fans are part of that team. So yeah, I'm super grateful for the people that are tolerating the lower quality and are patient. It's because it's just where the sport's at. We're all doing our best, and we'll all endeavor to improve as fast as we can and bring you as best matches as we can. Like, end of the day, sport is still young in a production value sense. Given that the last 2 years, COVID has killed the WAL and PAL's opportunity to put out their high quality content, it's been YouTube creators that have held the growth of the sport together. And this and pay-per-view on YouTube will supercharge that effort. You'll see more growth again if content creators have something to work with outside of their own money from work that they've got left over. So yeah, that's kind of the landscape as I see it.
Yeah, and my man Andre, he's one of those outsiders, you know, looking in, and he says, as a person that only watches arm wrestling when I hang out with the Aussie Armwrestler, he's the one that Uber eats food to my house, legend. It needs stars. It needs lunatics, fights, beef, social media. I think WWF in the 80s and 90s, loud, juiced up. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there because everyone hates Ryan. Everyone hates Gary Roberts hates Ryan. RVJ hates Ryan, but Andre and I have had a few chats like that. I'm big on characters. That's how, like, yeah. I mean, I was hooked on Jeff Hale when I started watching arm wrestling all the time. I was hooked on Jeff Hale because he would do a wrestling promo. But well, I always find it funny. I mean, sorry, you go, Ryan.
No, I was just going to quickly add that the biggest thing is the story beforehand is what makes people actually enjoy the pay-per-view. It's less about how the match goes, not whether it's a knockout first round or it's a points decision right in the 12th sort of thing. The equivalent in arm wrestling can happen, and that's not the reason why people enjoy the pay-per-view. The reason they enjoy it is because they've enjoyed the storyline of both these characters coming together. They have their own opinion. They side with one of those characters, and they want to see the story conclude. And it's less about how it actually unfolds on the day, and more about the month leading up to it, and the enjoyment of the aftermath of the people saying "told you so" to all the fans that thought otherwise. That's what the best part about it is.
And yeah, we'll elaborate a bit on that more. But Greg has jumped in with a super chat. He's from Eastside Arm Wrestling. He goes, hey, Jake, thanks for having me on. Internet's choppy tonight. Cheers, Ryan and Derrick. Keep chasing your dreams. And Sam, I'm coming for you. Our first call out.
Nice.
Greg wants Sam. And good. It's awesome. I'm down for that. And if your internet fixes up, you know, in the next 12 hours or so, we're going. I'll still be here. But yeah, I like storytelling. I mean, I'm going to try and talk for 24 hours. I like storytelling. I like building up. So that's why I said, Derrick, why do you want to pull Tim Bresnan? Derrick had a story. You know, I want to be emotionally invested. That's how the UFC turned the tide when they did The Ultimate Fighter. Because then we just didn't see two Neanderthals in a cage punching each other up. We now watch these people on their journey. And that's what Derrick's channel does. You know, Derrick's on there and he'll talk to everyone, he'll show everyone at training. Now I'm invested in Derrick Smith. I've been able to talk with Derrick, and Derrick answers questions and shows everyone how he trains. So now it's like when Derrick pulls, I'm in. I want to watch it. And we need, more characters. And if that means...
Like, if I think about the two alternative realities that could exist after King of the Table 3, in respect to me and RVJ, they're such polarizing realities. and the people that side on either side of that fence, whichever way they hope it goes, it's going to be such a strong talking point afterwards. And that's one of the reasons why I think that's a good match, and why King of the Table rang us both and said, hey, we want to see this, was because there was a clear and present awareness that the arm wrestling world has some very strong opinions about this story. And so the only way to conclude this story is for us to actually face. We have a heap of tension, real, genuine heat between us. The drama's been about 2 years in the making, back and forth.
Forever.
And this will finalize it. And it'll either be what all the RVJ fans want it to be. Ryan's delusional. He's not a genuine arm wrestler. He's just a YouTuber. He should never face anyone again, etc., etc., etc. Or RVJ's bloody retiring because he's embarrassed because he lost to the Ginger Aussie, who no one thought was any good. I honestly think that's what will happen. I think if I beat RVJ, that's it. He's done. He will never compete professionally again. He'll be around the sport, but I think he will. Wow. He will literally. I think he'll be done. That's my guess. He'll just be done with it.
Go retire.
I think I could retire RVJ.
Holy shit! What do you think Tim will do if I beat Tim? You think he'll care?
No, Tim's rock solid, isn't he? He'll just keep being Tim, and he'll just be like, "Shit, you're pretty damn good now, Derrick."
Yeah, he might lift his glasses up and look him in the eye.
Yeah, RVJ though, he will see it as such a drop for himself because he doesn't believe I'm any good. I mean, he gives me some respect. I see it every now and then that he says I've been on a tear and whatnot in my results, but he doesn't think that I'm close to him at the end of the day. And if he were to lose to me, he would. I think I could just see him walking away.
Oh.
At least he would vanish off social media for at least 6 months.
Been seeing some interesting posts from you, Ryan, about using a riser, and how's that going?
Yeah, let's talk about that, man. Guys, all right. First of all, before Ryan, you start explaining about this riser, let me give you some advice, YouTube world. The three of us, we're YouTubers, and we love you. But you don't have to believe everything that is being said. Like when Ryan comes
RVJ believes
using a riser. Oh man, he caught all these trophy fish. The world went nuts, and it was like, oh wow.
But most importantly, RVJ put out a passionate response about it, so he believed it. Now he's not sure if he should believe it or not. Am I going to turn up on a riser? Am I? I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. All I know is Rob's head is one of the best tools I have against him. And I know that man is so passionate. He's starting to panic. He's starting to implode. He was super critical of John Brzenk when John was getting ready to face Devin, and John was talking about the King of the Table rule being auto strap and how that was an advantage to Devin. RVJ was so vocal about John. No, you can't do that. You've signed with King of the Table. You got to do what you got to do. You got to pull it. And then this match comes along, and he's straight away starting to realize, oh, hang on a second, I'd prefer to pull Ryan out of straps. And, oh, shit, it's going to be in straps. And I know that he's in the past been passionately against risers, saying that they're cheap, they're not okay. And so straight away, I'm like, hey, I'm going to go start training on a damn riser because I want everything. When I come to this match, this is not just about the arm wrestle. There is so much more to it. And to use a Devin Larratt quote, arm wrestling is about taking your opponent where they are weak. It's not about going where you're strong. And I know where RVJ is weak. One of the areas he's weak is when he's pissed off and uncertain about things. So I'm going to piss him off, and I'm going to make him uncertain about things. And hell yeah, I'm training on a riser.
What's his argument against a riser? I never heard this. What is his argument against a riser?
Oh, he just thinks it's unfair. He just says, look, in basketball, we don't lower the ring for short people. We make them have to deal with it. And if you're genetically not fucking blessed, then you gotta do it.
That's the key right there. Like, nothing against, I mean, whatever. Okay, so every time I hear Rob complain about something in arm wrestling, I just can't help but hearing it from somebody who has the best genetics ever. So every time he talks about, you know, a weight cap or risers being unfair or this and that, I'm just like, coming from the guy with the biggest hand, the perfect length arm, genetically gifted, like has the peak strongest bicep in the world. I mean, like, what are we talking about? Like, I know not to complain about certain things because I know what I have. You know what I mean? And so I feel weird, like I know where it's coming from. And so it's like, I don't know, when he says that, I'm like, yeah, everybody should have a weight cap. Because specifically, you mentioned the weight cap thing. So obviously I paid attention. When he's talking about there should be a cutoff, like you can't weigh above a certain amount. Oh, that's interesting because you don't want to get big. So you want people to force everybody down closer to you so you can have that giant ass hand. And that could be more potent because people couldn't have their bigger frames against you. Like all I hear is his hand talking.
Yeah, 100%. For me, the sport is arm wrestling. The table is just a facilitating tool for an arm wrestle. So if you're a bloody midget, but you've got a hand and wrist of iron, you should be able to still bloody arm wrestle. You shouldn't have to be excluded just because you can't, because you got to reach up like this. No one's going to arm wrestle with their elbow up above their shoulder. So you allow for it. But I consulted with Leonard Harkless, because a few people said to me, Ryan, you're not allowed to use a riser. You're too tall.
Oh, that stalled the conversation. Oh, my God. I got the popcorn out and read the Facebook comments. Oh, that went nuts. Sorry, mate. You keep going. That was just hilarious.
Good old Leonard Harkless, the former WAF head referee, now IFA official referee. He informed me that the rule has been scrapped and anyone may use a riser. So, Rob, I will personally be bringing my own riser to this event, and I'll have it all labeled up and branded and everything. I might even put Rob's face on there, panicking or something. I don't know. It'll be there though, that's for sure. And it'll be there, and he will. I just want him to not have a clue whether I'm going to use it or not. Come round one, but it'll be there. Trust me, that riser will be there as they're calling our names. It'll be in place.
Well, a few things I want to ask about this match. First of all, in the chat, let me know who's going to win. Rob Vidgen Jr., the 3 letters of doom, or Ryan Blue Bone, the blueprint. Is he going to walk all over him? Is that the way it's going to go? The reach around Jordan Davis says, hey, fellas, if I didn't have work tomorrow, I'd jump on with you. That's a lie. You just think I'm Neil Pickup, ordered on Wish. That's what it is. You don't think I'm good enough, Jordan. Thanks very much. I love Jordan Davis. He's such a funny guy. Ryan, now I've seen a lot of matches, you know, like there was a lot of, early days there was a lot of beef between Lockie and Todd Hutchings. And you see people, you know, jacking and jawing towards each other. Do you think in this instance, we get to king in the table, Ryan versus RVJ happens? Do you think you two will have a beer afterwards and hang out? Do you think the beef would be squashed and go, oh, yeah, hey, man, you know, I probably stepped over the line. Oh, yeah, I stepped over. I love you too, dog. I love you too. Give us a kiss, dog. And, you know, do you think...
I think if I'm a bookmaker and the outcomes are all there, the shortest odds are we show some degree of mutual respect, but we certainly don't have a beer with each other. That would be the odds on. I think it's highly unlikely we're having a beer with each other. If I win, I really don't see Rob having a beer with me. If he wins, I'd be willing to have a beer with him. But I'm not taking selfies with him or anything like that.
Very, very interesting. We've got.
There's a genuine.
Well, that's why
I can't admit it. I have to admit it. There's a genuine lack. I have a genuine lack of respect for the way he's held himself in a number of instances. So, I don't expect or want or need him to apologize. I'm just happy not being buddies with Rob Vidgen.
Yeah, and that's why I asked, because first of all, Alias Q, I know you're in the waiting room, so just give me a few moments and we'll get you on here. Tony Goodman, my man, he gives me €1 per hour, Jake. Also, as a newbie, any advice for utilizing your body? in reference to moving around on under the table. I'm so static and struggle to move. I think you need a massage, Tony. You need it. You need to know. You need to move. Yeah, just trying to understand your chat there.
You might need a riser, man.
My advice would be, this is something I've done all my life in sport when I was a tennis player and when as an arm wrestler as well. I taught myself to move by going to a practice session, and in my head, I said, I'm going to be Evgeny Prudnik tonight. And I did everything as though I was Evgeny. And I asked myself constantly, why is Evgeny going to this position? I'd do his mannerisms and do everything. I'd be in my head, I'm fully just shadowboxing and trying to be Evgeny. And then do it with John, do it with Devin, be Derrick, be friggin' whoever you want, whoever your body is similar to in shape and size and has a style that you aspire to, do that. And the table will start to teach you. And you don't even need someone talking to you. You will feel it, and just allow your hand to be collecting the data, and you'll start to recognize where the gaps are, where the errors are, where the pressure needs to be to maintain the position and shape that you see from that athlete. So if you're stiff, maybe that'll help.
Damn, Ryan, that's like a very Devin Laird type of answer, bro. I was really like, well, out there. I like that, man. Just let it flow like water. Let it come to you, and you
100%. I love that.
I like it. I like it. All right.
I appreciate Andre in the chat again because he quoted over the top, and that will get me anyway. Elias, unmute yourself, mate.
Hey, man, what's up?
What's going on, my friend?
Yes, very fine. I'm here.
Where
are you from?
Welcome to the Aussie Armwrestlers 24-hour stream. Tell us about yourself, mate.
Thank you, man. Letting in your live session. I'm from Bangladesh. Do you know Bangladesh?
I do know Bangladesh. He's a good mate of mine. No, it's a great country.
I think Ryan Blueburn will know better than yours because we have a cricket team.
Yeah. I think, mate, I'd be pretty convinced the Aussie arm wrestler knows cricket as well. I mean, I'd be surprised if a man with the name Aussie arm wrestler wasn't all over cricket as well. But yeah, the Bangladesh. I remember. Was it who was the bowler that got the century against Bangladesh? An Aussie bowler got a century playing Bangladesh when I was a kid, and it was who was it? It wasn't Damien Fleming. It was Damien Gillespie. Jason Gillespie. I remember Jason Gillespie getting a century against Bangladesh. It was great. I was watching. But yeah, you guys are killers in cricket. How's your arm wrestling?
I have been following arm wrestling, for a couple of years now. 4 years now, and I think I'm following you. And in arm wrestling discussion group, I have been posting many. I don't know you remember me or recognize me. I don't know, but continuously I posting here there many arm wrestling posters and topics.
What sort of posts are you talking about, mate? What sort of what topics are you posting about?
Last topic, I posted a picture of Devon Barrett. He has something under his bicep thing, I don't know. And if you see there in arm wrestling discussion, it was, very good conversation and very good response I got.
Okay.
Elias, is your name Matt Mass Crooked Finger by chance on Facebook?
No, Elias Q. It's Elias Q.
All right.
There he is. That's your post, isn't it?
There you go. Thank you, Ryan. What does it say?
Oh.
What is this? Can anyone explain? And it's looking at, a very bizarre part of Devin Larratt's anatomy. I agree. I'm now just looking at that and going, yeah, wow, that is weird.
I don't have it. Mine's buried under like 2 inches of fat.
Yeah.
Well picked up there. A few people, Jonas says of the picture, it's where Ryan's delusions are stored.
Damn. I don't know if you guys noticed when Ryan was talking about his RVJ match. I'm
Yeah,
leaning
yeah.
out of frame. I'm leaning out of frame because I don't want to be in the next episode of Delusional Ryan Bowen. Oh shit! This is
You just conveniently sneezed at the right time.
Yeah, oh shit!
What do you like? What do you think of those videos, Ryan? I thoroughly enjoy them. I don't mind people taking edits of you, and you've now got this nickname, this persona as Delusional. Delusional. But first of all, what do you think of it? And second, why is everyone hanging on to every single word? Like, Derrick, you've made some wrong predictions.
That's what I'm saying. They can do that for anybody. Anybody puts themselves out there, and someone can make a delusional video about them. Literally, we all talk like that's what we do. So it wouldn't be hard. It's just Ryan. So everybody wants to do what they just want to do for Ryan.
I love them. I love that they're getting better and better in their production quality, and some of the when I watch them back, I often shake my head at myself and say, "Wow, look at that! If you take that clip and this clip and this clip and that clip and that clip and put them in chronological order, I look like an idiot, and it's great. So take
right there. They're gonna take that part right there. You just said I look like an idiot. They're gonna clip that right there. You just did. Dude, you can't say that stuff, right?
Well, like I made a video of how Devin could beat Levan. And I think it's 50-50 comments about, first of all, Devin's left-hand match with Dennis, but also your tip that Devin would win 6-0 against Dennis on the left. And I've put out the story. When I first started the podcast, Ryan, you told us the story of why you did that. But it was, I found it funny that people are like, you should pick Levan because of A, B, and C. But then they'll just go, this is a silly video, like when Ryan picked Devin back, And it's like, man, people just need to watch Frozen and let it go.
You watch Frozen and let it go. I like that. All right.
Elias, are you still with us, mate?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
I want to get a prediction from you, so then you might be in Ryan Bowen's next Delusional video. 2 matches three now. 3 matches that I'm thinking of. First of all, the main event, Devin versus Levan. Who's going to win?
It's pretty hard question for me because I'm a big fan of Devon Larratt, but it will be in favor of Levan Saginashvili 4-2.
Okay. He's giving us a score. I like that. Second match, Derrick Smith versus Tim Bresnan.
I saw a video, Derrick versus Tim, but today I think Derrick Smith is totally, he gained a lot. I think
he looked like Don Underwood.
Derrick Smith will win the match.
Oh, yeah! Hey! And then, of course, the last one. We've got the blueprint, the blue balls. My friend Ryan Bowen taking on the 3 letters of doom, RVJ.
How can I say it? Like,
you can say RVJ. It's okay. Ryan's the most hated man on the internet.
I like Round Bowen better more than RVJ, but I think RVJ is going to win the match.
That's a good answer. That's all right. I like shooting up. So the reality is, I'm the underdog. I agree with that. I'm the underdog, so it's okay. We're still buddies, Ellis. It's all right.
Yeah, and I think it's fun. Like Derrick was just explaining before, according to the rankings, you were like 19th in North America or something, and you're taking on number 4. So I think it's great. Those ranking systems. I love when a new ranking system is posted. I think I'm in 1 or 2 of those groups because it just makes everyone angry. It's like a switch. It's like, okay, guys, here's our North American rankings. Here we go. And it just goes nuts.
Dude, I really hope I beat Tim, man. I want to be the one. I mean, just so I can talk crap to Chance mostly. But I want to be the one that, of these up and comers that beats one of the top established guys. Although Corey did just beat, what's his name? From from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Aslanov.
Yeah, Murtala Aslanov. I mean, and that regardless of if he's not from North America, that's still a huge step. That was still an alternate for top 8 at one point, right? That's still crazy. People aren't giving him any love for that at all. By the way, yeah, that's an awesome win. But yeah, I mean, I still want to be one of the first ones to take out one of these old guys from North America.
Yeah.
So then Derrick Smith goes bang, drops an elbow on Tim Bresnan. What would be next? What would be next for Derrick Smith?
Depends on how I win, right? If I smoked him the way I smoked Tom Nelson, then I'm going for within 2 weeks I'm messaging Dave Chafee. I don't give a shit. If I win in that manner, if I throw Tim across the table, like it's not close, then that's fourth ranked Tim, third ranked Dave Chafee, like that is the step. Then and also if somehow I throw Tim across the table, I still don't know how strong I am. We still don't know, right? So Dave's the next step. I mean, you could argue Jerry is the next step, but he's not ranked. But I don't want any of Jerry. I'd rather arm wrestle Dave Chafee. That's gonna blow my elbow out arm wrestling Jerry Cataract. But all I care about is ranking. So I kill Tim, we go Dave. If I have a match with Tim, a close match, kind of regardless of the outcome, if it's neck and neck, then I'm looking. Well, I guess I would kind of need to win so I could get that ranking up there. But I would look somewhere around Todd Hutchings, Chance, Corey West, Wayne Withers, somewhere in there, maybe, right? If I get destroyed by Tim like I did in the past, then I'll climb up the ladder slowly, right? I mean, I'll go to 15.
You're going to call me out, aren't you? Then you're calling me out, Derek.
Ryan, I am massive right now. Yeah, then I'm going over to Australia and arm wrestling Rainbow. I don't know, probably like whoever's like 15th, 16th, I'll probably aim around there and work my way up, hopefully.
What are you weighing now, Derek?
About 360, 365. I've been slimming. I'm getting that six-pack in right now. Cutting body fat.
Yeah, so you're taking it seriously. There's no, and that's why
I'm not really getting a six-pack. Don't get your hopes up. That's not happening. But I feel like I'm losing body fat and gaining muscle right now. So my weight's kind of not moving up really, but I can feel myself getting more jacked.
So what's your physical ace? Within your own opinion of yourself, what area of strength or conditioning do you feel is your ace, or that is best developed so far? Cupping, all right, cool.
There you go.
It's definitely at an all-time high ever in my life. So I did, yeah. As of last week, I went and did some of my final PRs in prep, and I hit them all, and. So we'll see. After that would probably be my supinated bicep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
What do you single arm curl? Are you ahead of RVJ on curls?
I don't do a lot of single arm curls, to be honest. I'll do flat bar curls, and then I'll do super curl bar.
Do you know what your max is?
No, I mean I was doing partials, one-handed dumbbells like between your legs, with my elbow in between my legs, not on top. And I did like 100 pounds for 8. But it's hard with my arm's so long, it's the weight so far away from me. But that was okay. But I'm kind of new to that. I don't do a lot of single arm dumbbell stuff. Like with the two-handed, I was doing like 215 for sets of 8 with like two-handed curl bars with minimal sway, pretty minimal. But I don't know, I like getting on my biceps. So out here, generally when I hook with people, that's usually where I do the best.
There you go. Elias, have you got any questions for these two?
Yeah, I have a question, which is, do you think Gennady and Jerry Cataract is overrated arm wrestlers? Because, many arm wrestlers putting their so high, even top 5. I don't see,
Well, for me,
this one.
Oh, yeah, I'll answer it. I think Jerry is incredibly underrated as opposed to overrated, is my opinion. I think Gennady he's being treated harshly by the fans at the moment because he didn't put in a good performance against Hermes, but he's got such a long and consistent pedigree of being a fringe top 10 guy. He's always been right there in the super heavyweight, so I think he's very consistent, and Gennady's talented. So I think Gennady, if people are putting Gennady in the top 5, then I'd say they're overrating Gennady. If they're saying Gennady's a badass and he could be a threat to anyone on any day, then that's about fair. But Jerry in particular, I see him as underrated, and I think that Jerry is a 3-time WAF super heavyweight champion. Jerry has beaten just about everyone there is in North American arm wrestling multiple times. He, like, for instance, I think he's got an 11-1 ratio over Travis Bagent. And that was during Travis's dominant periods of time and everything. So Jerry, I think he's does he have a winning record on Mike? I think he's got a losing record on Mike.
Those last 2 WL matches were, both real with controversy and things like that. So And
the only reason Jerry hasn't been active in the last 2 years is because he's been patiently waiting for WAL, because he wanted to step straight back into a title match for the WAL Hammer. WAL didn't happen just because of COVID, and so here he is. But I think Jerry's incredibly underrated. I can't wait to see Jerry's 2022.
Yeah, and before you answer, Derek, Carolyn Looms, who's a banger. She supports any arm wrestling channel going on. She's a rock star. Absolutely love her. And she has just come in and said, Ryan, do we know what quadratic means yet? Hashtag.
I asked Todd Hutchins that the other day. I had him talking about old man strength, and I talked about this. I talked about the spring, and I asked him, Todd, you're an engineer and a mathematician. What is going on with the formula of bending a spring sideways? And he's like, oh, hang on a second. I know what it is to bend a spring or to lengthen a spring and to compress a spring. He gave me that formula straight away. But he's like, no, when you go on sideways, it starts to get all funky because it's twisting metal and it's bending steel as opposed to using the coil. And so he didn't even have an answer for me on the exact formula off the top of his head anyway. So if Todd Hutchins doesn't have it, I don't have it. But I like calling it the quadratic fist because somebody somewhere one time when I started doing it said it's a quadratic expansion of force, which does seem to be fairly accurate. When I put the crane scale on it, the first 10 centimeters puts 20 kilos. The next 10 centimeters, it's up to 40 kilos. The next 10 centimeters, it's up to roughly 80 kilos. So I think the quadratic formula might have been on the money.
Yeah, beautiful. Quick shout out to Alias Q for jumping on. He seemed to enjoy himself, which is good. That's what we're all about. All right, Derek, talk to us. Gennady, Jerry Caderet. Overrated, underrated?
Gennady is my third favorite arm wrestler to watch ever. Well, besides this, he let me down with this whole Hermes thing. But besides that, he's one of my third favorite. Goes Devin, Toddzilla, then old Gennady there. So I think that Jerry is underrated. I agree with Ryan. I think Jerry got a bad look with the whole Zolev thing in the past, and then with WAL taking a break and Jerry not being active per se too much. And he kind of fell off the rankings and stuff. I think that Jerry is a threat, especially just stylistically, is a threat to a ton of people that are at the top who take their elbows for granted. And so I would still love to see Jerry and Vitali. I'd love to see Jerry and Hermes. I would love to see Jerry, like these top rollers. Just good luck. If you can't grab Jerry or press him or grab him by the wrist, good luck. I want to see how that is.
Did I see Jerry's bicep curl video the other day? Did he say "fuck you, Levan" at the end of it?
He probably.
Yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I only watched once. I didn't watch it back again, but I swear I heard him say "fuck you, Levan" after he just pumped out. I think he had 120 pounds and he did it for 13 reps or something, and he was throwing it around. So.
This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that there's not a lot of gingers in arm wrestling, and the ones that are in are pretty strong dudes. With Cody Merritt.
I want that title someday. Like I know that I'm a long way away from Jerry right now, but I want that number one ranked ginger someday. That's one of my goals.
Roger's coming up too. Roger Kenningham. You got to watch Roger.
Yeah, I'll take care of him. I'll take care of old Roger.
Old Roger.
Roger Dodger. No chance for my man Ryan. That's the way it is. And speaking of Chance, you just brought that up. I might as well get your guys' opinion. Does Chance Shaw have any hope against Todd Hutchings? Derek, you go first.
Saunders is such a good arm wrestler, dude. He's such a well-rounded arm wrestler, and he looks so strong. And he looks strong in spots where traditionally I think it gives Chance a bad run. Like especially in the hand and having knuckles high and really fighting for hand control. And he's a bigger dude with long arm. So Chance won't be able to rise over the top of him as easy. So if he goes knuckles up and really fights that hand control, it's a scary thing for Chance, just stylistically. But Chance in Sweden doing Swedish things right now for strength, and maybe he's leveling up big time. And I hope my boy is for sure. But if I had to bet my daughter's college tuition on it, you know what I mean? Sandras is the favorite, I believe. Sadly, Chance, I love you. Last time I predicted Sandras to win this, he got kind of mad at me, but I still love you to death.
Right.
I think Sanders will win too. I think Sanders is just a more complete arm wrestler. Yeah. Chance is still very much a single lane guy, in my opinion. I know he's trying to backfill that conditioning and that strength to be able to have a high hook and a deep hook as well. But realistically, that's still in its infancy for Chance compared to just his one strong lane. And I think Sanders is a big enough human that he's going to be able to avoid that lane, or at least slow that lane down and then make it about something else at worst. So I see Sanders winning this match. Maybe Chance takes the first round, but then Sanders will be in control, is what I think. And as for Toddzilla, I don't see it possible for Chance to win. There is the one small lane that I think could be fruitful for Chance is out of straps if Todd Hutchins round one attempts to hook. And the reason I say that is I've personally felt what it's like to try to hook Chance. He flattened me. I've then seen John Brzenk get crushed when he tried to force a hook on Chance in that restart of round one. So if Todd Hutchins is not going to try to top roll, he's going to try to hook him. And as the top dog, the alpha in the room, the man who's coming in saying, I'm the man, there's a good chance he holds on round one. And there's a possibility he misses the correct groove in round one and subsequently misses connection to his own power and gets stomped. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened. I'm not saying it's likely. It's more likely Todd Hutchins just takes control because his hand is just too good in center. And it's Chance doesn't have access to his full power because of the dominance of Todd's hand. But there is a possibility that a missed direction, a missed vector from the side pressure king results in a loss in round one, but then a very quick adjustment to, because he'll feel if he loses that round, he'll go, the lane's over here. And then he'll know where the lane is and he'll be fine. So I see it as near impossible for Chance to win that match, but there is a small possibility that he takes a round.
Well, there's always a possibility, but yeah, I love Chance. I think he's a cool guy, but yeah, I think Todd wins this one. And I think he wins it easy. But the one thing I do love about Chance, like both of you guys just want the best. Whenever you can get a chance, you want the best guys. You want to beat the best guys, and you want to smoke them and put your name on the top. So
it's the only way to do it, isn't it? If you want to be elite, pull elites. Damn it!
But it's very interesting because this type of mentality, which clearly gets you to the top, it's the only way to think, is really upsetting the arm wrestling world. So it's like, Derrick, right guys, welcome to the Derrick Smith show. I want Tim Breslin, I want him, he's a bad dude and I want to beat him, and suddenly that match happens. But then everyone chimes in and goes, oh no, you don't
deserve the match yet. Yeah,
11th or 12th. I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. You aim for the top. If that was the case, I would probably still be interviewing my neighbour on these podcasts. But no, I wanted the best in the business, and I've got him right here helping me out in the 24-hour. But I was just, it wasn't like, you got to work your way up. I was like, no, you want the best. So I think if you are an arm wrestler out there, two things happen. One, you call them out and you get the match. Two, the other person can say no. It's okay. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people, it's great that arm wrestling is building up, but let's just get a lot of that whinging. Let's get it out of it. You
see it I know that Ryan has been around the sport as long as I have. We're close, right? And I know he was in some dirty ass garage with Jordan Davis doing a bunch of dumb shit at some point, just trying to figure out arm wrestling and not knowing what he's doing and just watching videos and trying to replicate things that he thinks is going on, but get in retrospect getting it completely wrong. And I was doing the same thing. I'm over there with my boys, just like trying to hash this out for years and getting my shit tossed at every tournament and losing to every local guy and trying to understand how this goes and learning. And every time I get pinned, I'd walk off stage and just stare at the fingerprints on the back of my hand, trying to realize exactly what I could have done differently to potentially change that match. And just taking all these losses and thinking about quitting, but not quitting, and going through the hardest times of my life, but not quitting once again, and staying through this sport. Oh, I'm having a cramp in my thigh. But like, so all these trials and tribulations that I know Ryan's gone through because he's been in the sport as long as I have, and we've gotten our ass kicked a million times. And so, we earned this.
I officially have lost more than anyone in Australia. If we're just talking about the Australian pool of arm wrestlers, Australian Arm Wrestling Federation tracks all of our matches, which is lovely. I have more losses than anyone. So there's a lot of truth you speak in there.
This is the steps. We paid our dues, right? We've gone through it. We've learned and through all this stuff. And now, but people only see it, like a lot of people only see right now. They see YouTube right now. They see a giant Derrick and they see, Ryan getting all these badass matches and this hype. But like, you guys don't know. There's years of us just getting destroyed, going to WAF and getting my ass kicked. Like, you went to WF too, right? Didn't you,
I went to WAF, 2015. I won one match.
That's where I was. I went to 2015 and 2017. But I remember because I hung out with the Aussies, but you weren't there. I hung out with all the other guys besides you. I went out with the whole crew. We went out drinking.
I've never been a big drinker, so I was probably back in the hotel getting a sleep.
Yeah, that was not good. But yeah, I remember asking, I was like, "Is there like a red-haired guy?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, he's not. He's somewhere else." And I was like, "All right." So we all just got drunk with the other Aussies. But either way, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We're really similar in our upbringing. Different people, but very similar in the way we approach sport and what we've gone through. And this is just the rite of passage, man. That's what you do. Now we're ready to move forward. We have enough experience and we know what's going on and we understand how to get strong. And I know there's a lot of different ways to the light, but we're traveling. And so I think it's just natural for us to call these guys out and to move forward.
Hey Jake, you see Jordan's in the chat asking about he wants a prediction for him and Stoica.
So they're four-way battleground. So let me set the scene. Arm Wars. Once again, Neil Pickup is bringing back Arm Wars. I mean, that is something you should be aiming to do, is get yourself on an Arm Wars card. And we'll just talk about his bloody movies that just make, I could get absolutely spanked 6-0 and he'll make me look like Denzel Washington. The production value, that's what you got to aim for. But what is it? Battleground? Dallas Langston versus 1 foot Froda, and then it's the reach around Jordan Davis against Stoica Brogdon. Is it best of 5, Super Matt? Is it
six rounds? It's always 6 rounds.
It's always.
I'll do a silver bullet 7th if it's there, if it's needed.
Well, if we go to Jordan Davis and Stoica, no need for a silver bullet. It is 6-0. Jordan Davis is just ripping through Stoica. And if Stoica's watching, come on the show and convince me otherwise. I am excited for the reach around to be on the table. I'm glad he's getting over there and having a crack. He's a character. That big, giant, grasshopper looking.
Are we going to see that? Are we going to see that psycho version of Jordan that comes out that reminds you of Matt Mask energy when he's stomping and jumping and just thrashing around in his celebrations? I hope we see that Jordan, because that Jordan's a really hard dude to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people need to fire up like that, like something like Larry Wheels. Like, he didn't fire up, but that's going off topic. I think you need that, and people just get more excited. If Jordan can hold on, he gets that giant top roll and he leans over, it's like when he beat Mario Tambakis, it was really good. So I think he just takes that, only because I'm betting with my heart on that one. And 1 foot Froda is first of all, he's not allowed to look my wife directly in the eye. He's too bloody handsome. He's a handsome guy. He's probably one of, if not the most exciting super match puller I've seen, where he puts himself in positions. Hopefully Dallas will come on the show a bit later, but I'm going with Froda. I think Froda will be a bit too much for there. So then we've got a Froda, Jordan matchup in the final, and wow, I just have to go all in with Jordan Davis, don't I? I just have to be patriotic, patriotic, and then like if I'm betting with my brain, it's Froda, but if I'm betting with my heart, of course I'm going to go with Jordan Davis.
Well, so much of a battleground comes down to how'd you get through your first match. That's a big factor. And if I look at Froda and Dallas, if it gets the straps, I mean Dallas needs it to get the straps. I think he's strong enough to get it to straps against Froda. So if it goes to straps, Dallas's inside game is rock solid. It's looking better and better, and I don't think that it's an easy win for anyone. I'm not convinced Froda wins that. I think Dallas may have the offensive drive to get through. If he doesn't get through on the first few surges and doesn't close enough fundamentals down and get a press in or something like that, then Froda has the endurance. We know that, and will probably win the long battle. But if that is the case, man, Jordan Davis isn't someone who gets into wars. Jordan Davis tends to clean people up if he's going to win.
Oh, he pulls like he's got a bus to catch. He dresses like he's got a bus to catch, and he pulls like he's got somewhere else to be. He's straight in and out. I'd rather bank with Jordan Davis.
He is a disengaged style arm wrestler. He will. He's not getting power on power. He's like, let's see if your hand and wrist can survive what I'm about to throw at it. And man, like I said, the twist that Jordan puts on your wrist is really something different. His hand size, it's big. He has a bigger hand than Devin Larratt, to give you perspective. They've done it. He has a bigger hand than Devin Larratt. And it's a skinny big hand, which makes it really unique. It's a lot of big hands are thick, but no, Jordan's hand is really skinny. It's like octopus legs wrapping around you and just sucks you back over here, and you think you're good, and then you're not, and then it's like, whoa. I've watched Jordan surprise people constantly. I mean, if you have a look at Derrick, you just got the grip up with Mario Tambakis recently on his little tour, didn't you? Because Jordan stomped Mario last time, like 3 months ago, utterly crushed him. Right-handed, crushed him, and it was like, whoa, look at that! Like, Mario's a strong dude. He's a real strong dude.
Who did Stoica pull at the first Arm Wars? Or the last Arm Wars?
Froda.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he won it 4-3 against Froda. Controversially in that last round.
Yeah.
It's such a bunch of weirdos in that, man. All those guys have these, like, really weird points in their arms. You know what I mean? Like, none of them, like, I think Stoica would be the most, what I would call, well-rounded, normal arm wrestler out of the four people that you mentioned.
Yeah, like, I agree with that.
But because Dallas, I mean, I pulled Jordan, and Jordan was amazing, and I know I'm imagining a similar style he used to have, but I'm guessing just a lot stronger at it now and more explosive. And I remember being shocked at like how much power is coming out of that little skinny ass arm he has. So, like, if Jordan's got a lot stronger, that's crazy, and that could be a huge problem for a lot of people. I know Dallas is so weird to arm wrestle. Everybody that comes across Dallas their first time pulling him, the pressures he puts and how he applies it is super awkward and weird. That a lot of people relate it to how you used to pull, right, in the straps, or how you used to focus on the driving back and the rotating. Yep. And so it's a really weird thing. If you fight that in the wrong way, it can be a real big problem. Now, Froda is, the elbow that never quits, and the digging in with his shoulder, but that works if the guy's going sideways. But if the guy's dragging backways really, really hard in a strap, that could, I feel like that could target Froda's bicep a little bit and really maybe spread out his arm. And then he's kind of a little bit in Dallas's game. I'm obviously I'm rooting for Dallas. That's my boy. That's my local guy. Then he always cheers for me. So Dallas 100%. But I'm really interested to see how this goes with just all the weird style matchups and how that equals for sure.
I think Jordan has a good opportunity against Stoica because Stoica is a well-rounded guy. I honestly feel like Jordan is usually more vulnerable to guys with a particular ace, a particular strong ace. But the guys that are well-rounded, like I consider myself a well-rounded stylistic guy. The only reason I can handle Jordan on any given day is because I know him so well. But if I came up against Jordan having never felt him before, he would crush me. It'd just be like, oh man, and I've seen it time and time again. When people have never pulled Jordan before, they get crushed. And it takes it takes more than one super match to work out where you got to be. So I think Stoiker is very well rounded. He's explosive. He can pull anywhere. He's got the strength, I'm sure, to pin Jordan Davis. It's just, can he hit that target? Can he identify that lane quick enough? But Jordan is a master of disguise. He is, when we talk about wizardry in arm wrestling, it's one of his best attributes. Is Jordan will subtly lead you down a path that you think is right, and then it's wrong.
He's the strongest prey mantis I know, Jordan Davis. That's for sure. Guys,
the series is winners face winners and losers face losers. Yeah. Is that how it works? Okay.
Yeah. So then if I had winners, so then I've got Stoiker versus Dallas, because then I've got Froda versus Jordan. So then, well, so I think Dallas will be more comfortable because there'll be an actual roof on at Arm Wars. Last time I saw Dallas pull, it was BLM, and the whole bloody tent. Yeah,
the tent was coming down.
I think Dallas is Jordan's worst matchup, to be honest. When I think about stylistically, that it's hard to top roll that.
Well, I don't know. I managed to do it, but
wash all that out. That's all old. Let's talk about it now. Just let's talk about stylistically, because we don't know the.
Well, Jordan and Dallas have pulled. You were there in 2008.
That's what I'm saying.
You bring up a very good point, Derrick, which once, Ryan, you finish talking, I'll bring up. You bring up a very good point, Derrick.
2018, they pulled Dallas's up 2-1. Jordan flash pins Dallas first time they grip. Boom, done. And it was like, okay, out of the way. Dallas then has felt the lane of Jordan, and in the final, Jordan top rolls. Takes his wrist again, but then Dallas digs in and grinds through. Jordan was too casual, expecting to be able to hold, and got surprised with a press. Ooh, okay, it's 1-1. In the final, Jordan takes the hand control again, protects more with his shoulder this time. You can see that Jordan's established a better angle this time, but Dallas starts really driving through, and it was on one of Jordan's attempted hits that Jordan injures his shoulder and then goes down. So if that injury didn't happen, I think they're both redlining for another 10, 15 seconds, and we don't know who wins. But the injury happened, boom, right there, and Jordan was out of action. So I think those guys will be a nasty match if they face. Nasty. I know that Dallas has said to me respectfully of Australian arm wrestling that he said when he was talking to me once upon a time saying, hey, I want a rematch with you, Ryan. And he actually said, I fear Jordan Davis more than I fear you, Ryan. He actually said that. So Jordan should be confident going in.
Beautiful. I'll just quickly read out a super chat from Robert Kelly. Bad luck about your loss, but good to see you on a pay-per-view, Rob. He says, good day, mates. This is a great idea, Jake. Derrick, go crush Tim. Ready, bang! Arm wrestling's #1 catchphrase. But Derrick, you're doing these ones before, and it brings up a very interesting point. You're giving it these ones. That was so yesteryear. That was so the other day. So, which brings up a good point, because every time we talk about Levan versus Devon, everyone's like, well, Devon got crushed by Dennis on the left, rah, rah, rah. So when we talk about data and things like that, when does it stop? So if you've had a loss, Derrick, when do you feel it like that loss doesn't really count anymore when you're talking about your matchup with Tim Bresnan? So if I was talking with Ryan, what do you think of this match? Oh, well, Derrick lost at Zloty such and such year, 2017. There's no chance he can beat Tim. When's the time frame so people can shut up?
I don't think there's a set time frame, because it depends on the person, depends on the work they're putting in. Like if you can see that I'm growing fucking 60 pounds of muscle, and you can see that I'm going to tournaments and I'm moving forward, then it's kind of obvious. But there's some people that might remain static or do the same style training they've always done and might not be moving forward. So the answer could be different depending on the person, because you don't want to say 1 year, then it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, because it's all different depending on the situation, I guess you'd say. Well, if people are being really active, then it's a shorter window.
I would say Jordan and Dallas have both been equally active. That's what I would think. Stylistically, have either of them changed that much? I don't necessarily. I think they're probably both refined, but they still have the same aces that they had before. So therefore, I think it's a fair piece of data to say this is what happened last time. It's probably going to be similar.
Because Dallas's last super match, that was against Craig Tullier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the last time. Yeah, that was still a while ago. Yeah, I was just trying to remember the last time. And Jordan, I only saw Jordan at the state titles against Mario.
Oh, yeah. Mario was his last, yeah. Oh, no, and Fatali Mateo was his last pull.
Officially, I'm not letting any more of my friends go to Utah and have super matches. It's against the rules. Nobody I know, I'm going to talk everybody out. My teammates, Dallas, Mega Mike, none of them are allowed to go to Utah and have any more super matches. They have to leave Utah to come pull anybody I know from now on. Putting my foot down. That's it. No more one strap pull. That's it. I'm out. No one does that. Only Utah does that. One pull on the strap. Only Utah. That's it. My boys aren't going out there anymore. More.
There are weird little nuances that people have in refereeing and that, but yeah, that's a different one. I've never heard of that one strap pulled down on a strap before.
Oh man!
And then if you say, well, it's too loose, they go, oh, you won't come apart. You're good. Say go. That was it. That's what they say. You won't come apart, which is true. Because the argument is, the fundamental argument is, what is the strap there for? Is it to hold you palm to palm, or is it to keep you from slipping apart? That's the argument, right? Some people think it's old school. It holds you palm to palm, so everything's fair. We're in each other's palm. Some people think it's just so you don't fall apart. I don't know. Come up with your own answer, and that would determine how you like the straps.
Yeah. Well, I do have to technically agree with. I think the only purpose is to prevent you from slipping again. But if I wanted a damn tight strap and I had a referee saying that, I'd be like, dude, I'm in a King's move and my opponent's gonna flop press like Jerry and Mike, and it's gonna come apart. So tighten that damn thing up.
All right, a couple of things. We'll get back to straps and reffing. First of all, if you've just tuned in and you're wondering why I've got Ryan, Bowen, and Derrick Smith with me, I'm having a crack at doing a 24-hour world record arm wrestling podcast. If you can, please make sure you get Ryan to 175,000 subs. Get Derrick into double figures when it comes to his subs. What are you sitting at now, Derrick?
Oh, like 8,300 something.
8,000. Both of these guys deserve a lot more. Buy the pay-per-view and, of course, subscribe to the Aussie Armwrestler. I am going for 24 hours, and these gentlemen have joined me at the moment. So if you're wondering why, we've got a live stream happening on all over the world. Josh Barker has come in.
Flex off that Derrick Smith. Come on.
Stop with your low body fat, little guy. Come on. This is not fair.
Oh, Jake, you look at that. Jake looking good, too.
Posty.
Make your forearm dance.
Have you measured how big your forearm's around?
Pumped 16.
Oh, see, I had 19's last time I measured pump.
Oh, 19.
Your guys look like arms, but only smaller. This is like 74 inches. Look at that.
Jake, I know you're all tatted up. Look at you, man. Looking rugged over there.
I got heaps of tattoos. Yeah, got a tattoo on my...
Wait, dude. I might be getting a cool arm wrestling tattoo shortly. I don't want to give it out because I don't want anybody to steal the idea, but me and a couple of my teammates came up with you're going to love it. Everybody's going to love it. You guys are going crazy. It's going to be the coolest tattoo ever. It's going to be an arm wrestling related tattoo.
Not a Devin Larratt version where he tattoos the initials of people that pin him on his pants somewhere.
Wait, does he really? Does he do that?
Pretty sure. That's what he does. Yeah, if you pin Devin Larratt, legit, you get your initials tattooed on his body.
Oh, that's it. When I pin Devin, because I plan to be number one, so that means I'm crossing that road at some point. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait.
You get to pick your site and everything.
Can I pick the font?
No. Look at him. Look at his hands. They're in some really obscure places. These little
Devin's tattoos are wild. Like, I don't know what is going on there. He has it just like everywhere.
I could be wrong, but I swear that I've heard that from Devin.
Devin looks like he's like a kid that found a tattoo gun in his dad's closet and just went crazy with it. Just like crowns and stuff, right? You know?
I'll see. His tattoos I'm waiting for one to jump on his face. A tattoo jump on his face. Josh Barker whipped out a super chat. Thank you very much, Josh. Derrick, you answered it in the comments. He asked how long Derrick's been arm wrestling for, and Derrick's mentioned 11 years. Thank you for answering that. But thank you, Josh Barker, for the super chat and supporting the 24-hour world record. World record arm wrestling podcast. I'm your host, Aussie Armwrestler. We've had people.
Jake, when they sent me to Dubai, though, they did a 24-hour stream.
So what they did a 24-hour stream. I'm doing a 24-hour arm wrestling podcast. I'm glad you brought that up. That's why mine is a world record arm wrestling podcast.
My bad, bro.
We were supporting you on an arm wrestling call-in show.
I was just like, wait, didn't they do 24 hours on that one? I'm trying to.
I love it. I love it.
And one thing why I wanted to do it as well. One, I just wanted to see if I could do the challenge of the 24 hours myself. But two, that helped launch me. So when they got to about 4 or 5 hours in and they're like, oh, damn, we're running out of guests and things like that. I'm sitting there on the bench. I was hassling Gary Roberts. I was hassling Uncle John. I was like, guys, like, I'm here. And then they said, jump on. And then everyone shows that I, can hold my own and things like that. And it launched me. So I was like, one, arm wrestling's growing. So I'm sure we all want to talk about arm wrestling. And two, if anyone comes on, like we had Greg do an awesome Pradeep impersonation. And then we had our man from Bangladesh, which was cool. So if other people want to come on, like you, Ryan and Derrick, you guys like to help, not people that are wanting to get in. I don't want to say lower, I sound like a dick, but help bring people up, bring people up, and that's what I'm hoping this 24 hours does. If it gets a few other people over, and I don't care if they overtake me in the arm wrestling world, like people are going to start channels and beat me. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. They were getting in there, and in 4.5 minutes, we would have clocked over 3 hours.
That's a good chunk already, mate.
Yeah,
that's a good chunk.
You guys.
Right now, what is your level of optimism right now? Where are you? I feel like you need to have like you get your OBS or something out and put a little scale on your little motivation goes green bar, yellow bar, red bar, all this sort of stuff. Where are you now on that scale?
Sky high. I think that's going to be my downfall because I'm pumped. I'm excited. I think it's cool. People in the chat, you guys have jumped on and other people have jumped on. People have tried messaging me personally, but I've got too many things open. It's pretty hard to reply to anyone. But yeah, I'm just excited for it. If people are hanging around, I think that's my energy. That's my cocaine. If people are sticking around, having a laugh, and they're jumping in the comments, and they go off and talk about their own thing, that'll keep me going. I'll be buzzing. But like you've spent a weekend with me, Ryan. I'm a pretty energetic guy. I'm pretty up and about anyway. But to try and maintain that without having any sleep, it'll be very interesting.
Put Sobe on OBS. Just you guys would all be hanging out with me while I surf the internet, just watching arm wrestling videos. I'd be falling asleep watching arm wrestling videos. That's all I do for 24 hours. Just clicking.
Well, yeah. If you need a nap, mate, just keep that live on. You will watch you. We'll watch you have a nap.
Well, if I fall asleep, I'll have to.
Talking about sleep and arm wrestling, I got a question for you all. Do you guys, when you're asleep, do you enact arm wrestling movements in your sleep at any point in time?
No, but Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler has told me that I've commentated in my sleep. She says I have commentated in my sleep.
John, show me that tattoo on your chest before you put that shirt on. I never knew you had a tattoo on your chest. What is that? Before you cover that up. What?
What?
It says fuck up.
It's a hand grenade.
I had no idea you had
It says fuck off.
What? What? Does anybody else know Uncle John has a tattoo that says fuck him with a grenade on top? What?
A lot of people think that a lot of this is fake. This shit ain't fake.
Uncle John has come in with a legit grenade and gone bang on this 24-hour stream.
I'm so happy that you have that. I kept so happy. It makes you the best. It's the best thing in the world.
Wow. You have a grenade that says "fuck 'em." I have my wife's name.
Well, I have the word love on my bicep.
I'm a very serious human, guys. I'm a very serious human. No, that's my ultimate philosophy in life, and it comes from Rambo 3 when they're running from the Russians and they're surrounded by the Russians, and Colonel Troutman goes, "Well, John, what do you think?" And Rambo turns to him and he goes, "Fuck them." And then they go headlong into the Russians, and then they beat all the Russians. So that's how you got to live your life. Fuck
Why
'em.
is that not your motto? I don't understand. Why do you not use that for Uncle John's motto? It's just fuck 'em. And then don't tell me about that tattoo. And when they rip your shirt off, and show the fucking tattoo just as a surprise, like as your anniversary 1 million subscriber special.
I didn't think I could have more of a man crush on you, Uncle John, and then you just go out and it's just leveled up with that. And for those that don't know, Uncle John and I, we do a pro wrestling channel, and we've shared some stories when we're off camera. He's kept that one under his shirt. Oh,
you son of a bitch, man! I can't believe you right now. I'm so jealous. Oh,
There's always something more. There's always something more.
Wow. Well, one of your biggest fans, Uncle John, has come in, and one of Arm Wrestling's biggest fans, Carolyn Looms. Uncle John, you're looking too beefy. Let's get nientias.
I'm going to be the biggest 200-pounder in North America. Mark my words.
This hand. You see this fucking hand?
Yeah.
No one has this hand.
No one has this hand.
Were you happy, Uncle John, with the way the Arm Wars video come out?
Oh, I thought it was so good.
Yeah.
It was so good. Like, you know, I can't really ask for much more than what they did with it. I mean, to be the fuck you guy is, you know, nothing short of a dream come true. And, you know, for the most part, people were very positive and receptive of the character and the kind of the combination of the act, but, you know, also the reality of the situation. And it was great. And it just makes me so much more excited for Iron House.
I can't wait for the verbal tennis now, because whenever you pin someone, you have to say it. You have to scream at them, fuck you. And then if you get pinned, well, they're just going to return serve. You've done it now. It's awesome.
Yeah,
there's always that awkward. Go ahead. There's always that awkward moment where you're strapped up with someone and they pin you. You're like, get this fucking thing off my arm. Get it off. Get me away from him. This shit. Just trying to pull away.
I just want to ask because I got three of my favourite people here in the chat. So I'm going to ask the comment section while we all have a chat. We're going to play Arm Wrestling's favourite game, guys. But you that are watching the stream, I want you to tell me in the comments. Pin one, lose one, get rid of one. Your options are Ryan Bowen, Derrick Smith, and Uncle John. I want you all to tell me in the comments why.
As if I'm not going to get the piss off answer on this. I'm going to get that for sure.
Wow.
With Carolyn Looms in there, I'm gone.
Oh, Carolyn's not a fan of you, Ryan? Oh, Carolyn's awesome.
Oh, no.
So get in there, subscribe to all of these channels, subscribe to Uncle John and I's pro wrestling channel, become members for all of our channel, throw money at us so we don't have to go to work. I'm a postie now. I don't want to be a postie anymore. I want to be in Ryan's position and just get paid to make videos. That'd be the best. And my wife keeps telling me, she keeps saying, just have 3 months at home and have a real crack at it. And every day I go to work and I'm like, that is so tempting.
Man, come to Brisbane, spend 3 months with me in Brisbane, and I'll help you with that, and we'll pump it out and we'll get you there. Offers there.
Wow.
Dedicated to the Aussie Armwrestler channel, we'll get it there. I seriously think 3 months we could. If you went hard 3 months, you could do it. You really could.
This is sexy. Wow. That better not make a delusional video to think that the Aussie Armwrestler could be a full-time podcast, YouTuber, things like that. Don't be silly. But looking
honestly,
in the comments, Ryan.
Yeah.
First of all, Savage Armwrestling says he's pissing off Uncle John.
Why?
I don't know. Fox 8 Ball, he's pinning you, Ryan. Yeah, Savage Armwrestler. Sorry, piss off Uncle John.
Everybody wants to pin me. The fuck? It's the traps. I got you guys. It's the traps.
Well, when you're 9'5".
Yeah, pinning Derrick's going to be a givey credibility thing. That's for sure. Pinning me right now doesn't get you that much credibility. Apparently, I'm no good. So no point in pinning me.
Yeah, I got two questions. That reminds me. I got two questions. I got one for all three of you, and then one for Ryan. So first one for Ryan while we're on topic. Ryan, for everybody says the most common argument I hear in terms of you versus RBJ is once Lachlan lost to Toddzilla, links to the chain. Tadzilla or RBJ's kind of close to Tadzilla. They destroyed Lachlan. Lachlan destroyed you. Therefore, you get destroyed by RBJ. So, what's your answer to that whole connection?
I think it's a fair and valid connection if in a basic sense, but there's a few factors that make that not so reliable. And two of those factors are the weight. So that was a big Todd Hutchins, and it's a current. If it was a big RVJ versus a big me, I think I'd be more so in trouble. But we're talking 210 pounds. So RVJ's currently got to go to Weight Watchers and start losing some pounds because he's been eating too many donuts, and he's got to drop 20 pounds for this match. So we're going to see we're going to see the genuine middleweight RVJ again. So I'm a genuine middleweight. I'm not a heavyweight. So if I was pulling in that just be whatever you want, yeah, it's back against the wall stuff for me. But at 210 pounds, it's a very different story. And the other side of things is just styles make matches. I mean, it really is the case. Just because A beats B and B beats C doesn't mean that C can't beat A. So it's just the way that it goes. And RVJ is vulnerable in areas that I can attack in that other people couldn't. So it doesn't really worry me. I get it in a basic sense, but no, there's many factors. Like I said, Rob's already imploding, so the story's already happening. It's already started.
I think I've mended a friendship. Carolyn Loom says she does like you, Ryan, when you're on your best behaviour. That's
thank you. Love you.
In all seriousness, she's a rock star. She's really, really awesome. So you
guys? I got a question for all of you. What percentage of your followers are female in your YouTube channels?
Carolyn.
I got two. I got Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and Carolyn.
Oh, there you go.
So you don't know your actual stats if you actually look at it? I think I'm at about 3.7% females.
Yeah, well, mine says
That's my good looks. Says 0. Does it really?
I'll double check right again. But
I'm checking right now.
Okay. While you guys are checking, I want to pose my one question here real quick.
Yeah.
We all wear many hats. All of us obviously have multiple hats that we do. You know, fathers, husbands, boyfriends, arm wrestlers, YouTube creators, whatever. Your arm wrestling competitor hat and your YouTuber hat. What percentage do you guys put? How much brain power in a day do you put towards those two given things? How do you juggle those? What do you put more effort into? What do you find yourself thinking and worrying about more? Your training in your career as an arm wrestler or YouTube, and kind of justify it, I guess.
Mine's a very easy answer. First of all, Ryan, 1.3% of my 2,400.
Nice. So I got 3. I'm 3.7%. I'm doing well with the ladies.
So Karen,
I was 0.6. They don't like me.
I'm not fast at checking.
So Derek, to answer your question, it would probably be 90% YouTuber, 10% arm wrestling. Because why mine such an easy answer? One, I'm an elite talker. I'm not an elite puller. I can't straighten my left arm. I need 2 hip replacements. My back needs realigning. I've got chronic tendonitis in my left Achilles. Arthritis in my hand. What's yours say, Derek?
0% women, 100% male. This is a testosterone-driven channel. Carolyn, are you not subscribed? Or I don't understand. How do I have 0% females in my channel? It says 100% males. Anyway, sorry. Keep going.
But yeah, my body is absolutely cooked. It's cooked. My specialists, my doctors all tell me to stop arm wrestling. But I feel like, one, I just love training because I used to play Aussie rules footy and run across the country and whatnot. So I love training and I love competing. And sometimes it can be hard giving, like we all like Pradeep, but the one thing that everyone gets stuck into him is like, oh, you never arm wrestle and things like that. So your opinion doesn't matter, which is another argument in itself. So yeah, I will train and try and get stronger, and because I got to look good for Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and for my baby daughter when she's born. But yeah, I genuinely, I can't stop thinking about Ryan's offer. I am genuinely, if I can wake up in the morning, go to the gym, make people smile with content, and be able to make a little bit more than what I am now, enough to pay some bills, that's my dream. I want people when they sit there and they go, right, King of the Table 10, we have to have Neil and the Aussie Armwrestler. We have to have those two, and we'll invite a third. That's my goal. Your goal's to be number one. I want to do that in the commentary world.
All right. Ryan?
For me, I feel like it's very 50-50. I'm all in on both. I really am. And that's been consistent from the very beginning. I set myself 2 mission statements. I said I want to become an elite arm wrestler, and the business side of it was I want to facilitate the growth of the sport to allow as many arm wrestlers as possible to call it a career. So I want to be able to reinvest into sport. I want to get the channel to a point where I can host big money tournaments and big money everything, and sponsor more channels and help the sport bring real money. So I'm very much invested in that. I've had lots of people. It's interesting if I look back and think about times in my 9 years. I think my arm wrestling ability got ahead of my commentating, and then my commentating went ahead of my arm wrestling, and then it kind of caught up. And where I'm at right now, I think my YouTubing is doing slightly better than my arm wrestling at the moment in terms of its impact, due to the fact that I haven't been able to pull outside of Australia for 2 years, and I've had good success with the channel and growing and all sorts of stuff. But my love for them are equal. I really do love my job. It's freaking amazing that I get to just wake up whenever the hell I want to wake up. And I start thinking about arm wrestling and start thinking, what content can I create? And I check forums and see who's bitching about what, and see who Uncle John's putting in their place. And then I'm like, there's a good idea for a video, and then we roll with it. So, or whether it's out bicep curling, Rob Vigent, whatever, doesn't matter. It's good fun.
I find it so hard to even look at John right now. I feel like he's radiating intensity. And it's hard for me even to glance his way. That the light is so bright right now. All right, John, give us.
I feel like waking up Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler and going, was it Uncle John that made you pregnant? Were you watching when we were filming together? And did Uncle John just look at you and go, right, you give my friend baby now? And then she, like that. I'll just quickly, before you answer Uncle John, Karen looms again. Ryan, if you're going to beat Levan in 4.5 years, when will you get past Uncle John and beat him?
I actually would genuinely like to, at some stage, have a left-hand super match with Uncle John. I think it's somewhere in the future. Just makes sense to me.
You left-handed? Are you kidding me, Ryan? That left-handed match? Are you kidding me?
Hey,
lefty?
The better question: what's the closer outcome of a match? Ryan versus RVJ right-handed, or Ryan versus Uncle John right-handed? Which match actually ends up closer?
Oh, I think right-handed Ryan throws you across the table. But left-handed, I think you truck him, John. I think you truck him.
I didn't know how good John is. I'm watching, but I don't know the guys. When I watch you pull arm wars, I've never gripped with any of those guys before. So I don't know. I'm waiting for you to touch someone I know. Then I'll be like, oh, shit, okay. Yeah, there's that.
I announced on Wednesday that March 12th, Winter Blast, I got a left-handed match with Jason Merlot.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you're Jason Merlot level left hand, then okay, I can see it.
It's a stretch for me, right? Jason's real good. Really good.
That's a good old arm wrestler right there. All right.
So that will at least give us a clue as to, like, am I even close to top 5 in North America, or where does that lie? But as far as Derrick's question about percentage percentage training, I would say since Arm Wars came back, mine has shifted to like 75% to training, right? Like I'm in so much better shape than I've ever been in my entire life right now. Like I'm waking up at 198 pounds, just like first time in my life I have some abs going on and, all this shit. So it's all fallen into place for me. I'm enjoying the training. I'm doing a lot of it. And now, like the rest of us, I haven't been able to do much of anything over the last 2 years. So now that I can, I'm trying to prove myself, right? Because I've spent 2 years talking about all this shit. I have to go out, I have to compete, and I have to win, and I have to be impressive in order, because I think that's important for me moving forward as someone who people come to information for, right? I want to be a legit arm wrestler and be able to say, well, I'm legit because of A, B, C, D, E, F, whoever.
All right. Yeah, not bad. I do that left hand match is going to be good, but I reckon we might have to start a bit of a GoFundMe. How much would it cost, Uncle John, for you to get a tattoo saying this fucking hand?
I don't know about that, but I just emailed a tattoo place to start. I'm going to do a full right arm sleeve.
Oh, wow.
Thing. Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild.
Actually, this is brilliant. Right. Probably got 3 of the best people. I think Coach would probably be another one. I saw a meme the other day, and by the time I was ready to reply, I think the 3 of you, I at least know Uncle John and Ryan were commenting on this. I'm not sure if I saw you, Derrick, in there, but the meme was someone cracked the whoopsie. Someone was having a big sook that YouTubers were getting super matches. And like it was a pipe pouring water into something, and it was like YouTube.
Oh, I saw that. I didn't comment. I saw it though. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and the real arm wrestlers were getting up the
real arm wrestlers, and I was like, hang on, like Uncle John's just come on, and we've just realised he's got a grenade tattooed on his chest. When you saw him at Arm Wars or watched the Arm Wars video, once again we spoke about characters and that before earlier. But like you're invested in that. I think that whoever put that out was just garbage. That's just piss poor form, crybaby sort of stuff. Like just sitting on their hands, waiting for something to happen. I'm like, if I'm
that's because they're all a bunch of loser communists.
Yeah.
G'day.
Look, if you just want opportunities given to you, go somewhere where they spread out all of the wealth. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It doesn't matter what your skill set is. You just get it for fucking free, right? That's not what we're doing here. This is the real world.
I love it.
If you want it, you fucking go and get it. I'm so sick of this stupid fucking bullshit. Sorry, I'm trying to keep but if you think because someone else is making videos and working hard and promoting themselves that they don't deserve a match, get fucked. You're a fucking commie.
Yeah.
Well said. I've been criticised for saying go and enjoy your welfare check as well. When I've had people criticise the same thing, I can't like it when it's coming from fans. I think, what on earth do you want about it? Just get over it. When it comes from arm wrestlers, occasionally it comes from one of those people you put in the category of real arm wrestlers. You think, oh man, gee, you're getting this wrong. Don't be bitter and twisted. Just get off your ass and make something of it. Because the real arm wrestlers, they've got 2 choices. They can either wait for the big leagues to come back, and then they can go through their system and get some spotlight again, or they can get off their ass and build a brand and do what we're doing. But don't, in the meantime, whinge about it. It's a load of shit.
Oh.
It totally is.
It's this misconception that the best matches are always the matches with the best guys. Like you can only the best arm wrestlers should be highlighted. The best, physically and mentally, and that's great. But here's how it really works. The better you are at arm wrestling, the less you need to work on everything else, right? Because you're so good that you don't need like Vitaly, right? Vitaly doesn't do a ton of stuff online, but he's so goddamn good that he's always in the conversation. If you're not that good at arm wrestling, you can raise your stock by having a personality. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying it is what it is. When promoters are looking for people, they're not looking for dumbass, boring people. They're looking for exciting people who can control a crowd, command a crowd. Sit down when you're done in the gym and learn how to speak to a camera, for God's sake. That's step 1.
fucking love you right now, John. I am so turned. I'm at such a man. My nipples are so
like
hard.
I'm on Harry Met Sally. I just feel like turning to the waiter and go, I'll have what Uncle John's having, please.
Wait, what was the name? What was your name on stage? It wasn't Uncle John. It was what'd you call yourself? Bad John or like Evil John?
Evil Uncle John.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a real. Are you starting to turn that corner, huh?
Some things just grind my gears, and like for a long time, I was like, I don't want to make people upset. Here's the deal: people are upset all the time for all reasons, no matter what. No matter what I do, somebody's always calling me up and saying, "John, you shouldn't say this." Fuck everyone. I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, and that's
does your mum watch your videos, Uncle John?
I sent my mom the video for the Arm Wars video, right? I sent her that, and I'm like, well, what did you think? And she's like, well, you're definitely playing more of the Thompson side of the family in this video. She's just like, distances herself from me immediately.
Well, I've just got to do Ryan Dragon, one of my bangers. He's just gone bang. First of all, he's got a cool name. Like I feel like he's like the sidekick of the main 80s action cop star. He's bloody, it's awesome. And let me just, here we go. Good luck, Derrick, Ryan, and Uncle John on upcoming matches. Can't believe I went 45 years without knowing about this sport. Thank you all for the entertainment each and every week. Thank you, Ryan Dragon, you big ledge, for that massive super chat. And I want to get back to all these sooks in a minute, but I just saw an interesting comment. Savage Arm Wrestling, he's based out of Japan, I believe. They don't let you arm wrestle in tournaments if you've got tattoos.
Ooh. Sounds like I won't be going over there any fucking time soon.
Yeah.
Oh, I got this one.
What about surely the Yakuza Mafia has an arm wrestling tournament? They're all tatted up.
Well,
sure.
Yeah, they can do what they bloody want.
Uncle John's a bad guy anyway, so he's just arm wrestling that tournament.
but yeah, it's I think what and then Ryan, thank you so much, Ryan. It really helps. You're just a genuine superstar, and hopefully later on in the chat, mate, you jump on, and so I can thank you personally. That's very, very nice of you. Laurie Cole did the same sort of super chat at the start of the stream. Thank you very much. But yeah,
someone called you before coffee, John. Pre-coffee, John.
This is that's
the mark of the beast.
And this beautiful pound for pound winding.
Oh, look at that! Very nice. Goat spinner.
Yep, you got it.
And my man Tony Goodman has said it perfectly. Uncle John has turned heel. That's what's happened these last couple of months, because your channel's grown, and with growing comes more negativity. Same with the sport, and it's starting to annoy me. But yeah, you've just heel turned, big swerve. You've just gone heel. You've had enough of being nice, Uncle John, for a while, and now it's just, you know what? Everyone just over there's a big bag of dicks. Go help yourselves.
From my perspective, right? Oh, okay. Let me get this out real quick. My perspective, John was super, super nice and new into it and wanted to impress everybody at first, grow the channel. Then he started, he's been around for a while, like as long as me and Ryan have, and I know those things were in the back of his head. And then they were starting to come a little more out, and then Cobra got a hold of him and was like, close your hand on a motherfucker. And then he really started getting his, I started seeing this look in John's eye each time I saw him after that with Cobra, like, yeah, these motherfuckers are plotting on me. Start getting that little twinge in his eye. And then now it's just like the full cascade is coming. This is great.
Well, it just seemed, in the past, I've probably it's just the story of me coming into my own and figuring out how to exist publicly on YouTube, right? Because there is a little process to that, and it's really easy to take things, too close to the heart and then let it bug you too much, right? And I've just learned now that I'm not letting that happen anymore. It's just too much of a waste of time. I have no, out of the 100% of people that watch my stuff, what percent of those people say negative things, which is very low, and of what percent of those people are legitimate arm wrestlers who I give a fuck about, which is 0%. 0% of those people are anyone who has any actual knowledge about arm wrestling. So I just have started to say, I don't really care. And, when people say things, I'll often just say the opposite, just for fun.
Well, yeah. You've got to. It's the best. Yeah,
Devil's advocate, right?
I've been getting, like, I try and be active on all the Facebooks and all that, and there's just so many, it's impossible. But boy, oh boy, do people have a whinge. They really, I wish I got them in Kris Kringle, because I would buy them a hand mirror so they can take a good look at themselves and just really cheer up. Because arm wrestling, we have taken, especially in the last 2 years when there was no arm wrestling, and a lot of us put in some hard work to keep people interested in arm wrestling. That's right. You can give everyone a big double bird and things like that.
Double birdie.
I took old arm wrestling videos, gave them a ready bang and things like that, and people will help me out. And then I would get people on the show and talk about old stuff. So people are just like constantly whinging that they're not getting a shot or it's not happening for them. I'm a big fan of make the opportunity. Don't wait for an opportunity. And yeah, I think people just need to just pull their heads in and just go, you know what? I think I message you, Ryan, almost once a week and say, I'm really enjoying all these people hating on you. And, I have it with my morning coffee and I just picture them melting and things like that. And then now we just need Derrick to turn heel because you're the nice one to everyone. I've still yet to hear a bad word about Derrick Smith.
Oh, they're out there. Oh wait, no, people just predict I lose. I don't get a lot of hate. Yeah, as a person, like on me, not too much. Not too much of that. No.
What's your subscriber number? You said 8,000.
Yeah, like 8,300 somewhere in there.
You're very close to the point. I swear, my first 10,000 subs, I had so much support. It would be so rare to hear anything negative, and then by the time I was at 20K, it was like, oh man, the haters have arrived. So it's coming. It's coming. Trust me.
I just keep thinking and I know Ryan's going to kill me for saying this. Actually, all three of you guys are way better at YouTube than I am. But I can't get over the fact that Devin Larratt grew his channel to what it grew to with the worst quality phone and the worst editing ever. And it goes to show that if people want to hear what you have to say or put out, you can make it. So I'm trying to do the shortcut, right? I'm trying to get a better YouTube. I'm trying to just become number one. So then everybody will just subscribe to my channel once I'm number one. You know what I mean? Just because I'm number one.
Yeah.
YouTube as an arm wrestler is a combination of your ability on YouTube multiplied by your ability on the table. And so Devin had the very significant ability on the table. So he didn't have to put that much effort in for it to grow the way it did. And combined with his his low budget stuff, is so appealing in its own sense because we love seeing Devin look off into the stars and take 10 seconds to think about the next thought before he comes with it, because that's interesting stuff anyway. And so Devin's got a unique and powerful formula, but yeah, it's YouTube ability multiplied by arm wrestling ability.
Yeah, it certainly helps. That's why I think it would have been a lot harder if I started YouTube, say now, than the start of COVID, because your Matt Masks, your Devons and everyone, they weren't on YouTube. Jerry Caderet, Travis Spagen and all that. And so I was like being able to be the more entertaining side of it. And now that they're all coming on, like I'm lucky that I'm still around.
I'll tell you who's my favorite YouTuber in terms of their journey as a YouTuber. It's Pradeep. I freaking love Pradeep's journey. What he's done from his part of the world, he has developed a really strong brand. He's consistent. His earnings are doing well. Everything about Pradeep, I love that he's constantly improving, and he's happy to represent his brand as himself. He doesn't try to be anyone else. He's been super consistent, and because of that consistency, he's just grown on all of us. No matter what, he's part of the sport now.
Pradeep,
did we all have problems with Pradeep?
He won me over. For more, it was more. I really thought he was boring when I first come across his channel. He mentioned, like, when I had my first podcast, I was like, oh, this dude's mentioned me on his channel. It's cool. And I was like, oh, yeah, whatever. But I kept an eye on it because there was something. I thought, I'm not really interested. But then, like, after getting to know Pradeep and having some chats with him and things like that, I appreciate his hustle. Like, he watches everything.
Everything.
Everything. If we've all done a live stream, he will watch it and things like that. So then I was like, then he'll pop up a video, and if I've got, you know, a spare few minutes, then I'll try and watch it, like I do with most videos. And I'm like, you know what? You know, the guy probably will sleep not as much, or he'll set his alarm and check his. I picture him like setting his alarm in the middle of the night and checking his phone just in case. Okay, nothing yet. I'll go back to bed and things like that. He's won me over big time, and I'm like you, Ryan. I'm a big fan of Pradeep.
I feel like everybody had a problem with Pradeep at one point, though. I feel like everybody had a problem with him at some point.
I had a run-in with him.
I did. We had straight up arguments on Facebook Messenger like that. Like it was bad for a while.
I haven't had a run-in. We've actually been very nice to each other. But
fine, Jake, we get it. You're great.
No, I've got a problem with Ryan Bowen. My first problem. I'm 3.5 hours into a 24 live stream, and you just come on cordially and disparage the good goddamn name of the Aussie Armwrestler by saying that someone else is your favourite YouTuber during my 24-hour marathon.
I tell you, Pradeep is right now is pretty much the only channel that I actually watch. It's pretty much
put it down to one reason. RVJ hates him, and that's why he loves Pradeep.
That's probably
he made a comment recently, and RVJ and him agreed on something. They shook hands recently.
Oh,
that was big. Did anybody see that comment from Jeremiah CH?
Jeremiah.
Go ahead and yeah.
When Pradeep gets a haircut and dressed up, I'll call him Pradrip. What?
Yeah,
Is that one?
Drip. Drip. We get it. Never mind. Is that a North American thing? Is that not dripping? Like dripping with heat? Dripping? No.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Like I've heard guys called Johnny Drip Drip, but I don't understand what that means. Like, what does it mean actually?
There's a stripper at my work named Drip. I mean, it just means like you're dripping with swag and confidence. It's like it's oozing off you. Or you can be like dressed up real nice and like your drip, you know, your ice and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
It is a North American thing.
Hey, actually, on topic, when people ask about like why I haven't turned to this heel, I have actually some kids like watch my show a lot, and they're like trying to become arm wrestlers and stuff. And people watch with some people watch with their kids and stuff. And they actually message me and they're like, "Hey, oh man, you really had to go there." Like, and I posted one time, I posted a picture on my Instagram of me at work with a stripper. I was at work and she was in her little bikini thing, and then it was just a picture, and I got like 4 messages about from people saying like, that's pretty inappropriate, Derrick, for all of us that follow you. And I'm like, my mom does follow, and my daughter will look every once in a while. And I'm just like, all right. I can tell it's not a big deal.
I can see that. For me, don't watch my channel. Like, if you don't want it, watch it. It's not like I was doing the similar type of thing. People were like, oh, this is the place where you can come and Uncle John doesn't swear. And then I'm like, well, that's pretty boring. So, yeah. I
remember that maybe it was only 2 months ago or whatever it was. It wasn't long ago that I just remembered tuning in and watching an episode of your from your YouTube channel, Uncle John. And you just somewhere in there, you said, fuck off, just to something. And I'm just like, all of a sudden, my enjoyment factor just went through the roof when you told someone to fuck off. It was you were reviewing Arm Wrestling Uncensored or something. Yeah. Oh, it was great.
I'll grab some water. I'll grab water real quick.
I went the total opposite, because when I first started, I didn't know what was going to happen. So when I was doing podcasts, like I was telling Justin Bishop that I didn't even like him when I first saw him and things like that. I was like, I hated you, man, and fuck this and fuck, you know, this, that, and the other. But then when Steve Kaplan emailed me, he's like, man, I like your videos and things like that. Then I was like, oh, I could have a chance here at WIL. So I cut it all out. I'm like, I'm no one-trick pony. And then people were sending me like from 2 years ago, like the videos I would do for them, like someone sliding my DMs, and in like 30 seconds, I was dropping the F word like 9 times, and I was like, that's too much. Like I'm trying too hard to get that Bogan accent over. So yeah, I completely went the opposite. I was F there and F that, rah rah, and because I was like when Steve emailed me because I thought it was a cease and desist, but it wasn't. He was, I thought, and then I was like, oh man, I'd love to come work for you. He's like, oh, we might do a WAL after hours show with you. And I was like, oh, that means I got to cut out my swearing.
Yeah, good pickup.
So it's all awesome. So Uncle John, Arm Wars, you big bad grenade tattooing son of a gun. Ho, ho, ho. We are pumped. When do you leave?
So I'll be leaving from here on Wednesday of next week, and then I get into the UK on Thursday morning. Then I think I'm getting met by James Statham, the director and filmer, and then we are going to the big. It's like basically they've rented a mansion house type of thing out in the middle of nowhere, and there's like 18, 20 of us that are all staying in the house. We're going to film in the house. There's no audience. There's nobody allowed. I'll be able to film a lot of background stuff. But then the video is like everybody's going to have to sign off to say, you know, we're not going to leak the results, anything like that. And then they'll all come out on the Arm Wars channel. And to me, it's a very different way of doing things than what we've been used to lately. But I think it will be effective with the level of quality. Like, god damn, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good.
How you gonna hold? It's going to be so hard because in both ways, like, it's hard. So if you go out there and you just absolutely pound everyone and you show them your hand and you've won your super match and you've won the battleground, it's yeah, that's got to be the new Uncle John logo. Then
yeah, can you make a shirt like this?
Yes.
Then like, it's hard for you not to come back or accidentally drop hints on your show or smile when someone does it.
Practicing. So ask me what happened. So let's pretend it's 2 weeks from now and you ask me. Go ahead and ask me.
Alrighty. Uncle John, man, Arm Wars is over. I've absolutely loved it. How did you go in your battleground? Did you take the biscuits?
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. I have no independent recollection of Arm Wars Iron House. Thank you. That's all you're going to get from me.
It'd be hard because even if you lose, like the testosterone part of you be like, I don't care. The video's going to be crap because I lost anyway. Yeah, I lost. Whatever. You know, it'd be. I wonder.
Go ahead. I gotta just remind me to ask this question afterwards.
No, ask it. I was just like, I wonder how. I'm very intrigued to see how people can hold it together.
So the thing that I'm kind of wondering from a YouTube perspective is what you guys think about what's the best way to promote the match? Because like I've promoted the match a little bit so far. I've done an interview with Maynard. I've been on with Neil, but nobody's going to see the match probably for at least another month or two, right? So what do you guys think is a good way that, you know, win, lose, or draw, that I can promote the match leading up to the actual release of the video? When I know the answer already. I already know what's going to happen, but I still want to promote it more leading up to it. Do you guys have any ideas? I'm just kind of like, I'm gonna be filming a lot.
Let me interrogate you on a live, and I will do my best to see. I'll try to guess. I'll try to put a prediction of the match based on my interrogation of you, and we'll see how close I get in the end.
That would be good. That would be cool. I like that. Like the lives I think are good. I'm gonna hold video that I shoot. I'm gonna hold it back and then show background, like what was going on in the background, like before the match, all that stuff, and then release that then. It's just a new way, right? It's hard to promote like before, but also after / during,
Yeah.
Because if you
you can't give-
overhype it, they'll be like, oh, well, Uncle John got whooped or something like that. Yeah, because everyone's going to be watching every inch of that, of your body language, of your smile. Oh, Uncle John doesn't usually talk like that. Maybe he lost and things like that. I'm just going to do an Arm Wars spoiler video and just try and guess them all.
Well, you certainly could. I think that's good. But let me be clear. To all the other guys in the house, I swear to God, if anybody reveals any of the information, I will come to the house and I will be punching for face. I don't care who you are.
Well, that's what I said to Jordan Davis. I said, Jordan was over here the other day training with me, his last sort of heavy training session. And he was telling me about the same thing, about how he got to sign contracts that they're not going to say shit. And I'm like, Jordan, every time I see you when you get home, I'm gonna look in your eyes and ask you,
Dude,
did you win?
The same thing when I have Dallas. When I see Dallas, I'm finding out what happened. I guarantee. We know too many people. I guarantee.
And I said, Jordan, I can read you. I can fucking read you. And when I look you in the eye and ask you that question, you are not going to be able to keep it from me. And he's
Guys, let me set the scene, and I will show you how we can officially break the internet. Jordan Davis is the last person to pull on the card. Jordan Davis has watched all the matches and then goes out and accidentally sets up his phone and records his battleground match, and he ends up winning. He comes back and he was supposed to send it to his lovely fiance or wife. I think they're married now. Anyway, she's a lovely person. But actually accidentally sends it to Ryan Bowen.
Oh, jeez, don't do that.
All of a sudden, 2 days after Arm Wars, we have a breakdown of Arm Wars on Ryan's channel. I think the internet officially breaks. I think the world will swallow itself and we will enter a new realm of the Matrix in this one. If that
I can't think of a time where that actually worked, where no one actually talked about a match and it was actually secret for as long as it should have been. I don't think it's ever worked in arm wrestling. Not to my knowledge, that I remember.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All I know is that when that happens and Ryan does that, I want to be on the fix that weekend. That'll be a good one.
Oh my God. Neil would kill you.
I reckon if I just release a video titled The Breakdown Jordan Davis v fucking Stoica Bogdan, Neil will have a heart attack just when he presses play on that, and it'll just be me saying psych or something like that.
Oh, you did like a 35-second hype video, black and white, flashing, zoom in, zoom out, fade in, fade out, and then it's just you afterwards going, hey, got ya. Oh, that would be, I reckon.
But I look forward to the fun of Jordan not telling me, because I know Jordan won't tell me, but I really look forward to the fun of interrogating him constantly for 3 months or whatever it is before the match comes out, and then placing bets on whether I think he won or lost, and then getting to see the match unfold and seeing if I was right. I reckon I can draw it all out of him. I can't wait.
So wait, so how does the staking go then? So you stake, and if they win, you just don't know if you won for 3 months?
I don't think they're doing staking on this one, to my knowledge.
Good point, Derek. Because you're like, oh, everyone signed the secrecy. We don't know how Uncle John went. And then you check your phone, you're like, well, I do. I got paid.
Yeah, I won. I just won money, so...
I got my money. So, I'll make a video. That's... That's awesome. Just having a look through some of the comments, because we've just banged on a fair bit without going through the comments. First of all, if you don't know why we're here, we are 3 3/4 hours into a 24-hour world record arm wrestling podcast with your host, the Aussie Armwrestler, and I am joined by 3 of my favourite people who have really just jumped in early and just tried to steer the ship in the right direction before, in a few hours' time, I lose my brain. I will be here for the whole 24 hours, and of course, I've got my Patriot, Ryan, the Blueprint, Blue Balls, Bowen, dominating life. We've got the Bresnan beater in Derrick Smith, the friendliest giant, who, Derrick, I think you could actually host a very good arm wrestling kids show. I think you've got that face, that persona. All right.
Top rolling for toddlers?
Yeah, something like that. And then, of course, my brother in arms, he is exactly the same person. We've got too many similarities. It actually scares us. Co-host of the Hot Tag as well. And I've got Uncle John here. So I'm absolutely loving life at the moment. I couldn't have asked for a better start, which is an absolute ripper.
You know, if I could create any podcast show, arm wrestling podcast shows. Sorry, Uncle John, they beat you to the punch there. I would have a Devin Larratt and Travis Bagent show, but Devin Larratt has the ability to press mute on Travis.
That would be good.
I can just imagine. It'd be so good. I'd love it.
Imagine
frustration of Travis.
Who would actually make that show happen? They're both fucking super lazy when it comes to YouTube and shit. Like, who would actually make that? Someone would have to orchestrate that. One of y'all would have to make it happen. One of you guys would have to be the.
No, if Devin just had a button, and every time Travis he goes up. Because the only reason why I think that's so funny, because I think that the whole Barry Bourne thing, and Evan McGoyne was on ArmTV, and he was screaming. And he was shouting, and then you would see Gary mute him, and then you'd see just like Evan's head explode. He's like, and then you could read his mouth. He's like, "Don't you ever mute me, Gary? Don't you?" And it's like, and you can't hear everything. So I could just picture it now, like Devin just holding the button up, and Travis going up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I reckon.
Devin talks so slow. Travis talks so fast. Perfect combo.
Well, then, speaking of Evan, has he got any chance with Schoolboy at East versus West?
No.
One laid back, Derrick's head fell forward. It's like we just pulled the power cord out of him.
I think we're all hoping
down on the treadmill. He's got the tongue sticking in his mouth, like, that's our friend.
I think we all want Evan to win. I think we all want to see that show, at least win one round and just see what comes out of his mouth, what kind of perspires after that. But yeah, I don't know in terms of actually winning the match. Oh man, it was pretty short notice. You know what? I'm cheering for Evan. That's all I'll say. Go Evan. Woo! So leave it at that.
So okay. So without saying it, the four of us are all on the same page. So why was Evan then picked?
I heard he wouldn't stop asking, and I think they wanted in their eyes, a pretty guaranteed win to a guy that's loud and upcoming, or getting in YouTube, upcoming in YouTube.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of why it went. But who knows?
So you just kept chasing it, and then Engen's like, "Well, okay, we'll crush that," and then you're not allowed to talk anymore.
John would know.
Isn't Engen's whole purpose just to embarrass the West?
Well,
No.
You can't say that with a straight face, Derrick.
No, these matches aren't all like. Granted, it's always our top guy versus like the number one guy in the world, but it's whatever. We could say no. We take the matches.
Well,
we ain't scared.
We'll quickly go through them. I've got some of the matches here, and then we'll just do a count, East versus West, who wins, and just the ones that have North Americans in them. So Ron Barth versus F.A. Comic.
I mean,
I'm gonna get a Coke. I'll be back. I'm gonna get a Coke.
Sorry, Derrick. Sorry, what was it?
It's right. Wait, that one's right-handed, right?
I think that's right-handed.
Okay, and I mean, beat Herman pretty effectively.
Yeah.
But I would have Ron over Herman.
Oh, obviously, but yeah, FA
but
is massive.
As convincing as FA over Herman?
I don't think it's as convincing.
And then what else have we got? Zurab versus Jonathan Breeder.
I don't know much about him. Breida, I know is a freaking tank, but I don't know enough about the other guy.
Zurab's a hook puller. He is compact as shit. He shoots in for a hook.
So that's another one for the West. Okay.
Yeah.
Angie Rose versus Anna Gronlund.
That could be a good match, actually. I like Angie Rose. I've seen her pull a lot. She's from Canada originally, so I've commentated her matches at nationals a whole bunch. Really good, but Anna Gronlund, like legit name as well. So that could be a good one, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know their styles. I don't know anything about them in terms of like how they match up.
And everyone in the comments, answer these questions as well. Don't be shy, guys. Hit the algorithm. Make sure you subscribe. Let's hope that the Aussie Armwrestler reaches 3,000. That's the goal. Let's set a goal. I'm at 2,400. Let's get me to 3,000 by the time the 24 hours is up. There's a nice little goal. Get me to 3,000. And then I'll rip off my shirt and I'll draw a grenade on my chest.
Yeah. Has to say fuck them as well.
Fuck them.
We'll get your tip, Uncle John, in this one because I got the guys before. Sandris versus Chance.
Interesting match. I've seen some videos lately that suggest Chance has a far better chance than I originally thought. So they're kind of like step one, look at this match with Sandris, look at this match with this other guy who fought Sandris, and then apply that to Chance. And it seems like Chance might have a good shot at it. But Sandris, I saw him, in person at Reality Check. He's so much bigger than I thought he was. He is a really large man. It's very, very convincing on the table. So that's one of my most looked forward to matches because I like both those guys quite a bit.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so because Rombath is pulling twice, so he's pulling Zurab. So then maybe his match with FA's on the left.
I thought FA's left was injured. I thought.
Was he having two right arm matches then? He's pulling Zurab.
No, I thought FA's left was hurt. Isn't that what he tore? He tore something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Josh Barker, 3,000 subs. If I get the 3,000 subs by the end of this, I'll give away 5 to 10 t-shirts. Not a problem. Just let's get there. Toddzilla versus Jordan Zonev.
Can't go against Todd.
No. So we think, okay, so the West have won one. Where are some others we think Evan might not win? Is that what we're saying? He might not. He might.
Hey, schoolboy's from New York, man. What are you talking about, man? It's West versus West. What are you even talking about? West takes it.
Oh yeah, okay. No. And then we got Monster Michael Todd, Gennady. I know Ryan and I think Monster crushes him. What say you, Derrick and John?
Yeah, I'm on Michael.
Traditionally, it would have been way more closer in my mind and maybe giving an edge to Mike, but right now, Gennady has to get back in my good graces in terms of predicting him to win matches, and so I'll go with Michael.
Beautiful. Thank you to Palin. FA versus Ron is left arm. Thank you for that, mate. I forgot to write down left versus right. And then John Brezink versus Zolev.
Wow, West might really win this. Now that I'm like,
well, if John, Michael Todd, Toddzilla, you've got guaranteed. If Ron picks up a win, yeah.
Do we think that John's power level is where Todzilla's is right now?
That's an interesting conversation. Let's. I'm going to put a poll up. Who would win between John Brezink and Toddzilla right now?
Zolev was convincing against Toddzilla.
Who wins? Toddzilla?
I feel like I was just talking to someone today about pulling Toddzilla, like about even Todd kind of says it, like you can't go around Todd. You got to go through him. You got to go through that elbow or that bicep. You got to pick one. And I think the key, you can try to manipulate his hand as much as you can, but I don't think that's the key to being Todd. Although John will, but even though he'll manipulate the hand and then eventually go through Todd Hutchings' bicep after manipulating the hand. So I think John wins it. That feels insane on John still. That feels wild. So I give it to John still over Toddzilla.
Over Toddzilla. So you think John, what about John versus Zolev at East versus West?
Oh, same thing. I think John has too much hand.
Lovely.
Yeah, historically, I mean, the last time they faced was the Russian A1, 2015, and John was quite a substantial margin ahead of Zoloev then. I think he was a bit heavier than Zoloev at the time, but he was substantially ahead of him then. I don't know. Same weight now. Zoloev is a bigger version of that we've ever seen before. He did just beat Todd Hutchins fairly convincingly. You have to say I feel like it could go either way. I give Zoloev the slight edge, to be honest, based on what I've seen recently. I think John has every tool to take the win, but I think Zoloev has the edge.
Yeah, beautiful. I think, it's good. That one's probably one of the more 50-50 down the middle. I did like Zoloev at the very first East versus West. He had to pull smart. He pulled smart to get through Toddzilla, but when Toddzilla found the stop, we weren't expecting a top roll from Zoloev, and so because of that, I feel John can really make some damage and upset everyone. So then, so we're having two different types of pay-per-views, and we've all been about them. So we saw recently we had the 3 super matches at the Travis Bajan event. We had the 3 super matches here. Now at East versus West, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 match card.
It's huge.
What? Yeah. Oh, it's one of the best cards put together, especially if they can get, Marcio Barbosa got the spicy cough, so he can't go anymore and things like that. But
how long is that card going to take to actually happen?
Well, that's right.
Knowing how long it's taken East vs West to get through 8 matches in the past, we did a 7-hour commentary for an 8 card match, if you recall. So you might be setting up another 24-hour one.
So then I ask you guys, but I also ask everyone watching, if you are running a super match card and you can pick anyone and you're running card, how many matches would you have on your card?
Oh, I was going to say 5 too. You beat me to it, John.
I think no more than 5.
6. 6-minute abs.
You said it.
Just more than theirs.
No, 6-minute abs.
6-minute abs.
I would have 5 would be my limit, but then I would have like 2 people waiting if I had 2 quick flash finishes. So if I had Ryan versus Derrick and Ryan quickly won 3-0, and then I had Uncle John versus me and Uncle John quickly won 3-0, and I'm like, oh, that went really quick, I would have emergency pullers ready to fill in time, and that's how I'd get my 6 match. But I don't think any more than 5 for a super match event. I think, yeah, but this 16 at East versus West, this 16 is going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible.
I got an idea. Check this out. Tell me this is a sick idea. I don't know. I know John and Ryan, sorry, were around when Devin Larratt pulled Oleg Zoke in that tournament. I know you guys I was watching. I don't know if you guys were watching. But the coolest thing about that moment, I don't know if you guys were streaming it, was it was a badass tournament. Devin was looking unstoppable left-handed and super heavyweights, toying with Eric Wolfell. And then Zoke beat everybody, beat John, beat everybody. He was unstoppable. And everybody online and in that fucking building just wanted to see those 2 pull. And then Robert Drake grabbed a sack of money, pulled Devin aside, who was ranked number 1 in the world at the time, and said, you could hear it all like through the mics behind the scenes, like, hey, I'll give you a bunch of money. You guys, everybody wants to see you pull Oleg. And I was like, is Devin really going to risk his number 1 spot in the world, like on a whim against Oleg Zoke? And he said, yeah. And he took the match. And that was the most, I don't think I've ever stood up in my bedroom and screamed like so. I was so excited to see that match go down, to see them on the spot just pull. So what about if you had super matches and you set aside like $3,000 for the exciting match? Of all people that had super matches, literally you just grab 2 of them and be like, all right, $3,000 most exciting match right now, you 2. And like that would be cool. And it, like maybe like a based off like, people voting most exciting 2 people in the day and have them just go at it for like $3,000.
Oh.
Yeah, I love that brings the fans into the decision making process. I think that's awesome. I think they would love that.
That'd be badass, dude. I'd get so hyped because two guys are like, man, that guy looks unstoppable today, but so is that guy. Wonder who would win, and really have them hash it out.
I might have heard something, Ryan, at your battleground with those four young fellas. I heard that there might be a YouTube vote going on there.
100%. Aussie Armwrestler's already ahead of it. Aussie Armwrestler has thrown his hard-earned cash into the ring, and he is sponsoring for the match of the night an extra cash sum of $100 to the People's Choice. So the People's Choice will be voting after we've had this arena match between four phenomenal lightweights here in Brisbane. We're gonna be handing that extra money, courtesy of Aussie Armwrestler, to them. So that's gonna come via a YouTube poll. So I love it, Jake. You're the man.
The Ready Bang match of the night. See, I'm thinking on the same as you, Derek. I like when people have a say. So if you're like, oh, which two do you think, go on the table to win an extra $500? Or if you've got $3,000, I don't know what they're paying over there in LA. You got heaps of money, bloody hell. So I think someone's calling you out, Uncle John. So look, I think I can get Uncle John right-handed soon. Some of y'all got to try and get on Michael Monster Todd's future pay-per-view cards. That's from Joel Cagle.
There's a lot of people out there that are just a little bit away from having a match with Uncle John, and everybody thinks they're just a little bit away. Here's the deal. You can look at Uncle John on his YouTube, and you can be like, oh, look at this nice guy. I bet he's not that big of a deal. But when you get on that table, and I look into your eyes, and I tell you that tomorrow morning, you're going to find me in bed in your house with your girl, and you will tuck me in when you find me there. It's going to be different, son. It's going to be different. You don't want none of that. You do not want to arm wrestle. When Neil calls you up for Arm Wars and says, hey, we want to get you on Arm Wars, buddy, but you got to face Uncle John. You better say fucking no. It is not going to work out for you. Do not accept that match. I am too strong and I'm too psychologically powerful for this universe.
So, Joel, I speak fluent Uncle John, and I can translate that to you. That's no. That's a no. You're not having that right-handed match. Steve Pettis, he's just given.
Also, that the money that can work too. Let me know. Call my people.
I want to see a best of 5 right and left, you and Ryan. I want to see right-handed and left-handed and see who can take their money hand and who wins this. Who can be more dominantly with their money hand.
Like I said, I'm totally down. I feel like it's almost one of those inevitable things that Uncle John and I will grip up at some stage, and there'll be some form of money on the line, and then I'll probably take it home.
We just need to get you out of the country, Ryan. We just I love Australia and I love hanging around, but we got to get you out of the country. We'll talk about that in a minute. Steve Pettis with a $5 super chat. You big legend, Steve. Have you got a question or something, mate? Or you want to jump on? Whatever. Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve, for your support.
Hey,
Steve,
Ryan.
What was that, man?
April.
He's calling it.
Hang on, what? April? You saying me and you in April?
No. I'm saying Steve Pettis is running Michigan State's. That's probably what he's getting in. He runs Michigan State's, and that's where Chance versus Toddzilla is going to happen.
Yeah, awesome.
That'll be a ripper. 67% of the votes think Toddzilla beats today's John Brasink. So
maybe.
That's very interesting. Very, very interesting there. You guys have been around the traps. You guys know about those. I just want to know, and people in the comments, what do you think is better, tournaments or super matches?
Better for what?
That you prefer to pull in.
I'm so hungry for a damn tournament right now. I haven't pulled a tournament since 2019. I've had plenty of super match opportunities. I'm a better super match puller, but oh my goodness, do I want to pull a damn tournament? I let me pull a tournament, please. Zloty, something. I don't care. Just let me pull a damn tournament. So but I like super matches more.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm more excited. The only tournaments that sound exciting to me right now are Zloty and Arnold's. That's it. Other than that, super matches. Like I've done enough tournaments and stuff, and I don't know. I just Zloty and Arnold's are bucket list ones. I mean, I've done Arnold's, but I want to do well at it. I've done it once, but Zloty I've never done, and so I'd really like to do that, and then just super matches.
Super matches. That's it for me. If I could buy on only pulling super matches for the rest of my life, I'd never enter another tournament.
Yeah.
I want to do it all. I want to conquer. I want to. My arm wrestling goal is to be first and foremost. My next and most significant arm wrestling goal that drives me daily is I want to become recognized as a world champion within my weight category. So to do that, I'm very aware I got to go dominate some tournaments. Now, so I'm itching to get into tournaments. Really am.
What's your weight category?
It's 95 kilos.
95. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting.
What's your strongest category for you?
Huh?
Optimal. What's your optimal weight category for you?
For me?
Yeah.
Right now, 90 kg, 198 pounds. That's what I'm like. I'm waking up at 199 right now. So.
Oh, so you guys are. This match could happen. You and Ryan could. You guys are the best. It's not too far off.
Yeah.
Oh,
but there's going to be a long line of lists. I read that contract first, Ryan, and there's going to be no rider, and it's going to be my rules, and it's going to be fully tested, buddy. Full testing.
No risers.
Yeah. Sound like a real good buddy of mine from Brooklyn. Wherever he's from. Where he's from? Is it Brooklyn? No, where is it?
No,
it's bloody
Connecticut. No, it's not Connecticut. He's like.
Somewhere more Boston.
Boston? Is he Boston? He's Boston.
Rob. Bloody Boston Rob.
But make sure if you're here, and while we're here, we are on a 24-hour world record arm wrestling super podcast. I'm your host, the Aussie Armwrestler. I did speak to Heather earlier in the day, and hopefully her and RVJ will come on the show at some stage during the 24 hours. So it'll be good to get the other side of it. A few goals. If I get to 3,000 subscribers, I'll give away a whole bunch of t-shirts. And we are just here for a bit of fun and a bit of laugh. And I'm joined by Ryan Bowen, Derrick Smith, and John Thompson at the moment. We have had some absolute ripper guests. We had Greg from Singapore and Eleanor Q. Was it from Bangladesh?
Bangladesh.
Not going to lie, I don't even know if I should say this out loud, but I had to take my face off camera. When our friend from Bangladesh jumped on the chat, who was it? Just me, Derrick? Were you on with the guy?
Yeah.
From yeah. I was reading the comments, and someone wrote, "It's good that Pradeep joined the chat," and I lost it. I internally lost it. I shouldn't laugh, but I read it and it just caught me off guard, and I had to turn and I had to lean over again. I'm like, I can't believe I'm laughing, but it just came up so quick, and I was like, oh damn! But I found it funny.
Yeah.
It's just comedy.
My top spot so far is John's tattoo. That's my top highlight of this stream so far.
Oh, it's certainly coming. But the main thing is, guys, when I said that we are going for 24 hours, we've hit over the 4-hour mark. A sixth of the way in. Four hours done. We are four hours done on this. I'm joined by 3 of the best in the business on YouTube and 3 of the best doing it on the arm wrestling table. That's why I love asking all of these interesting questions, because you're not really going to get a better insight. You have 3 people that have 10 plus years experience, and when you hear them talk or break down matches, it's not just for YouTube videos. These guys can talk about ways different tendons are playing like guitar strings and how hard people's elbows are and things like that. They will break it down, and we even tried to get predictions before, and if they haven't seen much, they don't know their style. So guys, you as much as you might want to tease these 3 on the YouTube, they actually know what they're really talking about. So thanks for coming.
Whilst we're talking about YouTube, you guys have seen about my video that I talked about changing titles on. You got to have a look at this weird bloody line. What is going on with this video?
I've never had it. I think I cracked the code. So, your original thing was called The Blueprint of Arm Wrestling.
No, the original thing was just called How to Become a Professional Arm Wrestler.
Yeah, and then it was The Blueprint of Arm Wrestling, and then it was John Brazink's Blueprint. I think once
once I put John in it,
it
went up.
I think once you put John's name in.
Have you ever seen
a
shape like that?
That's gone straight up.
And then it's kind of gone flat, then it's gone up again, then it's gone sideways, then it's gone up again. YouTube is doing weird experiments with this video right now.
The new name of my Wednesday streams, guys, is going to be Devin Larratt Stream every Wednesday at 4:30. The Devin Larratt Stream, minus Devin Larratt actually being in the stream.
Yeah. Or just put in brackets, subject card to change.
He is a remarkably searched arm wrestler, isn't he? The term Devin Larratt is in everyone's freaking tags, no matter what the video is about.
Well, it's becoming interesting, and good on him. Like, the dude's got charisma. He's yet to come on the show. I'm not sure why. I love the guy, but he's almost at that stage now where you might not know what basketball is, but you know who Michael Jordan. That's that thing Michael Jordan does. I don't know WWF wrestling. That's that thing Hulk Hogan does. Devin's almost in that category. Arm wrestling. That's that thing that Devin does, isn't it? Like, his status in pop culture, his status outside the arm wrestling world is growing so well. I think it's great. It's great to see that we're getting someone in that category.
Yeah, 100%. I see it all the time here in Australia. I occasionally, maybe once every week or two, will get someone stop me in the street and say, "Hey, you're that arm wrestling dude, aren't you?" And then I'll have a chat with them, and they'll say they're massive fans of Devin Larratt. They just love Devin Larratt. Everyone's Devin. So, yeah, he really has. He's touched all corners of the globe now with his arm wrestling, and he himself has been such a big factor to the growth of our sport, without a doubt.
Oh, absolutely. All he has to do is just get someone on his show and you'll jump up 4,000 subscribers. It's like, all right, I'm going to have Derrick Smith and you skyrocket it. It's great. And I got a little bit sad, though. I was at the gym and had arm wrestling shirt on, and one guy's like, "Oh, do you arm wrestle?" Yeah, I watch heaps of Devin's videos, and I was like, I just had John Brazink on the show, so I was like ready to brag. I was like, "Oh, do you know John Brazink?" And he was like, "Oh, no," and I was like, "Oh."
Well, leading up to their match, like, there was a lot of goat this, goat that, who's the goat, and like I was telling people, like, John will forever be like the longest running. No one's going to beat his, how long he was in the sport and dominant at the level he was at. But I think Devin's like a different type of GOAT in his own right. I don't think anybody's grown the sport or impacted arm wrestling as much as Devin Larratt. Not Larry Wheels, not Juji Mufu, not anything. If you think about Armbet, you think about just his YouTube channel and every place he's gone and pulling Thor and putting things on the map. Like, and honestly, like, that's his goal. Like, there's not many people that love arm wrestling more than Devin, if anyone. And so, like, I don't know. I think that in a lot of ways, Devin is like his own version of a GOAT, like the different type.
Yeah, so the two difference is John Brazink is the GOAT of arm wrestling. Because the GOAT of arm wrestling means in the sport and accomplishments based on competing, he's the GOAT of arm wrestling. Devin is the GOAT arm wrestler. He's the GOAT arm wrestler. What he's been able to do, like you're just saying, the growth of our sport and touch everyone from all over the world. He's the GOAT arm wrestler, while John Brazink is the GOAT of arm wrestling.
Yeah. I want to interrupt this, but Neil just said something. I know there was porno. It said something porno in the word, and then it got message retracted. I saw you might not watch this, or you might watch porno, and then immediately got retracted. I was like, wait, I didn't get to finish reading it. It disappeared so fast.
They're referring to Devin's accidental video that he put out, or what?
What are you talking about, Ryan? What are you talking about, Ryan? What the hell are you talking about? Anyway, back to the chat here.
No
with Neil Pickup in here.
I don't know what you're
Devin's the only
about.
man. Devin's the only man that can get away with that. I think in the arm wrestling community. Oh my goodness.
And he did, and anyway. Anyway, Uncle John, I'm sure you know that our friend Derrick here, you've had Derrick and Tim Breslin on your show, and you had a bit of a chat. Who wins? Who wins this matchup?
Whoa, well, like this is one of those matches where I will be firmly in Derrick Smith's corner, firmly cheering wildly. But when you look at this, I have all faith that Derrick belongs in this match. Tim Breslin you don't sneeze at Tim Breslin. You don't scoff at Tim Breslin. Tim Breslin is a bad mofo, and he's proved that many, many, many times. Now, question is, had a lot of these matches where it's old guard versus new guard. New guard not having that great of a time so far. I think Derrick Smith might be the key to getting inside the castle. He might have that big log, and he's just, boom, he's at the door. He's at the gates. And it's just one man swinging that big honking tree. And we'll see if Tim Breslin can hold the flood of AW Derrick that's coming down.
Yeah.
Love it. Neil Pickups in the chat. He says, you might not love the cock, but you know who the guy with the hat and the towel is. Ready, bang. Now, here's someone that's really had a fair crowd, loving seeing the growth of what Neil's being able to do, the growth of his channel, and just having anyone and everyone on his show, and that fix that you're a part of, Ryan. That's fantastic. Absolutely love everything that Neil's doing, that's for sure. And whether Neil likes it or not, I'm going to be his co-worker one day. Whether he likes it or not, that's what I want. I want to be his co-worker.
Jump on the Zoom, Neil, if you're there. If you're not in the bathroom or something.
Oh, even if you are, we're all we
all need a bit of side tit and back tit action from Neil.
A little side tit and back tit action.
Pull the flood up first. That's all we ask.
I got it. So then, I can't remember, Uncle John. Remind me, what is the other side of your battleground bracket?
All right, so right now things have been up, down, and all around. Right now, left-handed, it's me versus Maynard Nentia's left. Now, there may be more matches left-handed after that, but it's not an official battleground because Neil believes that Maynard and I has the potential to be a ridiculous match. So he wants us to fully focus on killing each other left-handed, and then we'll see from there. Right-handed, I've got a guy by the name of Kieran Morrison. He was the 86 kg British champ this year. So for context, I beat Jason Hill, who placed 5th at that same tournament. So Neil saw what I did against Jason, says, okay, put John against Kieran. We're both top rollers, all top roll. So that's going to be interesting. The other side is Maynard versus James Wall. And both those guys are inside, super duper inside guys. So it should be interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. We've just got a super chat from one Ryan Blue Bowen. He's called me out here. Says, I saw you try and hide a yawn, Jake. Busted.
I saw you had the tooth together.
I did try and catch one in my mouth. I'm not going to lie. I did try and catch one.
That's right.
You didn't have to call me that. You could have just sent me a text, Ryan. Yeah. So.
Mate, you got 20 hours to go, son. What are you going to do?
I'll be fine. Mate, you
need co-hosts.
It means I've just let you three clowns talk too much and I haven't got enough oxygen to my brain. So I need to start going. No,
When they did that fundraiser, John kept Gary alive when they did that fundraiser for me. 24 hours. John kept Gary alive on that whole thing. If John wasn't there, I don't know if Gary would have made it.
Did you do the whole 24 hours, John?
I was there about 20 hours. I took a bit of a nap and I needed to train. So I took a little time off, but I was there for most of it.
I would have loved to have seen heel Uncle John back then because I remember jumping on. I jumped on a few times and you could just see in your face, like everyone was talking and you're like, yeah, I'm just sitting here and you're like, I just don't really like life at the moment, but I'm just going to be polite. It's a fundraiser for Derrick and I'm tired and this, that and the other. So just if it was heel Uncle John and someone was annoying you or bothering you, you could be like, you know what, Derrick, shut the fuck up. I've had enough. Shut your face and go just talk about something else. No one cares about Barry Bourne and things like that.
That was a great stream. It brought a lot of us together, which I'm sure you probably already talked about it, but you know, a big reason why live streams kicked off this last year the way they did, I believe, was because of that 24-hour live stream. And we had so many people on that people started to realize, oh, we can do this. Like we can do this effectively, often. And now there's not a day that goes by where there isn't a live stream in the community, right?
Well, yeah.
So
there was that, and I'll tell you the other reason why in a moment. Neil's just said, I'm planning, if Jake would still like me to. Of course you absolute pillock. Coming on for 30 minutes to an hour or so in about 3.5 hours time from now. Let me know if that would work. Of course it would work, Neil. It'll be about 5 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'll need that nice little injection of side tit. Of course it'll work for me. The second reason, Uncle John, because I always call you the OG of lives. That live stream was good, but you were always doing Uncle John after dark and things like that. The second reason, or the main reason why I think every single person does a live stream, it almost becomes their main source of YouTube income. Yeah.
It's much easier to get super chats than it is to make money from views and clicks.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and that's not to say I don't do live streams to get money, but it helps a lot.
Yeah.
Right? It helps quite a bit for a guy like me who, you know, I've experimented with a lot of different type of videos, and some of them have been very successful. Some of them have not. Unfortunately, a lot of the videos I do that have been successful are the ones that I don't really like to make. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, because at the end of the day, if I don't like what I'm doing, I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Right. So all my content is really right now based more off of what I like to do, because I'm training so hard. Like I'm training 4 to 5 hours a day, most days, and just trying, you know, so hard to become a legitimate puller and be seen as a legitimate puller that I just don't have the time to do things that I don't want to do. Right. So that's where it is for me. I don't know how I got on that, but
no, it's good. 4 to 5 hours a day. You're a pro athlete, mate. You're absolutely destroying it. I'll tell you one of my favorite, speaking of live streams, one of my favorite live streams whenever I can to watch is Derrick's. Only because I see Derrick's mind losing control, because Derrick wants to read every comment. He wants to
lose. I am in control of my chat room. What are you talking about? I dictate that shit.
Oh, you'll be sitting there and you'll be like, okay, cool. I'll jump on the 2. Yep. Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll probably beat Tim in a best of 5. Okay, that's come in. Oh, beautiful. Aussie Armwrestler's come in. Thanks, you big ledge. Yep. We just spoke about that. I'm going to be 10%. Oh, Ryan Bowen's in the chat. And then I'm watching it, then like sometimes there might be a little roll and like 30 messages coming in a row and you're just like, oh, okay, yep, and you'll fix your hat and you're like, yep, cool, and I'm going to go, and then you're like, okay, yeah, and I'm watching you scroll back and I'm like...
It's fun, it keeps it interesting. I'll find a little gem, I'll calm down for a little gem, something I want to talk about. Okay, yeah, actually I want to talk about that for a minute, and I'll hit on that. But hey, I'm telling those live streams I started at Larry when I was out in Dubai, that like, dude, I don't know, man. That opened my eyes to a lot of it. Like, that was crazy. The ones I was doing in the hotel room every night when I was there, that was crazy live streams. That was, I didn't know all that was possible.
There's one. Larry's booked himself again, which surely right he should do. King of the Table 3 he's pulling at. I like it. You know, if you're going to run your own event, may as well have another match. And he's pulling his good mate. What's his name?
Khaled.
Khaled.
Was he pulling Khaled?
He's pulling.
It's
Khaled.
like it's official, or last I saw they mentioned maybe it's official.
Yeah, so
I
that's
thought it was
it.
good.
Sorry,
Okay.
Neil Pickup's just thrown out a challenge. He goes, whoever does the biggest super chat to the Aussie Arm Wrestlers channel whilst Neil is on the show will get one-of-a-kind personalised Arm Wars Iron House shirt.
There you go. That's a sweet deal.
I might super chat. I want an Arm Wars Aussie Arm Wrestler shirt.
Well, you had a $50 super chat earlier. Remember that? I don't remember who did it. But
It's
you
got
had
to be whilst Neil's on. Whilst Neil's
No,
on.
when Neil
Oh,
comes
when
on,
Neil's on,
you got to
yeah.
do it there. And then Neil said he'll match all super chats while he's on. He just messaged me in the.
Oh, nice.
No. No. So yeah, okay. So Larry Wheels, Larry's pulling Khaled, and at one stage Khaled was the most strongest
He was the
wrestler in the
next world
world, and
champion.
Ryan, you were coaching him, and it all kicked off with this man. Is it a good match for Larry?
No, it's a guaranteed win for Larry. Larry needs to win. He's chosen his victim. He knows he can beat him in straps. He knows he'll lose to him outside of straps, but he knows there's an auto strap rule at King of the Table. So he's going to get strapped up and he's going to win. And he knows he's going to win. And he's doing that because he needs it. And Khaled, he knows, also has the marketing hype because it's Khaled. And we saw what happened last time Khaled pulled. He got lots of attention. So that's why it's happening. It's a win. And it's a good attention grabber.
I don't know. Why doesn't Larry just choose someone that arm wrestles like him and just say he's a little bit stronger than? And just stop giving people these chances where, oh, he kind of has a King's move. He kind of has an insanely powerful hand, one of the strongest hands in the world. Like, just pull that Leonidas dude who arm wrestles like you, and hopefully you're a little stronger than, and then just like, dude, I swear, if Colin just manipulates Larry's hand and beats him, I'm like, why? Just Larry pick someone like that pulls like you and just go through them. But like, you're picking these guys that are like your counters. They're like because Colin, hopefully, I mean, I'm assuming by then he's trained some arm wrestling at least for a little bit, and like he's gonna learn how to do that and he has the strength to manipulate that hand. And dude, he's so strong. I went out there and I pulled with Colin. His hand is super strong. I don't know how much stronger Larry's gotten and all that stuff, but dude, it's no joke. It's so no joke.
I'm there once again. Carolyn Looms is just a rock star. She's gone $40. Uncle John rocks with a $40 super chat. That's very nice of you, Carolyn. You dead set legend. James Statham is in the chat. Sorry, Aussie, you'll need more than a third place trophy before you get on an Arm Wars table. Oh no, I just wanted to be on an Arm Wars t-shirt, Jason. James. Keep calling him Jason. Jason Statham. No, I just wanted to be on a shirt. I am going to commentate with Neil. That's my goal. I'm going to wear you down like a wet blanket, James. I've heard nothing but nice things about you, so but my trophy would make a lot of money if I put it up for a match. But thanks for popping in, James. You do incredible stuff, mate. You can't call it any other way. You do dead set incredible stuff with that production team there. John, you got to see it firsthand. It's second to none.
Amazing. Hey, I got something to say about Khaled and Larry, too. Well, more about Larry.
Yeah, I want to go back to that.
So, tell me what you guys think, because I think Larry's problem, like Larry is obviously incredibly strong. Larry has come a very long way. But I personally have yet to see one single solitary ounce of intensity from him at the table. He is completely devoid of intensity. Is this on purpose? Is he just not comfortable getting a little amped up? Does he feel like it's going to take why? Why does he not ramp up at all?
We spoke about this. Go, Derrick, jump in. You've spent time with him.
I can speak for myself. It took me a while to find that, to turn that on. It definitely took me years before I was confident enough and I wasn't overthinking, especially running like multiple thousands of dollars of my own money into the production and everything like that. I'm sure it's hard to turn that on. Now, he might not have it in him. He might not just be that guy ever. But I understand if right now he's not. You know what I mean? Because it took me a while.
Yeah.
I had that match one of my first tournament. I was pumped up like crazy. It was against Alfred Corker. I don't know if you know Alfred, Jake, of course. Yeah. But I got a match against him and I beat Alfred and I went psycho. First tournament, first match. I was pumped. So I don't know. Maybe maybe that's not not his fabric. I don't know, but I do agree that if he was to bring it out, it would help him. Like he needs to slap that table or something and just fire up a bit and just. But it is hard to do that when you're fucking nervous that you're going to keep on losing because you've lost everything so far, and if you feel a little shut down in the setup or something like that, those demons get in your head and you start to doubt, and it just all crumbles. So it's hard to fire up when you're crumbling. So I don't know. Larry needs a win. I think he's going to get it this time. I think he's chosen an opponent that he knows he can win against.
I did see the youth in Larry Wheels during that Brandon Allen match, like not being able, like you could see he was defeated mentally and things like that. We spoke about it a bit, Uncle John, during our commentary, because he's still a young man, so he wasn't sure what to do when Brandon's there, like it's all over, even when he was losing, and that really got into Larry, and Larry ended up, just breaking down and and falling apart. So. Look, I hope Larry wins. I don't know what will happen if he does lose.
I know what'll happen. Then he will be downgraded to my level, and then I'm the next match.
Oh, Uncle John wants a loss for Larry. Yes.
I'd actually like that. I'd like to see you and Larry. That'd be good. You and Larry left hand would be mega.
And
it would use.
Speaking of mega, Carolyn Looms is just emptying her pockets. She's sticking up for you now, Derek. You're getting a bit soppy in the chat. She's done another super chat. She says, plus Derek is too damn beefy with your Don Underwood impersonation there. And she comes in again and she goes, Ryan, when can we see some quadratic fist action from you?
All my quadratic fist action is very under the radar right now. I don't want Rob to see any of my quadratic fist work. That is the tool of choice, though, in preparation for the mighty Rob. But yeah, so it's all under wraps at the moment, Carolyn. But as soon as I've won that match, I'll be back public with all the quadratic fist secrets for sure.
I think the key to winning a King of the Table is don't have Saban in your corner.
Yeah, bro, I gotta avoid that. He sent me that quadratic fist. I gotta make sure he stays away when the match is on.
That's got to turn into Hulk hands and say no. You go over, talk to him. Go over and talk to him.
Rob.
So Uncle John brings up a very good point. So there's still hope for Larry then if he does it. If he loses, because he can take on some more arm wrestlers or people that may go down another tier, like being relegated in a division and goes down to Uncle John, and that would be awesome. That's just made me really happy. Now I'm kind of hoping Larry loses what I don't want him to for what he's done for our sport. Now to have that in my mind and go, you know what, I would pay top dollar, to see that match. Derek and Ryan. Besides, you can't say Uncle John now because that's just a great answer. What happens for Larry either side of the coin? He loses to Khalid. What happens then? Everyone in the chat as well. Everyone in the chat, let me know.
Larry needs to host a King of the Table tournament and just participate in it. That's what as an arm wrestler, he needs tournaments. He needs to have some real easy wins. He needs to then face a guy that is too good, puts him in the B draw. Then he needs to have some tough wins. And then he needs to lose in a battle to someone, all on the same afternoon. He needs to experience that 500 times, and then he'll be ready to dominate the world. But that's what he needs. He needs tournaments.
Yeah, I can't. I've literally been racking my brain right now thinking of a time where someone's ever had so many eyes on them while going into a new sport. Like, I feel so bad for Larry that he can't just go compete in some kind of random thing. The only thing I can think of, wait, what'd you just say?
Michael Jordan in baseball.
Wow, that's exactly what I was thinking. That was the only time I could think of where someone went to a new sport and they had a lot of eyes on them. But that was kind of before my time as well. I mean, I was like a little kid. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just feel for him that he can't just go to a local tournament, get dusted, not a big deal. All right, train up for the next one. It's not everything's a huge deal. Everything like massive. So Larry needs to get like a wig and like a mustache and like a disguise and like move to the United States and just go do hidden tournaments or something. But I still think I think his channel would be awesome if he was in a situation where there's a lot of tournaments. Just go, even if you get blasted, and then another tournament next weekend, another tournament next week. Like as much as your body can handle it, fuck it. Just go do a year of just murdering yourself, even of taking L's all over the place. Still be fun to watch. People will be with your growth. And he has the money where you can just travel and do a tournament every fucking weekend. You know what I mean? Like, just do it. Just get it out of the way. Just go have a rough year of competing. I'd be down. I'd watch the whole thing. See who he wins against, who he loses to.
And if he does that, I'm just going to swap chairs. You guys go. I'm just swapping chairs.
Oh, you didn't pick a comfy chair?
Yeah, but it's really hot in my garage, so I've saturated it. So I want a dry chair.
I'm probably about to hop off. It's 6:30. I'm about to work. I still have to sleep, wake up, go to the gym, do some more blood flow stuff.
Oh.
I might come back on tomorrow. I mean, I want to. So much I have to sleep.
No, man.
But,
everyone's got to do what they got to do. I appreciate everyone's time, whether it's 20 minutes or 2, 4, 10 hours, whatever. I'm in this for the long haul, and good to see everyone jumping in. Going back to Larry and Khaled, I don't think Larry's in a very win-win situation. If he loses, everyone's going to get stuck into him and give him all the advice in the world. Neil, pick up with a good answer. He said Brock Lesnar, UFC. Yeah, very good pickup, Neil. Ha! Well, I thought it was a fun pun, you idiots. But then if he wins, I think everyone will just be like, well, you know what? He beat Khaled. So what? You know. So then if he does, let's play devil's advocate. We'll go around the room. He goes bang and wins. Who does he pull after that?
Danny Tesh.
Danny comes out of retirement.
we find Danny Tesh and bring him back for a match with Larry. Who wouldn't watch that shit? Who wouldn't watch that shit? And Danny is a real arm wrestler. So it's not pulling a sideshow act. Danny's real. He's just retired, and the coming back version of Danny would probably be a freaking great match. Danny would go into the hook with him. We know that.
But only arm wrestlers would be interested in that. No one knows who Danny Tesh is outside of.
But that doesn't matter. Larry's got enough of a draw on himself that it's going to be a good audience no matter what. I think Larry's always trying to combine the best, get the maximum score out of the situation with marketing value and arm wrestling value as well. I think that Danny would be good enough for him because all of the arm wrestling commentary team of the world, us four and everyone else, we would hype Danny up so much for that. The storyline behind that, Danny's somehow become one of the most famous arm wrestlers in the world without even showing.
Neil, it's 100% because of Neil pickup. I mean,
Neil did a fantastic job.
Let's be serious.
I think
Neil's
I think, speaking of analytics and stats, I think I looked it up, and in the history of Danny Tesh's life, I think he said 14 words in his whole life.
Yeah. Everyone that ever came to Australia for a visit, Justin Bishop, Devin Laird, Ron Barth, Matt Mask, all these guys, they were all like, does Danny not like me or something? What's going? Everyone who meets Danny thinks that they think that Danny hates him, but it's no, Danny doesn't talk to anyone.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he's really grateful that you're here. He just doesn't talk to anyone.
I learned that Arnold's 2019. I went up and said hi to Danny, and he just looked at me, and I think he may have pinched his lips together. He didn't really say anything, and I was like keen because I'd seen Danny pull, and I was new to it, all super excited. And then I went home and my brother was like, oh, did you have a chat with Danny Tesh? And I was like, man, fuck that guy. Like, doesn't want to talk to me? Nah. And then, I went back the next day and I just saw him and I was like, oh, okay. And then I was watching his body language and he was engaged in your conversation. He's just not a talker. And then I went back, after the Saturday and I said to my brother, I said, nah, Danny's all right. He's just a very quiet guy.
But the more realistic answer, if it's not Danny, because it's not. Let's be honest, it's not going to be Danny.
No.
Larry, I think, needs to pull. If it's going to be another super match, he needs to pull someone in his weight category. So he shouldn't go a lightweight that's a killer, because that's not a good experience for him. Even though the power balance might work out well, the lightweight that's experienced is going to throw all sorts of freaking kitchen sinks at him and wizardry and dark arts that he's going to get confused and risk looking stupid. I think he needs to pull someone in his weight category that's just low to mid pack and just like, I don't know.
He needs to pull someone lighter. He needs to pull Miller Lights, some Bud Lights, some Carlton Dries.
What about someone like Jonathan Larber? Pull Jonathan Larber. He would snap Jonathan Larber. I'm sure of it, but
I think he goes for, like, I heard that Lawless guy, the strongman. I heard he's training for arm wrestling again. I think it'd be something like that for Larry.
Lloyd Christmas wants to give a bit of a shout out. The Dead Set legend, one of your mates there, Derrick. He says, shout out to my boy from Cali.
That's my boy Xavier in the house.
Xavier. I like the name Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dummers, which is good. Do you Don Underwood impersonation again? All right.
Stop doing that. I got trap envy over here.
Where you at?
I gotta go.
Where you at?
I've got to put a couple of mouse traps on my shoulders to try and even match you. But you've opened a can of worms here, Ryan. Neil Pickup is probably going to get us all banned from YouTube now that you've mentioned Danny Tesh. His comments, Daddy's too busy inventing the rainbow and foursomes. And he's the inventor of beer and the blowjob.
Multicolored orgasms.
Hey, Jake, I just wanted to say you've just cracked over the 100 mark on the viewers for the first time we're watching closely. We're at 106 right now.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Nice. Thank you very much. If you don't know why we are here, I just got a good... Yeah, I was having
a good lighting spot.
A squeeze of myself there. If you don't know why we're here, the Aussie Armwrestler, I've lost the plot. I've decided, you know what? I want to have a 24-hour world record arm wrestling podcast. And if anyone wants to jump along, and you have been spoiled for choice so far. For the last couple of hours, I've had three of the best dudes in the business that know how to talk and know how to run a program here. You've got Ryan, the Blueprint, the Blue Balls Bowen, RVJ's best friend. You've got the man that will snap a pair of Tim Bresnan's prescription sunnies in half and crush them in his fingers and then eat them like a pack of Skittles. Dot Underwood, Derrick Smith. Hollywood Dot Underwood, Derrick Smith. And then you've got the man that he's trained, the OG of the live stream. He trains 5 to 6 hours today. He has a grenade tattooed on his chest. He dropped the bombshell on us all, and we've got Uncle John. Guys, this is just all for a bit of fun. As you see, Neil Pickups in the chat. He says he's going to come on a bit later on. I've had a lot of people say that they're going to come on. Whether they do or not, it doesn't matter. It has been unreal. We are 4 hours and 42 minutes into this 24-hour live stream, and it's going a lot better than what I had thought. So I appreciate you guys.
I am a little worried for you, Jake, in these next few hours. I don't know, like Derrick's got to go. I'll be honest, I'm going to bed soon, man. It's like 1 a.m. here. I'm going to bed. Uncle John's probably going to dish you. What are you going to do if you're by yourself?
Man. It's like one of those car rides where you're just getting to like the desert in a long plane with nothing, no bumps, just a single lane. You're just about to hit that by yourself. Let's just see how that Red Bull.
I'm so tuning in at 3:48 a.m. Just as I roll over in bed, I'm just going to turn my phone on just to look at you looking depressed by yourself.
Well, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go set an alarm for the middle of the night. Just roll over. How's he still doing? And just you might see me just climb in here like in bed in Zoom with one eye open. Hey, you still here?
No, it'll be interesting. I'll have to work out Zoom, because I think if I'm by myself, Zoom shuts off after like 40 minutes.
That's bizarre.
Because it shut. Before you guys come on, it just turned off before Ryan came on. Then I had to do a new link and things like that. So, but I'll have a backup camera ready, and yeah, I'll have the droopy eyes. I might get short with people a bit later on, but hey, we're almost 5 hours in, and a lot of people in the comments. They'll keep me going. They're all fantastic. So. It's gonna be, it's gonna be fun. I mean, there is so. If you think of all the arm wars, you think all the East versus West. We've got Derrick versus Tim, Mike Allo versus Corey West, Matt Mast versus Lars Rabakin, Todd versus Chance. All the king of the tables that haven't even touched on. You got Monster Michael Todd stuff going on with his new pay-per-view stuff. I want to talk about calling people out, pay-per-views. Where's Arm Wrestling Head? Why Todd Hudgins crushed Australia's dreams. I want to talk about weight classes. The WAL, too many 3-0s and 6-0s. I can talk about arm wrestling by myself for ages. And if anyone comes on, I'll just say that Derrick called him an idiot, and then they can call Derrick out, and that'll just get me through a couple of more hours. It'll be easy.
Oh, you got a plan.
What's that?
You got a plan. I like it.
Yeah, I had some notes there just in case no one wanted to come on, because I was like, oh, it'd be cool and things like that, but everyone's busy and whatnot. So I was like, well, if no one comes on, what do you just sit there and juggle?
You guys ever go over to like a new girlfriend's house or something like that, and you go inside the house, you're hanging out, and you're meeting the parents, and the girlfriend's there, and then she has this like giant dog, right? That's like the most mean-looking evil dog that's just staring at the side of your face. You're trying not to make eye contact with that dog. You're trying to focus on the parents and the girl. That's John right now staring through this screen at me on the side of my head. The intensity coming from John's eyeballs. I can't even look at this man. He's so intense when he lifts weights. It's like Jesus just came back. It's just blinding. I can't even look at John.
Just the glory.
Yeah. Like 40 minutes ago or so, there was a question in the chat.
Yeah.
And I've been like, it's been sitting in my brain because they wanted me to ask Ryan it. A guy named Henry Bowers asked about your boy Jordan Davis predicting on the Neil Pickup show that RVJ would destroy you, and your thoughts on it.
I didn't see it. But if that's what Jordan believes, then he's just like the majority of people. Like I said, I acknowledge that on paper RVJ has achieved way more than me. But that just doesn't mean that it's not possible for me to get the victory, and I'm not fearful at all to go hunting for it. So I think anyone who goes out there and says I'm the favorite and likely to win is setting themselves up for their own delusional series. But the reality of it is, it's not impossible that I get this victory, and I'm very good at finding a way to beat someone that is stronger than me. I've done it many, many times. If you look at the matches that I've been balanced in, and they're always with opponents that are physically stronger than me. So I think my rate of execution on the table makes up for the lack of strength that I have in relation to RVJ. And when we bring RVJ back down, when we get him off those donut diet that he's on and get him back down to 210 pounds, he's going to become a whole lot more human relative to me. And anything is possible. Anything is possible. Look at the crowd of people we got coming in here. Oh, my goodness.
Gentlemen, what's up? So I'm going to try and just fix up my little Zoom screen here, just so it makes it a bit, everyone's fit.
But yeah, also, if Jordan Davis disses me too bad, I'm just going to tell Stoker exactly what he has to do to beat him. Because Jordan don't want any of this. Trust me, you don't want it. I've asked many times, and he's always said, "No, I'm not ready."
That is hilarious. Alrighty, we've got two. I'm just trying to fix my screen on OBS here so everyone gets enough camera time for jumping in. Okay, 2 new people have joined in. That takes my guests up to 9 so far for the stream. We will start with Pettis. Talk to me, mate. Who are you?
Steve Pettis, I'm good.
Oh, Stevie with the super chat running Michigan State and things like that. Awesome, Steve. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for your support and welcome to a world record live stream. You're now a part of it.
Excellent. I appreciate it.
What's going on, my man? Talk to us.
Not much. I kind of actually wanted to get you guys' thoughts on the Scott Ballinger and Tim Lewis match, left-handed.
Oof.
Ooh.
I've
What,
seen
what is Scott do lately? I haven't seen Scott in a while.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Tim Lewis's stuff, so I would immediately lean to Tim Lewis.
So Scott, he's around 230-ish, I believe, right now. He won Michigan State last year. He's taken home a couple of our gorillas that we give out. His father is legendary Bill Ballinger from Indiana, right? So Scott's bigger, right? I think my personal opinion is maybe as a promoter, I probably shouldn't go that route and stay impartial as a promoter, but I think it'll be a good match. Scott's probably a little bit faster than Tim, but maybe John can.
Yeah. So if Scott is as good as he has always been, because Scott Ballinger has some very impressive victories on his record, and if he is that good, and like he's 230 pounds now, like the last time I saw Scott, I think he was closer to 200 at the Arnold's. He was pulling 98s, I think. So if he's that big, and if he is faster than Tim, it's probably going to be a long day for Tim, unless Tim can bait him into coming down into that hook. If Tim gets close to the hook, it's going to be tough. Like Tim's got a very, 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 very strong hook, but I don't think Scott's going to want to really go there.
Yeah, I think from knowing Scott, right, I think he's comfortable in the hook. I think that's more where he likes to pull. So it is a very interesting matchup.
So that's will he decide to go arm to arm with him, or will he try to keep it outside?
Yeah. It's interesting. I think it's going to be a good match to see on the undercard of, obviously, Todd and Chance, right? So there should be a couple good matches that we have there that we can see.
Yeah.
By the way, Tim Lewis has the best 10-year transformation in arm wrestling, I think. I met Tim like 10 years ago when I first started, and he was just like this little blobby guy. And now he's like freaking ginormous, jacked, biggest arms probably per body size in arm wrestling.
He was in that
same crew,
Super
right?
Match
King. Right? Nobody's had more super matches than Tim Lewis.
Legitimately, I think he has the most super matches in the history of arm wrestling. I bet you he does. I wonder if he's counted. I hope he has. I think it's a lot.
Well, Timmy,
John, you used to roll with Josh Hanlon and all them, right? And Tim Lewis and Joseph, or what's his name? Joseph?
Yep.
That was your crew.
That was my boys back in the day. So I hung out with Tim quite a few times.
Oh, I think because I've seen more of Tim Lewis, and I didn't realize I knew he had a lot of suit matches. I didn't realize he's had that many where he's there.
Like every other weekend for the last few years. I don't even know how many years now. Just
But Larry Wheels needs to get a bit of Tim Lewis in him and just pull, go around and pull anyone and everyone, and because of
Tim's
that,
bicep is insane.
Yeah,
it's insane. Especially lefty, it's crazy.
Well, quickly before I answer the question, Ryan has just jumped in with another super chat. He goes, "Go to head to bed, fellas. See you in part 2, Jake. Good luck." Thank you very much, Ryan.
Good luck.
Sweet dreams.
I love what you're doing. Hopefully the chat keeps going and you don't hit the doldrums too hard. But anyway, man, thanks for having me on.
Thank you very much. If you don't know, guys, we're into our 24-hour arm wrestling world record arm wrestling podcast here. I'm your host, the Aussie Armwrestler. I have chosen to do this because I'm a lunatic. But thank you, Ryan Bowen, for jumping on. He jumped on for a good, solid 2.5, 3 hours to hang out and have a chat, and he'll be back a bit later on. So for those contacts that are wanting to know when Ryan will be back, it is 1:52 a.m. here in Melbourne. So he's an hour behind. So it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning there. So he'll have a bit of a nap and he'll come on a bit later. Joining me, I've got Derrick Smith, who's been hanging around for a bit. That big ledge, he does the best Don Underwood impersonation. Uncle John from the Uncle John Arm Wrestling Show is just hustling. He's just looking in tremendous shape. And we found out at a good nugget about Uncle John. He has got an unreal tattoo of a grenade that says "fuck him" on his chest. It was the best when he whipped that out. He's going to show us one more time.
Give us a show. Dude.
I got Derrick, right?
It's oh yeah. Look
There
at those.
it
You're
is.
so much
There
more
it
ripped
is.
than
The
me.
double biceps. He's
Yeah.
looking proper
Oh my
thick.
god.
We've got
Dude,
Steve Pettis, who's taking care of the Michigan States. When's that? Is that March, April? And he's got a big suit match with Toddzilla and Chanchura as the main event. We're talking about Scott Ballinger and Tim Lewis. And then a guy that's just been waiting ever so patiently to be introduced and to come on there. He's becoming, I quite like it, is DJ Kotlo from the Arm Wrestling Uncensored. If you don't know Arm Wrestling Uncensored, it is a Facebook group that got banned because they went a bit too uncensored. They just went a bit too far with everything. I found it a bit of fun, but what I do is I really like that DJ Kotlo's come on because I appreciate his hustle. He's trying to promote matches with his friends. He's trying to jump on every show. He's just started doing his own show, promoting matches and having matches and things like that. So I appreciate the hustle. DJ Kotlo, welcome to the 24-hour stream.
What's up, guys? I came in to hopefully release some of these guys. I see Derrick and Uncle John and now Ryan have been going for a couple hours, so figure give them a little break if they want to go to the bathroom, take a piss, go eat a sandwich, whatever, and come in and help out. But appreciate you having me on. Yes, so I have kind of tried to replicate Uncle John's style with the podcast, but focusing on kind of the younger guys, newer guys, maybe some unconventional things. But I think that's a good model to kind of grow the sport as well, because obviously it's working. I see you got 100 in the chat. People are tuning in, so appreciate you having me on. I can't say too long. I got to interview a crazy, most super controversial guy at 9:15 who you may or may not seen so far. So we want to hear what he has to say. William Palmer, if you've seen that guy around at all.
William Palmer.
Yeah, Mr. Palmer.
Steve, he's got to go. Steve, if you're listening, I picked Tim Lewis. Where'd he go? I'll have to read the chat.
He said the boss was calling him. He had a call.
Oh, okay.
What did you guys think of the Tim Lewis Kyle DePue match? Did you think it's going to go that way? 3-0?
Yes. Yeah.
Derrick, what do you think about your buddy Kyle? Do you think he'd do better than that, or what were you expecting? Are you going to hide there?
I can't hide. I'm too big. Tim's a lot. And I was telling Kyle, Tim's a lot. And then Kyle was dead set on trying to hook Tim. And I was like, that's not a good idea to do that. And he's like, well, that's all I've been training because everything's kind of hurt besides that. And I said, well, it's not a good idea regardless. Throw your broken top roll at him, but don't throw a hook at him. And, but yeah, so turned out bad for my boy. Yeah. But I love Kyle DePue, man. That's my boy.
Kyle DePue needs to come to the school of Uncle John, fuck you.
Yeah.
Is what Kyle needs to do.
Yeah, he needs to build a bit of character. Carolyn Looms again says, holy frig, Uncle John, beast, Arm Wars, best kept secret with your double buys and your grenade tattoo.
Carolyn, like, what is going on? I'm right here. Like, what are you, Carolyn, I thought we had no? All right.
She's sharing the love. That's what she does. She loves all things arm wrestling. And in all seriousness, we're all having a laugh. But Carolyn, we all here appreciate what you do for the arm wrestling community. So we're all big fans of yours. Not only are you big fans of ours, but big fans of yours. So DJ Kotlo, you're becoming one of the hardest working people in the arm wrestling world. And I appreciate it. You are. I think it reminds me of a very young Aussie arm wrestler. But when I was first starting, you're sliding in everyone's DMs. You were really big on trying to get the Robert Kelly, Damon Ransom match. And it's like, hey, and it wasn't even trying to get you over. You were trying to get them over. You didn't ask to come on anyone's shows. You're like, can we get these guys on and hype this match up? And I'm going to do this. And, you're really leading the charge on Arm Wrestling Uncensored Reloaded, and now you're entering your own world in the podcast and the interviews and building other arm wrestlers up and things like that. So I believe I've said it to you in a message, and I've said it to Uncle John a few times. I appreciate the hustle that you're doing, mate. I think it's great work.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. And again, some of the stuff I do and say is going to be controversial. I know that people are going to get upset. One topic last night, if you guys saw it, was pay-per-views, right? You're seeing now that the pay-per-view for Ryan Bowen was a success in terms of how it generated cash. But a lot of people said audio sucked. They did a terrible job, blah, blah, blah. But now there's a new model. Obviously, Derrick's going to have a pay-per-view, Michael Todd. And what are people's thoughts on this? I think it's great, but you're hearing some haters come back and say, $4. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Things like that. So I like that the sport is turning more to this model of, generating cash. Hopefully it builds bigger events. But to your point around kind of hyping people up, I think that a lot of arm wrestlers do enough of that for themselves. And for myself, I'm not trying to be the best guy, the elite. I want to have, I think it's fun to pull and have fun, but a lot of guys need that push, right? You need some people behind them to help them give them that push. Joel Allen Cagle was on the other day, and super nice guy. I didn't know much about him, but push those guys, help them. And then once they kind of, get a little bit of momentum, things happen in a good way for them. So to me, it's kind of fun, and I enjoy helping people out. So it's a good time.
Oh, I think it's great. And going to your pay-per-view question, for me, I don't. Well, we did. Who knows now? We're about to hit the 5-hour mark, so it was probably a couple of hours ago. But I don't mind it. I think as arm wrestlers and arm wrestling fans, we have been spoiled for way too long. Way too long. So if we have to pay, if I have one less cup of coffee per week, to pay for the next pay-per-view, that's fine. And if I don't want to pay for the pay-per-view, then I don't pay. I like the way that it's going. I like that, now Derrick can, he either makes the money back he paid for, Tim to come over, or, we help him cover some expenses because, someone like Derrick has done nothing but help arm wrestling. Whether you're the best in the sport or it's your first day, I can bet me bottom dollar Derrick will be the first one to introduce himself, say, hi, Derrick Smith, let's jump on the table. So if I've got to pay $4 to watch Derrick pin Tim, I'll pay $4 and watch Derrick pin Tim. Some of the guys. Where it can be a problem is if you're a promoter, DJ, if you're a promoter and suddenly I'm doing pay-per-views and you're giving me a whole heap of 3-0s, 6-0s, or not, for me, I don't care about production. So as I can see the match, I don't really care because I'm usually doing my own commentary. So as long as I can see, I don't care. But then if arm wrestling grows and there now becomes a choice of which pay-per-view I want to go to, I think it fits. I think it's another nice, healthy competition in the arm wrestling world.
And these pay-per-views can bring a lot of big matches, right? I mean, you can generate enough cash, say $5,000, whatever it is, you can have massive cards. So I think it's a huge step in the right direction. Of course, there's gonna be haters. Oh, I got to pay $5, but like the comment is, just watch it tomorrow on YouTube, right? That's not a hard solution to go around. By the way, Derrick, I tried Chrome again and had not luck getting your pay-per-view. I don't know what the deal is, but I got Chrome on my phone, tried it, didn't see the subscribe or how to set up button. So maybe I'm just stupid or can't figure it out, but
I haven't done. This is like secondhand information. I haven't done it myself. That's just how I was told that there's like a view as desktop option under Chrome, and then you can log in or something. I'd have to. I'll find out more for you. I need to get that figured out then. But yeah, I'm on Reddit, and people were having the same discussion about the pay-per-view thing, and this is kind of the way I broke it down in my mind. If you're a spectator of our sport, and even if you're like a brand new arm wrestler, you're not really deep in the community, then I understand you viewing the pay-per-view purely from a spectator point of view and worrying about the production value and the level and questioning whether your $4, for instance, is worth whatever I'm about to put out. I get that. That makes sense. And to bitch about that and to question where your money's going, that makes sense. As an arm wrestler, though, if you're an arm wrestler and you're in the community and you're deep into it and you are traveling and you are trying to give back to the community that gives back to you, I don't get it. I don't get the complaint really that much. Like, I buy every pay-per-view for everything I can ever buy. And it's my opinion that any money going into this sport is a good thing. If I can give Rustam Babayev fucking $10 and make him help him buy that new car so he looks cooler, so some kid down the street wants to be an arm wrestler, this is money going into the sport. To me, is a great thing. And especially, and I've always said, it's the arm wrestlers' jobs to grow the sport. It's going to be, because we're the ones that love it the most, right? It's going to come down to us pushing it. And so, I don't know, when I hear about arm wrestlers bitching about $4, not even just specifically for my match, but just in general, I'm like, dude, I give it up so easy, all the money, and I feel like we all should. It's our sport. It's what we love. But if you're a spectator and you're not deep in the community, I get it because you're just trying to view and be entertained. I get that. But yeah, from arm wrestlers, I can't even hear that noise from arm wrestlers. I just can't hear it.
Yeah, we got no money. It just drives me insane and things like that. And they're whinging and moaning, and then everyone will jump on my, like Uncle John's been on the last couple of commentaries with me, and most of the time everyone's like, where can I get a free stream? Where can I get a free stream? It's like, dude, like, I reckon if I clean my garage where I am now, I reckon I could find enough for 3 people's pay-per-view, and sponsor some people. It's like, come on, let's not have that short arms, long pockets syndrome. Help it out so we can get more arm wrestling tournaments and more big matches throughout the year. I'm big on this pay-per-view.
Yeah.
I was talking. Go, John.
As far as pay-per-views go, in my opinion, the market will suss out what's going to work and what isn't going to work, right? And that will take a little bit of time, because the other thing that people forget, they look at an arm wrestling pay-per-view and they correlate it to like a CrossFit pay-per-view or some other sport that has bazillions of dollars behind it. We are not there. We are not there. We are not going to be there for a while. So you have to take it as we're in a growing process. There's going to be problems. There's going to be audio issues, because you got to think there's people from all around the world trying to get this thing to work. And there's going to be problems, but it's a good sign overall. And let me be very clear. If you are whining about a $5 pay-per-view, shut the fuck up and go away. You're a pussy and you don't belong here. Get out.
Have one less beer for the week, one less cup of coffee, one less large fries from McDonald's. I don't know. Just, at least now, there's Arm War. Oh, no, Arm War's is filmed privately. You've got Derrick and Tim. You've got East versus West. You got 3 King of the Tables. You got the Monster Michael Todd thing. We already know that now. So start saving your dollars. Start just putting a couple of dollars away every week. You'll have enough for all the pay-per-views.
I'll bet that the Louisiana State Championships will be pay-per-view as well. So you probably in April have to pay for that one, I assume, which again, save another latte there, which hopefully you can. But I think the big thing is how do they eliminate the middleman? So obviously YouTube is the big, motive or technology to do this right now, but I heard there's a big cut there. So if people can kind of navigate a better solution that doesn't take all the cut, we'll do a lot better in this.
I think that the accessibility, like if you go off YouTube, you're just going to lose so many people that you'll lose more than the 30% they're taking. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so easy. It's literally, we're all on YouTube. You just click that little join button. It's there. And if you go to some other website to stream it, you're going to lose a lot of people, I think.
Yeah. And at least we know with YouTube, they can handle the traffic. Look at, was it Dave Chafee versus Levan? Everyone paid money, but you had to go to the PAL website and it crashed and they couldn't get the live stream going. So that's like, I like your idea, DJ, about, cut out the middleman and make a few money. But I think, until you can hit that, I think you only get one shot with a pay-per-view, and if you stuff it up, you're in a lot of trouble for your next one. So if you can just have it on YouTube and you at least guaranteed the stream's going to go and everyone's going to be able to watch it, I think that's your best bet for the time being. But there'll be a way to nut it out, and hopefully other people get involved. But I like the pay-per-view idea. All right, I'm going to start a poll while you guys have a quick chat.
Hey, John, can you see the chat right now, John, or no?
No, I don't have the chat up.
Oh, dude. Brendan Joseph just had an amazing comment that I can't read out loud.
Oh, no.
I wish you could read that. Damn it.
Wait, who was it?
Brendan Joseph.
Let's have a look. Where are you?
Look at this. Look at this side bicep vein, by the way. Look at that.
I see it, bud.
Jacked.
How long ago?
Carolyn, throw some more money at that bicep. Sexiness. So, Jake, I had a question. What's your plan when this if this starts to derail? You don't have anybody joining. There's out of topics. You got a solution when things go silent?
Nothing.
Just gonna ramble, do a dance, sing a song.
Will ever go silent with me, mate. I'm very appreciative that I got you legends on here with me, but I can talk. I came out of the womb talking. I came out and said ready bang, and I was on. I quite enjoy it. I just found out Derrick and I had something in common. Derrick, did you know I did 3 stand-up comedy shows?
Really?
Yep, I gave it a go. Went to 3 open amateur nights.
Hey.
And gave
I never got to the point of performing. I did the stand-up comedy classes with Pauly Shore's sister. Their whole family are comedians. She taught the classes. I did that for it was like 6 months, and then I was working on my set, and I was working with other comedians, and I was going to a lot of shows. But then I actually had to choose between arm wrestling and stand-up comedy, and I was like, I can do stand-up comedy when I'm older. Like, arm wrestling can't really wait. Yeah. So I went arm wrestling route.
Whatever happened to Paul? Whatever happened to Pauly Shore? He was in Encino Man and some of those movies, and then he kind of just fell off the planet.
Because everyone that was 10 years old that thought he was funny grew up, and we became adults. And then we just kind of then that generation raised their kids not to like Pauly Shore. And then he went like proper weird. But I've got like, if you think about it, DJ, when you're saying, if you run out of things to talk about, I just listed everything before. Arm Wars, like all the pay-per-view things, and then, you know, I can talk about my journey in arm wrestling. I got bits and pieces.
We'd run a loop. I was asking, like, if you need to, like, hey, I'll go back to that kind of section again, because a lot of people probably didn't hear it the first, couple hours.
Well, that's what
we always kind of.
I'm kidding myself. There's probably like 3 people in the comments that I reckon would spend the whole 24 hours with me, but no, it's all. And I just love meeting you people, so I'm really glad you came on, mate.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Adam has just come in. He goes, I'm heading to Vegas today, and I was going to lose this anyhow. Here's 30% to our corporate overlords. Bang. Thanks, Adam. You big legend. DJ, got to throw love at Uncle John, smaller dude. Do you feel... Wait, let me read. Carolyn. DJ, got to throw love at Uncle John, smaller dude.
The small version of Uncle John?
Oh, you're the small version of Uncle John. Don't feel bad with the Mountain Dairy.
Uncle John is the small version of Uncle John. DJ is the extra small.
That's the one. Yeah.
Carolyn's coming correct now. That's right. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate you.
Let's see who the small version is right there.
Whoa! Come on, we'll keep it PG out here, man.
All right, I know, right?
Jeez.
So what is this, Devin? DJ, so what's happened? Why did you want to be a part of Arm Wrestling Uncensored? Why did you help create it? What was the thought process behind it all? And why?
Yeah, so I've actually...
If you weren't a part of, like, if you didn't create it, why have you just grabbed it by the balls and gone full throttle?
Yeah, so a lot of things I do, I have a bad habit of this. I'll start something, go hardcore, and then I'll kind of get bored and start something else. So I did this same thing. I run a ticket business on the side, and I did the same model for arm wrestling in the ticket world. Started a big ticket website, Facebook group, grew into a massive following, T-shirts, going after all the executives, and then I plug and played it into arm wrestling. Why this? I mean, because I started arm wrestling, following it, thought it was fun, and thought, hey, there's not a lot of, at least from what I saw, there wasn't a lot of momentum from kind of people really getting engaged on the newer side of things. So I said, I'm going to start something, see how it goes. And it's almost like the more I do it, the more I kind of get invested into it and think it's more fun. Like, what can I do next? And so I was talking to a guy last night. He said, we need to throw a big tournament this year. And he's like, I'll go in half with you. And I'm like, okay, now things are starting to move a little bit and actually make some things happen. Because one thing to have like this group and fun, but now I think we need to take it to the next level and actually have some events and bring a little more seriousness to it as well.
Yeah. Is there any of your regulars in Arm Wrestling Uncensored on Facebook that you've had to kind of like just send them a message on the side and say, man, too far, or just shut up, or have a couple of days off?
Oh, I mean, the one you could probably relate to the latest was the Toddzilla post. I'm sure you guys saw the whole thing with all these women coming out and saying, oh, Todd this, Todd that. And did you guys see this post?
I did.
Wait, what?
What? Okay. Yeah, so
I did say that.
I'm gonna have to run to this podcast with William, but I can jump on later if we can pick it up, or Uncle John if you or Jake want to take it and talk about it. But yeah, it was a hot topic. And I told one of the guys who made the post, I said, Grant Diet, I said, we got to take this down. It's getting a little too much. Like, people are saying Todd's dangerous, Todd's this. I was like, this is too much. And the next day I get a ping saying, I put the post back up. And I'm like, man, that's a little bit much. Like, I know it's uncensored. I know we want to have fun, but to me, that's a little too much of people's characters. So to answer your question, yeah, I reached out and said some of this stuff is too far, but someone told me, you know what, screw you. And I said, all right, we'll see how it goes. And I said, you reap what you sow. So if you're going to like push the limit and you run into these people somewhere and someone wants to knock you out or talk mad shit to you, just be ready for it, because it may happen.
Yeah,
But yeah, that was a wild post if you didn't see it.
Yeah, I saw it. I did the whole double check. I was like, what? Oh, here we go. It's all kicking off now, and then it was kicking off in the comments. I was like, oh damn, here we go. That's gonna go. But that's all right.
And I don't know if you guys saw Todd. Todd responded and he actually handled it well. He responded to somebody and he said, yeah, I'm sorry this happened, but I hope all is well. But it just kept getting worse and worse, and people kept bumping the post to make it even more, put more fire on it. But yeah, I think it's still up out there somewhere.
Oh.
But there was like 4 or 5 women that came forward, almost like this Tiger Woods intervention, saying, "Oh, Todd this, Todd that," and a lot of people defended Todd. They're like, get out of here, get a life. This is not the place for this. You obviously want the D. You're obviously jealous, whatever it is.
Like we won't go too much into it because we love Toddzilla, but. Where was the original post from? Was it on his Facebook or was it, where did it come from?
Yeah, I didn't see that either. It looks like, and obviously this is one thing about Uncensored is it's almost like a news channel, right? You find these clips of gold somewhere hidden and then you push them out to everybody. So I didn't see where it was from. If it was from discussion or some other group, or YouTube. But I asked that question, didn't hear back. But yeah, it's pretty much took that, posted it, and then it just became this big mess. And so you could argue, like, should that be allowed or not? And to one point is like somebody has reposted what somebody said, but then it wasn't like a lie, it wasn't like untrue, but at the same time, it is a little pushing the limit. But that's what we need to do as well. But if the person, like, if Todd would reach out and said, "Take this down," I would have had it taken down right away. But he didn't reach out or didn't seem like he was bothered by it. At least he didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, and sometimes there is a limit, and I thought that was a very fine line of how.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, there's been Uncensored and having a bit of fun, but then I was like, do we really want to? I mean, Derrick's going through his whole Facebook now, deleting everything, so Armwrestling Uncensored doesn't get a hold of it. He's going.
Sorry.
He's like, oh man, they're gonna get rid of everything and things like that. So. Yeah,
it really is like a news. I sometimes think of it as like TMZ, and it's like these little reporters. I can be guilty of it too, like looking for these nuggets where people are going to slip and say something silly in a comment or on YouTube, and then they're going to just expose that and bring it to everyone's attention. And it's not lying or being deceitful, but it's escalating something that could be dramatic or something like that. So to the point of you have to be careful nowadays in social media and everything because people have their phones out, people are videoing, people are looking for screenshots. So anything you say essentially can be used against you, whether you like it or not.
Well, as much as it kind of like I wouldn't say it sucks, but what it does do for the average fan is, say Uncle John's done a 2 hour live stream and things like that, and people just don't have 2 hours today to watch the live stream, but he's flipped the bird off, called out someone and things like that. Like, a lot of you guys are on top of that and then go and clip that out so then people can just watch that 3-4 minute stint of so that's it works. I see a place for it, but sometimes beauty. All right, just reading everyone's chat because you've got to go in a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out. I'll be back later on. Good luck, guys. Good luck, Jake, and gotta go talk to William Palmer. He's a real piece of work, so you'll hear some wild stuff you watch the replay.
Beautiful. Yeah.
All right, guys. See you later.
See you, mate. Come back soon.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm being rude sitting on my phone. I'm too tired. I'm not processing things properly anymore. I gotta go. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Man, thanks for coming on, man. You came on for ages. I wasn't expecting that at all.
I'll try to at some point. I'll try to pop in tomorrow while you're grinding.
I'll try to get absolutely, man.
All right, John, you're a crazy man,
buddy.
It was so fun hanging out with you. Jake, I'll see you later. Best of luck, man. You got this. You got this.
We'll be fine. 5 hours in, we'll be right.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, mate. Carolyn Looms again. He's just like, Todd, can't help it if he's God's gift and women throw themselves at him. That's,
right.
Well, so, we won't talk. Oh, maybe we'll talk about it a little bit. Did you saw the post and everything, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a concerted effort by whoever it is, because I've had a few really brutal comments on my YouTube channel regarding all that stuff. I've just deleted them.
Yeah.
Because for me, I'm not interested in having anything to do with people's private lives.
Nah.
If it's something funny to do with arm wrestling, or they screwed up in arm wrestling, or they did something ridiculous in arm wrestling, then I will, use that. And I think that's fair game. But I don't, I'm an advocate for, because I want to have a private life. I afford other people a chance to have the private life as well. So, what can you do?
Yeah,
he's just going to say fuck you and move on anyway. So there you go.
But still, sometimes I think you just don't need it. Like, these guys do so much, and then for some people to just try and bring up some dirt, I'm not a big fan. Like, I would hate it because, I've been a bit, at the start of this stream, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler was on. We're telling everyone, having a baby girl and all up and about. But then if someone tries to bring up anything that would even remotely jeopardize my marriage, I would be on for young and old. You could sit there and say how I fell off a chair or shit my pants or something like that. Then that's funny, yeah. But yeah, I'm the same. Let's just. Yeah, I like the group. Sometimes they come up with some hilarious stuff and memes. I'm a big fan of the memes, but yeah, I reckon just leave the personal life, and because they're almost at the stage now where they're trying to top each other. Okay, well, I got the Uncle John wears girls' underwear story. Well, I got the Aussie arm wrestler has 4 wives, and I've got the Uncle John and the 4 testicles, and it's like, where does it stop? And then you don't want. Well,
I definitely do have 4 testicles.
Yeah, wow. Sometimes
they're huge too. Huge.
4 massive bloody rockets. Oh, someone else is in the waiting room. Let's have a chat. Let's see who wants to talk to the international YouTube tag team champions of the world. We'll have a jump in. While that's loading up, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in or you wonder what the hell is going on and why the Aussie Arm Wrestler stream is still going, because I am having a go for 24 hours. Now, YouTube only allow me to go for 8 hours, so I'll, at about the 7-hour mark, I will try and hopefully, I don't know if you can let me know, Uncle John, try and set up the next stream so it comes up in the YouTube. Like if I open up a new window or something, I don't know, it might be able to work. But if not...
Sometimes if you have the multiples going at one time, YouTube gets a little upset about it. So you might just need to do like a 5-minute reset or something.
Yeah, it'll take me 2 seconds to start a live and things like that. I got the thumbnail and everything ready. Turn your video on, David. Let's hopefully you get in there. So I'm going for 24 hours... Giving it a crack. Why not? I'm going to set the Arm Wrestling podcast world record, because if you're around for Gary Roberts' one, that was a live stream call-in show. Mine's an Arm Wrestling podcast. There's a difference. And that's why I'm getting my world record and going into the Arm Wrestling Commentators Hall of Fame. But I just thought it was a fun challenge. The support has been great. Everyone's coming on, sticking around. The chat's gone wild. The super chats are great. I would love a super secret personal goal to hit 3,000 subscribers. And
what are you at now?
I can tell you now. I'll have a quick look. I'm at 2,406. Now, David.
It's possible. Possible.
It's possible. Now, David's trying to get in again. What's happening? 2 Davids.
No. There's one David.
Alrighty. Do I remove this David? Remove. Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go. Alright, David. Can you hear us, mate?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why are you sideways?
I don't know. How's that?
That's better. Now, if you can turn your phone, I'm trying to think, because you got the glare from the window wrecking your camera.
Oh, I got you. How's that?
Beautiful. Good. David, mate, welcome to the 24-hour live stream.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on. This is my first. I've never been on a Zoom or anything for anything else either. First time.
Oh, beautiful. Well, I'm glad that Uncle John and I can pop your cherry.
Right on.
Talk
Right
to
on.
us, mate. Talk to us. What you obviously an arm wrestling fan. Tell us your history about arm wrestling.
I arm wrestled a lot as a kid, like way more than most people, through like elementary school, middle school. I always thought my dad was a good arm wrestler. He was strong and stuff. And I was actually, I just found arm wrestling when I was like 32, like competitively. But before I started arm wrestling, I was into like more like calisthenics, and there's a American TV show called American Ninja Warrior, stuff like that. And I actually I tore my medial common flexor tendon doing that kind of stuff. And so I've had this tear ever since I started arm wrestling. So I've been arm wrestling like 3 years. I've had this tear going on and back and forth and whatnot. Finally got an MRI like 2 months ago, and had a reattachment surgery. So I'm eager to get back to arm wrestling again. I'm having to arm wrestle left-handed because the right is still on restriction.
Mate, left hand is the only hand. I'm the world champ. Oh, here we go. So a couple of super chats. Rob Vigent Jr., the 3 letters of doom with a 19.99 super chat. You big legend. Much love. Best of luck hitting your sub goal. We will hit you up later on. Yeah, Rob and Heather are going to jump on the show, which is fantastic. They've always shown the Aussie Arm Wrestler love. So I really appreciate that. The 3 letters of doom. Get in there, subscribe to his channel. Rob's funny as hell, and Heather's great to talk to as well. If you're ever wanting to get Rob on your show, you go through Heather, and they're awesome together. Thank you very much for your generosity. And then Rob Kelly, the big ledge, he comes in with a $5 super chat, and he says, David Ebers, is that how you say your last name?
Yeah.
David Ebers is a monster. He is top 5 in North America, weight classes 138 to 176. Are you a monster, David?
I think he's exaggerating.
Uncle John,
I'm about the top spot in 154 in Oklahoma. There's a guy named Jim Coyle from Oklahoma, and me and him are like battle back and forth, but I've been beating him more than he's been beating me lately. But, yeah.
John, have you heard of David?
Thumb ripper.
Yeah, Jim Coyle. Hey, how do I make it where I show everybody at the same time?
Swipe to the left. Other way.
Oh, okay.
You see everyone now?
Yeah, I'm good.
Beautiful. Uncle John, have you heard of David? This is the first time I've met David.
David, I don't know David. I know Jim Coyle. I've pulled with Jim Coyle before. Jim Coyle is what I would call a thumb breaker arm wrestler. He grabs onto your thumb. He locks your thumb in place. And like, if he gets what he wants with you, it's a painful situation.
So what?
Yeah, he gives a lot of people problems. It took me a long time. It took me like 2 years to beat him the first time. Yeah. He has a really strong hand.
If you're beating Jim, you're on your way.
Yeah, beautiful. So what is your goal, David? You're in the arm wrestling. Do you have a goal? Are you just enjoying competing competitively? Are you like Uncle Johnny wants to be the Arm Wars champion and the #1 spot, and he's looking jacked. So have you got a goal at all?
I just want to see, I want to be more competitive. I want to be, so I'm from Oklahoma with Robert Kelly here in my state, just like 30 miles away. And of course, Jeff Hale, which he's getting a little bigger now. He's getting a little heavier, but I would like to be competitive with Jeff Hale. I'd like to be competitive at that, I don't really know if I have the frame to go much bigger than like 154. I mean, I can make 138 still. So, but I would like to fill out my frame enough to where I'm competitive at 154, with most anybody.
How tall are you, mate? How tall?
I'm 5'9".
Yeah, beautiful.
5'9". So I'm not real short, but I just don't have like super big bones, My hand's not super crazy. So I competed at the IFA Worlds in 138 and my hand felt awesome, at 138. At 154, there's a lot of guys that so when I came into the sport, I naturally top rolled. My hand was naturally stronger than my arm. So when I go against people with a hand size my size or smaller, I feel, a lot better, and then when it really turns into arm power, that's where I've suffered so far.
Yeah, beautiful.
But
beautiful.
I did, I guess my biggest, the guy from Belarus that won the IFA Worlds in 138, the first match I did pin him. He ended up winning both left and right-handed, but my tendon, it was more than I can take, and he actually false started, and there was a restart, and he ended up winning the match. I had already had the MRI, and I already knew it was torn, and I already had surgery scheduled before I went to Worlds, but I already had the trip planned. It was a nice vacation for me and the girls, and so I went ahead and went, even though I knew that I wasn't in I probably wouldn't be able to put in my best effort. I actually didn't really train for like the month before. I trained, but only light and just trying to heal up the best I could, not trying to, flare the thing up worse.
You still went, mate. That's what it's all about. You just go and compete, and who knows what happens. You've been around arm wrestling long enough to know, mate, you just turn up and you never know what can happen. Like in this live stream, I just got a super chat from my friend from Swedish ArmWrestlingTV, who is rocking one of the sexiest shirts you'll ever see, an Aussie Armwrestler shirt. He's my man all the way from Sweden. A really good dude. He's almost hit 10,000 subs on his channel. He's doing great things over there. Criggy, my man, welcome. Good to see you, my friend.
Always an honor to be a part of this live stream, brother.
Beautiful. What time is it over there?
Like 4:30-ish in the evening. So I wanted to just relax a little bit before I jumped on to this mega live stream. So now I've been eating up and I have my beer here. I can now just enjoy the show here. Ready? Bye!
Yeah, that's it, my man. That's it. How is the body feeling? You've had Chance Shaw over with you. Has it been good pulling him?
Yep, I've been pulling with the Chance Shaw since he arrived in my hometown. The funny thing was I got the notification that he was arriving at Storuman like 3 days prior, and I was just like, oh, this is interesting. I've been wanting to test the Chance Shaw to see where he is at, and I can tell that it is one of the thickest hands that I ever gripped up with, in my personal opinion.
Beautiful, because you've been pulling for years. How long have you been pulling for?
I have been pulling for almost 15 years now.
15 years, bang. And how much are you weighing?
About 71 kilos, 72.
So what's that in pounds? That might be your weight, David. We might have a super.
That's 154. 154, that's it.
Look at this.
Nice.
See this, Uncle John. We've got our first live stream super match.
I like it.
We've just got to somehow get them to fly across the other side of the globe.
Yeah, it's like 10 in the morning here, so that's we're a long ways apart.
Yeah, no, it's 10 in the morning with you, David. We got 4:30 in the afternoon. It is 2:30 in the morning here. And what time is it over there in Canada, Uncle John?
About 11:30 or so.
Yeah, beautiful. And Uncle John is just smashing out a workout. He's dominating life. So David, what made? Oh, look at that! Look at that snow. Oh, your dog's a legend. So David, what made you decide to press the button and come on the show, my friend?
I just it looked like you had a couple people leave, and I thought, well, I like arm wrestling. I'll go on here, see, talk to you guys a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's going to win out of Devin and LeVar?
Man, I don't know. Devin, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be really hard. I mean, the way that Todd Hutchins and Dave Chafee, I know Devin's getting he's a little bit bigger, and his King's move, I'm sure, is getting a little bit tighter, a little bit stronger. But the way that they just absolutely, pushed him to the max, I think it's going to be really hard. I mean, it's going to be really hard on Devin's joints to, stop LeVar and, to get that stop.
Oh man,
but
I'm just genuinely.
I think he could probably drag it out. He might be able to drag it out. It might take him 7 rounds, but he'll probably get the stop.
Oh man, it is going to be. I'm just genuinely concerned about both of their health. The way they're going to. They're both the way they're both just going to get as big as humanly possible, and they're just going to swell out. Not like you 154 pounders. Criggy, I won't ask who your tip is because you're a content creator, so we like to hold off on who we tip because we like to make videos and things like that. But give everyone, for those that don't know about Swedish Arm Wrestling TV, Criggy, give us a bit of a history, a bit of a rundown. How did this all come about, and how did you become a part of Swedish Arm Wrestling TV?
Well, it started somewhere in my high school years. The Swedish Nationals was gonna be in my hometown Storuman around 2010. So I wanted to start a video series documenting the entire training trip for my club, Storuman Sport, for their upcoming matches in the Swedish Nationals. And I can tell you, with someone that had no idea what I was doing, I was holding like a big video camera like this, and I was going around like this, shaking my hand like this every single time. I mean, the footage is on my YouTube channel as we speak, and every time I look back at those, I just think I'm like, oh, it looks so horrible. It looks so horrible. But at the same time, it was the birth of Sweden Armwrestling television. But at first, the YouTube channel was named Storuman Sport because my club had that YouTube channel and was uploading a bunch of footage there. And from there, I just took over it, just renamed it, and it's now named Sweden Armwrestling Television.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But the funny thing was, I was not monetized until 2019. So basically, I had that YouTube channel for 9 years without knowing that you could monetize it.
Oh.
And when I was gonna monetize it, I had like a couple of hundred copyrighted songs in that. So I had to remove them just separately. And the irritating thing was I could not remove the songs all of at once. I had to remove a separate few a day, and was like the most excruciating, aggravating process that you could ever imagine.
Oh, that would have been unreal. That would have been horrible going through each and every video and oh, yuck. Oh.
Yeah. So from there I had to reschedule how I'm usually making my content. So I had to search for a different website so that I can use somewhat similar music that I'm using in my videos. And from there I could be a lot more improvised with the content that I'm making. And nowadays I usually put up whatever I feel like putting out, like predictions, like a deeper dive of different topics, tournaments, and blogging and all of that. So I am very appreciative of the audience that have been growing with the SATV. So it is a very huge honor to be able to having that audience and that YouTube channel as it is, in my opinion.
Oh, mate, you are doing a fantastic job with it. Absolutely. I quite like what you're doing over there in Sweden, SATV. I'll say SATV. It's much shorter. Make sure everyone checks that out. David, what do you think? Every day someone pops up and there's another arm wrestling YouTube channel, and then tomorrow when you wake up there'll be another new one and another new one, and everyone's going to ask you to like, share, and subscribe and things like that. What are your thoughts on all the arm wrestling YouTube channels?
Yeah, I think it's great. A year ago or so, probably, I watched every video that I was subscribed to, and now, I can't watch every single video I'm subscribed to, but I mean, watch what I can. There's not used to, there would be like dead spots, there'd be like 2 or 3 days where there wasn't really anything on YouTube that, really interests me. And now there's not very many dead spots. You can always find something. Oh. You don't have to go back. You don't have to scroll back very far to find something you're interested in.
Yeah, we're doing it every day. I look every day, and if I can't watch it, I fire up my laptop, and all of these guys, I chuck all their videos on, so at least it gets the views and everything like that, because I want to support these guys. But yeah, there's only 24 hours in a day. Like this live stream, 24 hours, we are going bang. If you're not sure what is going on, that's why we're all here. Thank you for everyone jumping in the chat. I've got my newfound friend, David Ebers. He's come in, he's from Oklahoma. He's a nice 154 pounder who is making his way up. And now that Jeff Hale is about to have another baby, he's going to call out Jeff Hale and take him on. And then
I'm not on Jeff Hale's level yet, that's for sure.
Oh, man.
He has a lot of power.
If you can get remotely close, then it'll be all right. Then you've got my man all the way from the other side of the world. He is in Sweden. He is kicking back with a beer and one of the sexiest shirts you will ever see. We've got Criggy from SATV, who it is his first time jumping on someone else's stream after doing some great work on his channel. And then, of course, the Mega Man, the man that has 914 matches at Arm Wars. It is Uncle John as he plays on the computer and does the whole switching around. But we are here for the 24 hours. We've had Neil pick up in the chat. I've got RVJ and Heather in the chat. But I've got all of my legends, whether they're Patreon supporters, whether they're bangers, whether they're just people that dead set love arm wrestling. We're absolutely enjoying it, and I'm just having a ball. We are 5 hours and 40 minutes into a 24-hour live stream. So we're under 20 hours to go. If I knew how to work a countdown clock timer and whatnot, I would. But it's all happening. I'm glad everyone is here. There's so much arm wrestling to talk about. And I'll probably ask you, Uncle John, with everything that's going on, is arm wrestling heading in the right direction? Like, we are growing, but is it going in the right direction?
Yes. Now, we're not going straight in the right direction, but it's nearly impossible to really go straight in the right direction. I think that we're generally going up, but there will be, waves and bumps and as we go. And what happens is people will, jump on those dips, and then they'll say, see, this is proof that this is not working, when really all it is anecdotal. And I see that literally every single day online. People take one instance and try to, extrapolate that out. I don't believe there's even an argument to say that arm wrestling isn't growing in the right direction. I mean, there's more people involved. There's getting to be more money involved. And I know people are going to say, oh, that's terrible. It's not terrible. That is how you move forward. There will be good things that come with it and bad things, but we will always be in the puddle unless we get money circulating in this sport, period. End of the story. And, you know, that's why I fully support these pay-per-views. I fully support guys like Paul Italia, who's working his ass off trying to get these shows together. You know, guys like Steve Pettis, who we just had on here, who is putting these massive and has been putting these massive events on and trying to get people to see arm wrestling for the great sport that it is. And I really think that people are going to start to realize that arm wrestling is more than just being strong. It's more than just knowing how to arm wrestle. It is becoming a complete professional athlete. And that requires you to be strong here, and really be strong in here, because this is where it's all going to come from at the end of the day is what do you have for heart? And whether you want to display that heart as a good guy or a bad guy or a wild guy or a strong silent type, that doesn't matter. You have to display it. You have to project what's inside of yourself. And as long as people still keep doing that, that's what's going to drive us forward. The characters, the personality, because arm wrestling has characters and personality in spades. There's so many crazy guys. There's so many cool guys. There's so many smart guys. There's so many dumb guys. And there is a spot for each and every one of them. You just got to find where that spot is. Your spot is not the same as my spot. My spot is not the same as the other guy's spot. You got to find your own spot and then ride that wave for all it's worth.
Absolutely. I think that's the way that's the way it's got to grow and, you know, evolve or die or be left behind, pulling in your, you know, in your tournaments in someone's shed with nothing because you're sticking to your guns. I am all for it. I mean, Uncle John, you and I are two of the weirdest characters on there, and this is how we've made our mark in the YouTube. We're not being different to who we are. We just know how to ramp it up, and we know how to be characters. We take our, you know, our pro wrestling background and infiltrate it into the arm wrestling world. But you are 100% right. There are plenty of characters that are worth backing money to, and I think these professional athletes should be treated as some of the best. We need the sponsorship deals, and you mentioned Paul Italia. He cops it quite a lot, but the guy sticks his hand in his own pocket and he's trying something. At least he's not sitting back taking pot shots. All right, he might not get things right, but we never get everything right. So yeah, if you're someone that's grinding and having an absolute crack at it, then you know, that's fine. But if you're someone that sits on your hands and then sits in the comments section taking pot shots, then you won't grow. Yeah, you won't grow with us. Cricket, you've sent me some absolute rippers, some absolute pearls of people getting attacked with you. But I'll quickly go to David. David, what do you think it is? What do you think that arm wrestling is missing for us to be on mainstream, to us to be back on ESPN and Fox Sports? What are we missing? Is there one thing? Is there 10 things? Talk to me.
Well, I definitely think that the money is where you get the legitimacy, and the characters is what draws people in to want to spend their money. If it's not just the arm wrestling, you know, is exciting, but for me, say I listen to a lot of stuff. I mean, pretty much everything Ryan Bowen puts out, just because Ryan Bowen, I think, is really good at letting you into his character.
Yep.
Like, he's very transparent. So you can follow his story very well. And it doesn't really matter what the personality of the character is. You just need to be familiar with the character. You want to know or feel like you know the person that's arm wrestling, like Travis Bajan or Devin Laird, because they're around, you've seen them, you're familiar. So you know those, you feel like you know those guys. So you want to see them, you want to see them arm wrestle. You want to see what they're doing. You know, it doesn't really matter what they're doing. But I definitely think the legitimacy comes through the money. We need, we have to get to where we can have big cash prizes through the pay-per-views or, however it comes. We got to have the money. So when people say you talking to somebody about arm wrestling, they're like, is that a real thing? Well, if they're giving away real money, then it's a real thing. I mean, that's how you get the legitimacy.
Yeah,
I think.
I like it. It's a great answer. Yeah, I mean it certainly helps. It certainly helps when it comes to the money, and I understand that, you know, like I believe we can get there. I believe if we can just get the right sponsors and not really disparage, you know, anyone that is trying to put in their own money, I think it could come from there. Criggy, if you could change one thing in arm wrestling now to make our sport better, what would it be? Oh, look, if you got 2 or 3, I don't mind. But if there was like, if you could put your finger on one and go, if I remove this from arm wrestling or change this, it would be way better.
Now, in my opinion, it's a little bit of a difficult question to answer, because if you take away one thing from arm wrestling, then it will not be the same, in my honest opinion. And it can go on for, you needed to have arm wrestling on different aspects. Just for example, like from what's happening at the WAF and IFA, they are aiming towards the more clean aspect of arm wrestling, like Olympics and all of that. WAL, on the other hand, is aiming for the entertainment aspects. And from the looks of how many viewers the viewership is on there, then they are doing a great thing over there. And as the same time as we YouTubers do with the pay-per-view and all of that, we are spreading the arm wrestling content over there. So, in my honest opinion, I will not remove anything, because if you just remove one thing, then arm wrestling will not be as it is right now, in my opinion.
Very good answer. I like it. I like it a lot. Uncle John, you might have a different answer. If you could change one
this will
thing,
be interesting.
If you could change one thing, either change or remove something from arm wrestling that you believe that would make the sport better, what would it be?
I don't know if it would make the sport better, but it would make it better for me. Remove WAF.
Wow. If I just go to the action replay, I think Uncle John's just teed off and he's just hit it 500 yards straight down the fairway.
Look, at the end of the day with WAF, I can appreciate what WAF has been, where WAF had come from, but it's very clear to me and anyone else remotely paying attention that WAF has done some things that are absolutely batshit insane, and their desire and their drive to absolutely destroy the sport of arm wrestling and to minimize the amount of people and to have this elitist bullshit attitude where we're going to ban you if you go and pull at other people's things. But, oh, it's okay that we're not really banning. All you have to do is come back and grovel to us on your knees. Yeah. Fuck WAF. Yeah. Seriously. Like, you're so full of shit. Like, WAF can't even I brought up the fact that it's impossible to get called for a foul for a King's move. Nobody fucking believed me. I proved it to Engden. I proved it to Bob Brown. And has WAF done a single goddamn thing about it? No, not at all. They don't even have a rule in place. I have no respect for WAF other than what they have done in the past. And like, if you can win WAF, that's great. You're an amazing arm wrestler. But WAF as an organization is doing zero favors to the future of arm wrestling. Absolutely zero. So get out of my life. I definitely, Criggy, you kept nodding your head. I think I agree with you there. I think Uncle John's just nailed it there. I like Cree and I like WAF, but yes, some of their rules and things like that. I mean, like with any joint, but I reckon I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. It is also because I have personal negative experience with the executive board, especially as a certain someone in that executive board. I remember when I did the Euro Arm 2019 recap where I brought up the positive that they did and the negative stuff that they did. And the most from the WWF board there, I understood exactly where the criticism was coming from. But I remember I woke up one morning and I had so many notifications, especially from a certain someone. And I'm not going to read out any of the personal messages in case he wants to use this against me, but it was not so very nice things. Let me just say that. And after that, he just went on a tirade of trying to, somewhat slander my reputation. They called me a big fat liar and all of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, getting a bit schoolyard.
When there was actual proof there that how the organizing was kind of going downhill like that.
There you go.
And everybody that has been in the EuroArm 2019 knows exactly what I'm talking about.
There you go. I wonder if anyone in the chat is was there and knows what Criggy is talking about. Let us know. A shout out to the One Hammer, who's coming in with a $5 super chat. He says, "Team sport, teams that win in country could win in their country could represent their country, i.e. Team Canada versus USA. King of the table rule set with only ref grip to speed things up." Yeah. Before I see what David would change in arm wrestling, that would probably be my one little thing if I could change. It would just be the timing of everything. Like,
I do like the ref script. I think that's something that you can, where the referee can line it up and cut out some of the after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I would be the. Oh, sorry, just moving my chair. Yeah, because it's. You turn up and what happens there? They fight for a grip, then they slip, then they bugger off for a little bit, then they come back and it's once again fighting and the straps and things like that. Yeah, that would be the one thing I got to. Someone told me to turn up my microphone, but everything is full.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so I think that'll be fine. Oh, David's gone.
Hey guys, I have to go walk my dog and do a few things, but I'll definitely be on later. I'll jump back on in a bit.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, awesome. Thanks for sticking around, man. You did like 4 hours or something with your
I got my whole workout in there, so that was good.
It was awesome.
Respect.
All right,
respect.
Take it, boys.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
Alrighty, David wants to come back in. I'll press that. What's going on here? Engen just fired up. He has COVID. So sadly, so is tired.
Yeah, I saw that. Hope it's not too much.
Well, Engen,
or too severe.
If you're lying down and having a bit of a watch of this, first of all, you're more than welcome to come on, Engen. You're a legend of the sport. And two, hope you feel better, mate. That's horrible. Hope you're going okay, Engen. Levi, you've got my country signed out of WAF because of their incompetence. Tell me what your country is, and then I want to get back to the team sports. What country were you from? That'd be interesting. So what do you think of team sports, Criggy? That we've you sit there and you qualify and you represent not so much a World Cup, but you represent Sweden and you come over and you take on Australia and we all have a whole heap of super matches or tournaments and whoever wins the most matches and the most points, win the championship. Yeah, what do you like about it?
The very concept of it sounds very interesting because from all of the arm wrestlers that I have been trying to keep my eye on, I see a bunch that I do honestly believe it will be a great super matches with, because there are many guys in Scandinavia that will do really, really great with the super matches against many of the world's arm wrestlers. So, like for instance, with the great match with Jordan Davis and Patrick Berg, that is a match I will definitely would like to see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's I think it'd be good.
I think that's the team aspect. It's really good because it automatically builds in that character, even though you might not know each individual from that country, but they're from that country. So you already, you have some relationship. Like if you're an American, it doesn't matter if you don't actually know the American, you're still going to be rooting for the American to win. Mm-hmm. So you have invested interest, even though you don't have to do all the groundwork and the backstory to actually know the individual so much.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I, like even as a competitor, I played a lot of team sports. So, and you play in national teams and whatnot. So it's like, cool, this is another dude and you're representing your state, your team, your club, whatever. I think it's good. But then, if I'm watching the team sports on YouTube or on the TV or whatever, and then bang, it's like, oh, Team Australia's on. Awesome. Like I watch the Olympics.
Australia!
That's right. That's right, Criggy. Fire up. I love it. Because when I watch the Olympics, I know zero about diving. I know zero about synchronized swimming. Yeah. But when they're like, here comes such and such from Australia, I'm like, bitch, you better be doing a triple-double somersault flip with 4 pikes and get that perfect 10 because I'm going for you. So,
that's a perfect example. The Olympics is a perfect example.
Yeah, it can work. I love it. And it definitely can work. What does everyone think in the chat? Would you like... okay, Levi's from Poland. And they joined forces with IFA. Okay, thanks, mate. Yep. It's very, very interesting.
Poland was one of the many countries that left the WEF because of all of the shenanigans that were happening over there. And from what the other Swedes has told me, since I did the show, the conversations of what this certain someone sent to me, that was one of the many primary reasons why we left the WEF in the first place, because of the unprofessional behavior that this guy was having towards me. Because if he did see in a hypothetical situation, if he did just see my criticism video, he would just contact me in person and just say, okay, I appreciate the feedback or the criticisms, but I need to clarify you on some things and take that in private. If he just would have done that, I would have been like, okay, I'm just gonna clarify those things, and then we can just go on from there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's amazing how, it happens in every sport where people, there's always going to be politics in every sport and things like that. But I just feel we have something with arm wrestling that we can actually get rid of that all and be like one of the first sports to band together and unite and just be able to have it because, I've never turned up to an arm wrestling tournament or an arm wrestling club or anywhere, and even before the Aussie Armwrestler, and had like a bad time. I've had, I could turn up and not know anyone. It's like, I could just walk up to David. It's like, you pulling today, man? Yeah, pulling 154s. Oh, man, I heard Criggy's in 154. Yeah, I've got my eye on him. I'll slap David on the back. They'll be like, good luck, man. And then all of a sudden, I'm in my division, and I look over, and David's going, I just think we're in such a good position, and so if we just kind of not so much push WAF to the side, but the rest of us can really make something happen, which I'm excited about. I want to get your thoughts on something else in a minute, going a big left turn. First of all, Josh Barker, one of the best Australian 70 kilo which is around your weight, guys, actually. 70 kilo from Australia. He has just become a banger. He's joined the membership crew. Thank you very much, Josh Barker, for being a ledge. And then we have officially passed the quarter mile of this live stream. We have ticked over 6 hours. So that means in 2 hours, guys, I will have to set up another live stream, and I hope you all make sure you all stick around. I'm here with David Evers from Oklahoma City, and then we're here with Criggy, my man from SATV, all the way in Sweden, which is good. Just reading some of the comments. Cooper Maxwell has jumped in. He's awesome. He's everything. He's a Patreon. He's a banger. He does everything. Alias wants to come back in. Let's hope he brings something. I'll bring him back in. Alrighty. Well, I've just accepted it. He might have gone. He cut out before, but he came back. So we heard the announcement from Monster Michael Todd. That's awesome. I quite like that he's doing, and he's got three super matches booked. The first one, BJ Fakakis versus Don Underwood. The second one is Ron Barth versus Paul Lynn, and then he is pulling Robbie Tope in his left arm.
Ron versus Paul is going to be interesting.
The matches are going to be great. I've got an idea what will be match of the night. Have you guys heard much of BJ Fakakis? It's okay to say no.
I'm not as familiar with him as I should be. I mean, yeah, I've heard his name around and stuff, but like I probably don't. It's kind of backwards for me because I'm light. I probably don't study the, like the top 20 through 50 heavyweights as I do the lighter weights.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. When you're a heavy competitor, you tend to more focus on your own division, so that's not a problem with it. Criggy, have you heard of BJ?
I have seen that name going around social medias, but I have not heard about or seen a lot about him. Can you tell me a little bit about him? I might pick up.
Look, I don't know too much about him. He's just a heavyweight puller that's just hanging. He's just hanging around, and he's getting there, and he's ready to go and things like that. So I like this matchup. Don Underwood had a lot of time off. He came back for a 4-way battle with Chance, Mike Aiello, and Jordan Sill. He didn't do the
they really tough the battle against Mike Aiello.
Yeah. So that was good to see Don. Don's been on the show, which is great. Cooper Maxwell, you absolute legend. 6 hours down, ready, bang. Thanks, Cooper. You're a huge supporter of everyone and anyone. You're an absolute stud, mate. I really appreciate it.
Don was super entertaining. He was so strong and explosive. Like in 2010, it would be awesome to see him kind of get back into that, see him get back into that form. It's always a fun story, when you like John Brzezink's coming back, getting into shape. It'd be fun to see Don come back and really get into form again.
Oh yeah, it would be unbelievable because he really, he was arguably like the best in the world at one stage, Don Underwood, around that time that you were saying, David. So I would love to see it. He seems to have, he looks healthy. We spoke about his addiction on my show, and he looks like he's just really coming through and looking the goods. So I'm pretty pumped about that. I'm pretty pumped that he's hanging around and coming back and having more matches after his last one. But I reckon the match stealer, the match that's going to be unreal, is Ron Barth versus Paul Lynn. Barth. And
I'm so looking forward to that match specifically.
I think that'll be match of the night. I think, the way Ron goes about his business, he doesn't like to have a quick match. He loves having battles. He loves having wars. He loves showing everyone that his arms are made of iron. He's a train track on his shoulders. He's just unbelievable. So I'm definitely keen on that.
When I met I met Ron Bath for the first time and shook his hand. And I'm like, how could anybody beat this guy in arm wrestling? I mean, he's pretty impressive in person. I mean, really wide shoulders, really big, strong hands. And he's like, I don't know, he's like almost 60 years old or in his 60s. I mean, he's really incredible.
He's
really, really impressive.
He's a rock solid.
I also met the Ron Bath in person when I was in Florida 2017. I was just been the pole in my class, and it did not really go too well, and I was not used with the Florida type of tournaments over there. But when I stood next to Ron Bath, and I did get a picture of him, when I was gripping up with his hand, I was just like, oh, motherfucker, it's very meaty.
Oh, yeah.
It was I don't want to compete with you.
I've only met him through when he's come on the show and things like that. I think I'm the only person to get away with calling him Ron Bubble Bath. I love the dude. He's just awesome. He said I'll have to buy him a beer every time I call him Ron Bubble Bath. So hopefully I get to hang out with him and go and have a chat. Elias, my man. Who's going to win out of Ron Bath and Paul Lynn?
In my opinion, Ron Bath is way better than Paul Lynn. Even he is now, very old. And Ron Bath, Todd Hutchings, and John Brezenk, these three men are ridiculous in their age. I think Ron Bath will, flash pin Paul Lynn.
Flash pin Lindiana Jones. That's a big call. I love it. But that's what's awesome about arm wrestling. But someone else has jumped in to the 24-hour live stream. He's just become a banger. He's been a supporter of the Aussie Armwrestler, and he is an Australian himself, and he's probably the number one 70-kilo puller in our country. It's Josh Barker. Josh, welcome to the stream, my man.
Thanks, brother. How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm getting all these 70-kilo pullers coming in. I've got a three-way dance with three separate countries. We've got Criggy, number one in Australia, Josh Barker, and David there. Elias, how much do you weigh? Elias. What?
Yes.
What weight category are you in arm wrestling? How much do you weigh?
Right now I am 93 kilos.
90?
93.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, there you go. So me and Elias.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What do you think about Beerman versus Schoolboy? What's your opinion?
Oh, Beerman versus Schoolboy. Wow.
All of you, yeah.
Schoolboy wins. I love
Schoolboy wins.
I love Beerman. He's a great guy. He'll probably come on the show a little bit later on. He's awesome. But Schoolboy wins.
Beerman will definitely make the match interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. It'll be entertaining as hell, but yeah, I don't know. Schoolboy.
I think that match will go like Paul Lynn and Ron Bath. I don't think Paul will be quite strong enough to really get it wrist to wrist, and Beerman won't either. He will, he'll be flat and working on side pressure. I mean, if it went in a hook, he might have the edge, just like Paul Lynn might have the edge if it would really go deep in a hook, but the hand control would just be too much. And even though it may look like it's in a hook, it'll be like Latin versus Krasny. It might be a little bit inside, but it'll be too much pressure into the hand. It won't, it won't really go against it.
What about left-handed Beerman versus Schoolboy? Beerman beat RVJ in a video I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't it the left arm though?
Yeah, but it wasn't. I don't think it was. If it's a video I'm thinking of, I don't think it was competition and things like that. But you got to understand, there's a significant weight difference between, I believe, between RVJ and Schoolboy. Schoolboy's like 6'5", and I'm trying to think how much he weighs now. I mean, and that was a while ago. I'm going off today's today's standards and just the way Schoolboy's looking and the way Evan pulls, I just don't think Evan will be able to get to where he wants to go. So I don't think he's going to get to his sweet spot. And that's why I think Schoolboy takes it and takes it convincingly. What about you, Josh?
I'm going for Schoolboy, man.
Yeah, you just like Schoolboy, or is that your brain just telling you Schoolboy's just going to crush?
Bro, he's on a rise, man.
Well, I'm glad that Schoolboy's having, I mean, he doesn't need to have any super matches or tournaments. What they're doing over there on ArmWrestlingTV is amazing. 1.5 million subs. You know, they just put out a video and sit back and count the dollars. They're doing fantastic. They've put in the work and made this character. So Schoolboy can sit in Times Square and pull strangers, and that's fine. So I love that he's having super matches and pulling in tournaments. Like, he was just the under-22. He became the under-22 world champion not so long ago. So I think it's great. I just got to quickly get to a super chat from the One Hammer, your big ledge who keeps dipping his hand into his pocket. Super matches between clubs. Clubs registered on ArmBet get ranked. Stronger clubs like Ottawa High Hookers get sponsored, and as popularity rises. The One Hammer, that's an awesome idea. I do enjoy it. Doesn't work for us here in Australia though. Where I live, so I live down the bottom in the state of Victoria. We have one arm wrestling club. We have some secret people that just train and don't take it, but we have basically one arm wrestling club. So we have to travel up to near Josh, where you guys have 2, maybe 3 arm wrestling clubs where you're at, Josh, because you guys.
Yeah, there's 3: Wollongong, Sydney, and Newcastle, man.
Yeah, Newcastle's is an up and coming club. You know, Wollongong's probably a bit too far for Sydney, and then the Sydney Spartans they're just killing it. So, but I love the concept One Hammer of club versus club, because growing up I played basketball and Aussie rules footy, so it was always club versus club every single week. I'm addicted to competing, and that's what we need to do. So, Josh, mate, Ron Barth, Paul Lynn, who's winning?
Oh, I don't know, man. What has everyone else said?
Well, so far, a lot of us are saying Elias, Ron Barth, easy, says he's going to flash pin him. Craigie says Ron Barth, says it's going to be the match of the night. And what do you say, David?
Yeah, I think Ron's hand's just going to, hand and pronation is going to be a little bit too much. It's going to keep him flat, keep Paul Lynn flat. And, I think he's going to take it. I don't think it'll be easy. I mean, I don't think it'll be a flash, but, I do think it'll be over too much.
So who you got, Josh? Pressure's on.
I'm going to join the boys and go and Ron.
Going Ron. Just for those that might not know who you are, Josh, give everyone a bit of a background. Like how long you been arm wrestling? Tell everyone your achievements and things like that.
Been arm wrestling for about 5 years. Started in 2017. Sit around, about 70 kilos for the last 3 or 4 years. And right arm been undefeated at 70 for 2 years.
And you won nationals, didn't you, in Melbourne?
Yeah.
Right, that was right arm as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, right arm, yeah.
Yeah, killer.
My left has a bit of catching up to do, man.
What's that?
My left has a bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, well, hurry up, because I'm making left arm
it's like Ryan Boland's, man.
It's all about the left arm when it comes to the Aussie Armwrestler. This beautiful, sweet thing. Look at it, the most.
Are you left-handed?
No,
I'm right-handed, man. Him.
I'm not left-handed. I just arm wrestle better. So I right with my left hand, but I'll shoot a basketball, handball. I kick on my right side. I do everything right side except for use a pen. But for some reason, it just works better on my left.
You got some fine motor skills left-handed though, riding. So you have a little bit of a base there. Yeah, for me, arm wrestling left-handed it was 6 months before it was enjoyable at all. because it just felt so, uncoordinated. So, yeah, I think that's how it is for a lot of right-handed people. Why it has trouble getting.
And it just needs to pick up. We need left hand. But the main event, we're going to have a main event left-handed match that the monster Michael Todd's doing at his event. Just quickly, if you guys don't, for those watching that don't know, Monster Michael Todd in March is having a bit of an event at his Monster Factory, which I think is fantastic. The same as what Ryan Bowen's doing over here at his little factory. The same as what, if you've got a decent place for people to arm wrestle, just put on events and it should happen. And he's got a tournament plus 3 super matches. I think he's going to build an undercard as well. So hopefully watch his Space More matches on March 22nd. But he's having a left-handed match against Robert Topi. Now, if you don't know Robert Topi, he's been around for quite a while. And the last match that he had was with Cody Merritt. And Cody Merritt broke his arm during the match and still got the chocolates of it over Robert Topi. So
he is the baddest of the baddest of all of us.
Oh.
If he is breaking his arm and still pull and win that super match, that is badassery of badassery.
Oh,
I just do this.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
That's almost Danny Tesh status.
Cody Merritt's definitely
you could
getting
say
up
that.
there. Josh, have you ever met Danny Tesh?
Yeah, I met him in person, but I didn't get to say hello, man.
Well, he wouldn't have said hi back anyway, but that's
You are so lucky. You are so lucky.
So I've spent a weekend with the great Danny Tesh. I'll open this to anyone. Are we excited about Michael Todd back on the table in a left arm match? Do we think Michael Todd's going to win it? Everyone jump in. Tell us your thoughts.
It's definitely going to be a interesting match. But from what I have been seeing, I do believe that Michael Todd is going to have the speed advantage. But Robbie Toby is definitely going to have the strength advantage. So if Michael Todd cannot flash him right off the go, Robbie Toby is going to catch him and then maybe bring him over. But I do believe it's going to be a very interesting match. But in this one, if Michael Todd cannot flash pin Robbie Toby off the go, or maybe put him in a very, very bad spot, then the favor of opportunity swing towards Robbie Toby, and I'm gonna pick Robbie Toby to win 3-1 or 3-2, depending on what they are doing it for type of a super match.
Yeah, I think it would be great. Everyone in the chat, also let me know who's winning out of Monster Michael Todd and Robbie Topi. Elias, what do you think of this Monster Michael Todd matchup?
Double Knight told that Monster Michael Todd's left hand is pathetic and he has only shoulder press. Okay, only one option. So if he, can do this shoulder press in lightning fast, then I think Michael Todd has the edge. But other than that, Michael Todd, there is no way Michael Todd can win without shoulder press.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. I quite.
That's the way I see it.
You say,
and I would lean towards Topi. Yeah, I would lean towards Topi. It's definitely. I don't think Michael has any. Michael's not going to manipulate Robbie's hand or take him, more conventionally across the table like that. It's going to be a shoulder roll press. So I would lean towards Topi more likely, I think.
Yeah, I see Monster having these left-handed matches. One, I think it's great. I always love seeing him on the table. We haven't seen him since King of the Table, so I quite like it. And two, I think this is all a bit of a plan because he's going to have a big year, so he can the things that he wants to try, he can try on his left arm, like if he wants to be a press and things like that, so then he can implement it on his right arm. I see Monster Michael Todd winning. I just think I just think strength-wise, there's just some sort of strength. I just see, for some reason, Monster Michael Todd pulling Robbie to his side of the table. And I think that will just be enough. That 2 inches this way. So then if he wants to pull in and press, I can't see Monster doing a King's move on his left arm unless he's down 2-0 or something and just wants to win at his own event. But that's the way I see it. What about you, Josh?
I'm sorry, I don't know who the Robbie guy is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Robbie Tope. He's very, very good arm wrestler. He's from North America as well. He's from the US. He's been around for ages. Just always pulled on some WAL cards. Not so much the Super Match series, but you'll see him like in the tournaments, and
I'll search him up after, man.
Yeah, there's like elites, and then he's just there in that group thereabouts. He's pretty good. But I'll tell you what, 2022 is coming good. What would be, out of all the events that have already been announced, what's the one you're most excited about? Is it Arm Wars? Is it East versus West? Let's go. What's the one thing? Is it another match completely? Is it Mike Aiello, Corey West? Is it Tim Bresnan, Derrick Smith? What's the one match the one event that you think, that if I had to pick one event to watch, I'm going for that?
For me, it's the versus West. And the main reason is I'm just such a big fan of John Brzenk. I really like to watch John Brzenk arm wrestle. I hope it's I hope he's in. I hope it's a good match with him and Zoloff.
I think that'll be killer. That main event at East versus West. I always find it hard to bet against John Brzenk. I love this comeback trail. I feel like he's a genuine rock star, able to come back, take some names. Obviously didn't go the best against Devon, but we all knew that. It was more of a massive payday, and just to see how far off John was, yeah, I love that one. That's a good one. Just quickly, I just want to give a shout out to one of my Patreon supporters, Andy Beckett. He's a rock star. He's gotten through. He was here from the start, and he's just got to finish his work and then have a beer. He's going to pop in a bit later if he can. So,
how do you look at the chat, man, on here?
What's that?
Can you look at the chat on a phone, like while you're on Zoom?
No, well, I've got different windows and stuff set up. Yeah, You might need to get something else to read the comments. Steve Pettis was on before. He's very excited for Michigan State with the Todd Hutchings, Chance Shaw, which we might talk about a bit later. But that would be, Michigan State's looking good. So, we'll go around. All right, the rest of you, tell me one event, one match. What's the one that you'd be most excited for?
Levine and Devon, man.
Yeah, that almost comes as a no-brainer, Josh. Yeah, absolutely, because
definitely gonna be the biggest hyped match, of all time.
Yeah,
definitely. But as for me personally, I am looking forward to the East versus the West event, just because of the amount of arm wrestling. The amount of arm wrestling that is going to be in that tournament, like 17 matches that it's going to be there, and it's almost a lot of them are world champions, like Oleg Shaki, Petkili Onyani, John Brzenk, Simrat Soloya, and Fia Racek, Rebecca from Slovakia, and a lot more arm wrestlers that is gonna be on that card. John Brzenk and Todd Hutchings included.
Oh, yeah.
So as for me personally, I'm looking forward to that event. But at the same time, I'm also looking forward to everything that is included in arm wrestling, because arm wrestling is basically my life. So
Oh, absolutely. Quick shout out to Jamie Sheldon, the big ledge. He's on a lunch break. What do you say? I'll be on at about 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Jake, 4.5 hours from now. Looking forward to seeing you, Jamie Sheldon, you big legend. He's been a huge supporter. So I am very, very grateful for him. What about you, Elias? What's the one event that you're looking forward to? What's the one? Is there one match, one event? If you could pick one that you could only watch for the year, what would it be?
Picking one match is very difficult. So I think, in my opinion, John Brezing versus Engin Taji would be the exciting match for me. Yeah.
Nice.
That match is happening at the Hardanger Open.
Yeah. Is it still happening? Because I know there was talk about not making weight, and John was worried, putting on weight, cutting weight, putting on weight, cutting weight. Is that match still a go ahead?
I think his weight's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. From what I've heard, I think the event is still going to happen, in my honest opinion, because I have been talking with the organizer, and we are hoping that the event is still going to happen. And if everything goes my way, I will personally be there and film the event, interviewing John Brezing and Engin Taji and a whole lot of other arm wrestlers over there. So it's going to be a very, very fun trip for me, since I got kicked out of the country and the last time I was trying to get there.
That's right. Tell everyone what happened there, Craigie.
Yeah, we had everything planned out when we were going there, and everything was tip and toe, and everything was nice and tight. And however, the phrases, and then we heard on the radio that the entire region that we are that me and my girlfriend are living in are changing from green to red. So when the organizers from Hardanger heard about that, they were just like, okay, if you are going this week, like right now, then there is a larger chance for you to still get into the country. And we spent like a ridiculous amount of money just to buy ourselves a separate room, since we are taking the night train from Umeå to Arlanda in Stockholm. And then we were flying from Stockholm to Bergen. And it said that from all the rules that I have been reading, that if you stay in a zone for more than 24 hours, then your luck to getting into the country is reduced significantly. And after that, we got onto the plane, and we were going to Bergen, and we were told that we could take some what is it called, PCR tests that are showing that you are negative, positive, and all of that. And from what the police officer was telling me, they changed pretty much all of it while we were on the plane to Norway. Wow. And after that, since me and my girlfriend had only taken one of the two boosters, we were basically giving the boot out of Norway. So I was majorly pissed.
Yeah, fair enough as well. You spent all that money. You jumped over you jumped through all the hoops and did what you had to do and things like that. And then all of a sudden, bang! It's amazing, and it's happened to so many people, and it's just rubbish.
Yeah, and the funny thing that happened afterwards is that we legitimately got a piece of paper that it did not say right on the nose, but it says in the lines of that you are a danger to society, and we are kicking you out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awful.
Wow.
Yeah,
We better not get too...
Since in most of the countries, you need to have this vaccine passport. Yeah, it's cool that you wanted to make the infection significantly lessen. But to do just this is just completely overboard. But that is a completely different topic.
Yeah,
for another
we
day.
won't get too much in that. We'll probably ended up booting off YouTube.
On a happier note, something that really makes that East-West event so exciting is it kind of reminds me of some of the old Zloty tours when, like, you're talking about the team sport aspect, when you had like 4 or 5 Americans coming over together. That, like, what could be funner than, you got John Berzink, Ron Bath, Todd Hutchings. They're all going over there together to the same event. I mean, that adds a little something to it when you have, several Americans coming over together. That's got to be a lot of fun. And I hope they get a lot of footage, behind the scenes, what they're doing, hanging out together and stuff. I think that, that's just going to add to their legendary status. It's just fun for everybody to get to see behind the scenes stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
I think that'll be a ripper. I mean, if you count through it, Ron Barth, if you talk about North Americans, Ron Barth, Jonathan Breeder, Angie Rose, Cody Merritt, Chance Shaw, Todd
Hutchings.
Todd Hutchings, Monster Michael Todd, and John Brezink.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Michael. Somehow I forgot about Michael Todd for a minute. Yeah.
Well, I think that brings up a good point. Like, I really enjoy all of these like matches happening. I really do. I'm more excited than anyone else. But we were all pumped. Like, when Michael Todd and Gennady was announced, it was amazing. We were all like, we're on. This is awesome. This is going to be such a cool match. Then Gennady went and lost to Hermes. And now I don't really care. I don't really care about that matchup because now I think Monster Michael Todd crushes Gennady. And I hope I'm wrong. Gennady's a very exciting super match tournament puller. But I hope
even if he does, though, it still needs to happen. I mean, it's not going to be bad for his resume, even though he lost to Hermes. It is a lot of styles, and obviously, Gennady had a terrible time with Hermes' hand. But Michael Todd doesn't have. I mean, obviously, he has like one, arguably the best top roll, really open top roll. But it's a totally different style top roll than what Hermes has. So it's still a. I don't know. I think it's still a match that I'm still excited to see what happens.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're all definitely. Yeah, look, I am a little bit excited because the competitor in me is like, this is awesome. I'm going to go bang. It's going to be so cool. But then yeah, the head instead of the heart, the head's like, yeah, I don't know if this will be exciting. But what is exciting is Cooper Maxwell. Cooper Maxwell's a Patreon supporter. He's a banger, and now he's just jumped in with another super chat. He says, this will be an amazing year of arm wrestling. Of course it is. I mean, Arm Wars, East versus West, 3 King of the Tables, March 22nd at the Monster Factory. What else have we got? Todd versus Chance at Michigan State. Matt Mars versus Lars Rabokin. Mike Allo versus Corey West. I mean, this is going to be, one of the best years. And we get the Devon versus Levan match. Hopefully we get the Ryan versus RVJ match. It's just madness. Absolute madness for 2022. And I just have a feeling there is going to be more. And especially as we've talked about earlier, the money is slowly getting out there and the pay-per-views happen. Because if this, Derrick Smith and Tim Breslin is a huge success, well, Derrick will go chase other matches. And Derrick will be able to... He's giving Tim Breslin, I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but he's giving Tim Breslin $1,000 to come and pull. So out of his own
respect
money.
Right there.
So I'm like, bang, all right, let's do this. Let's have a crack. But you know what? Let's talk about Devin versus Levan. We're 6.5 hours in. I don't even think we've really talked about it. This is what all arm wrestlers want. This is the main event of 2022. This is going to be awesome. Everyone in the chat now, tell me who will win, Devin or Levan. Give me a score and tell me why. I am so excited for this matchup. I'm worried about two things. One, I'm worried about their general health. I feel with the pancakes that may or may not be taken and things like that, and just them getting bigger and bigger, and they're just going to look so swollen and things like that. Huge shout out to my friend Hollywood Matt Connolly from South Australia. He's just jumped in. The guy's on night shift, and he's just been a huge supporter since day one. Thank you, Hollywood Matt Connolly. Hope you can jump on after work or something like that. But yeah, so I'm worried about their health. Then I'm worried about the winner. The winner of the match. Because then, like, where do they go? Like, who do they pull next? Like, if Levan wins and he crushes Devin, you know, like a lot of people are expecting, then what? Like, what, does he just sit and wait and hopefully someone comes through the ranks? Or does he just pull people and crush them and then we get bored of Levan? That's what I'm a bit worried about. What do you guys think about this?
That is a very interesting thought experiment because Levan Saganashvili has been the top guy for a while now. And but the interesting thing also is, even though he has beaten the best that Europe has to offer, he still wants to go after the Americans or the Poles from North America, like he already pulled Dave Chaffee, and now he's going against Damon Larratt. I do honestly believe that even though if Levan crushes Damon Larratt in a hypothetical situation, but it might happen, it might not. I still believe that he still wants to pull against the other Americans, like Michael Todd and Jerry Caderet, because otherwise there is going to be this talk that Levan Saganashvili has not faced that guy, or that guy. And from from the interviews that I have been seeing of Levan Saganashvili, he still wants to pull against them, regardless of the rule settings or not.
Yeah. Okay.
I definitely think that Michael Todd match will probably be next, especially if Michael Todd can beat Gennady, gain some momentum between now and then. I think that'll probably be the next match for Levan.
Oh yeah, that'll be king of the table 5 for sure. For sure.
Yeah, that will definitely be the more logical option if you are accounting from the potential opponents that are out there, because from the looks of it, there is only a handful of opponents that you can give to Levan Saganashvili.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. What do you think, Josh?
I want to see him versus Vitaly again.
Now, I think that was supposed to be happening soon, wasn't it? In the PAL, in the top 8?
I think it's going to happen. If I predict it, I think it's still going to happen this year, or it maybe happen against the Kurdeka.
That's right, because Alex Kadecha, that's right, because they do a lucky dip. They it gets picked randomly. So I think I think Devin,
it's either Kadecha or Vitaly.
Yeah, but I would like it if Kadecha pulls Levan at PAL. But yeah, that is a good matchup, Josh. Who will win, Devin or Levan?
From my opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Levan all the way, man.
Yeah.
There's always a chance, but yeah, I've got Levan.
Yeah, it's look. Oh, it is hard. It is hard. Yeah, especially if you just go off the data alone, you just go off the way Levan's been pulling the last year, you know, and the way he just manhandled Dave Chaffee. But I don't know, there's just something about Devin.
Not a lot of people in the world that can do that to Dave Chaffee.
No.
That's
well,
not a
Elias,
strat
what do you think? You're big on Levan, aren't you?
Yeah, but I want to see who faced Levin, Dave Chaffee and Lalatin again, because they felt the hand and wrist. And Dave Chaffee 2.0 or Lalatin 2.0 would be, better choice. And I think statistically, Dave Chaffee, I don't know how he, didn't, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, it'll be it's gonna be a monster matchup. So then, all right then. So let's flip the world on its head, and we've entered the Starship Enterprise, and Devin wins. Devin has just conquered the arm wrestling Mount Everest. He has taken down that big bag Saganishvili. The guy. That
the internet is gonna explode. Literally explode.
It's gonna go nuts. I think if that happens, I think I'm taking a couple of days off work just to watch everyone's videos and read all the comments. I think, I might have to take a week off work. I'll fall off my chair. I'll hurt my head. But if it does happen, then Devin's conquered the best. Who does he pull next?
That is an interesting question. Because if he beats Levon Saganashvili, then we can, if we are taking the same type of argument structure and apply that to Devon, then he can he should pull Vitali, Kurdeka, and Hermes, since they basically have this trash talk in the King of the Table 2 press conference.
Yeah.
Mostly from Hermes. From Hermes' side.
Yeah, I mean, Devin will always pull. You can guarantee that, especially with the money that he's been making lately from the pulling. So that'll be interesting. What do the rest of you guys think? Who does Devin pull?
I agree with Christian, man.
What was that, Josh?
I think.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I was saying I just agree with Christian.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
I do think that Laletin and Alex would be probably very hard matchups for Devin, just because Devin spent his whole life arm wrestling people with shorter levers than he has. And if you see like Matt Mask, even though Devin's, he'd come in more ready than what he did for Matt Mask in WAL, Matt Mask gives Devin a lot of trouble. And so I do think, I'm not saying he wouldn't be the favorite after beating Levon. Obviously, I think he would be the favorite over Laletin and Alex. But I do think they would be very hard matches because the Alex and Laletin are so long, so large.
Yeah, Alex's pulling style, man. He separates himself away from the table a lot. Like, you're told stay at the table, keep everything tight. But Alex just steps out and just pulls top rolls and pulls and yanks. So it's really, it's an interesting.
It's an interesting way for a super heavyweight to be pulling in a open angle such as that one. So if he gets stopped, then this one is the one that is gonna fail first.
Yeah, I'll be I think Devin just pulling anyone. I like the Vitali matchup because, as David was saying, that the long levers, it's a different style of matchup. It's the way he goes about it. It's going to be different. But what do we got? June, King of the Table 4s, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll go June. I just can't. I can't wait for that matchup. I can't wait. It's just I get a little bit lost for words because I am just so pumped, so amped up, so excited for Devin versus Levon. I am having trouble thinking forward about the next bit because at the moment, this is just the pinnacle of super heavyweight arm wrestling. So I'm
definitely.
There's so many. Now here's one. Try and go around the room, and I can even give you 30 seconds to maybe even think about it. What's a matchup that you would like to see that you feel that you haven't seen or it hasn't been done in like 10 years? It can be anyone.
Regardless of a weight class?
Sorry?
Regardless of a weight class, or are we sticking to just the weight category?
Nah. Just have anyone. Anyone will be fine.
I'll tell you my matchups, even though they probably neither one are very likely, but Alexei Vovoda and John Brzezinski, right-handed, and Travis Bajan and Dennis Saplinkoff, left-handed.
Yeah,
that would be my two. That would be the two matchups that I would think.
Definitely, because that is a legacy match that I have seen a lot of people wanting that match, hundreds, thousands, because since both of them are legends in the sport, people still want to see that match, where that John Brzezinski wants to take the revenge from the mighty Alexei Vovoda.
But he's done a whole 180. He's just come out and says, I'm not interested in coming back and competing. He looks like he's slimmed down because obviously he's off the juice. And he's all about making the sport clean now, which I find it's good.
That is.
But it's not. It's like, mate, you were juiced up and it made you a megastar. And now you want to make it clean. Is that because you've been banned from the Winter Olympics and you don't like it? I don't know. It's
how much juice did he need? John Brzezinski 60.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be able to do it pretty clean and have a competitive match. I mean, he shouldn't have to outweigh him by 40 pounds to think he's going to have a chance to win. So, I don't know.
Preach. Absolutely. What about you, Josh? What's a matchup or two that you would love to see come back?
I don't think it's that old, but Todd Hutchings and Sasha Andreev.
Yeah.
Give him 6 months to prepare.
That match was supposed to happen.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen at East versus West, but Sasha got the spicy cough, I think, and he's not allowed to go.
Then, in my opinion, that match with Todd versus Sasha should happen at Armwars. Neil Pickup, if you are watching this, you have your golden opportunity here now.
I think he'll get it. He will definitely get it. Savage Arm Wrestling, he's brought up Yoshi Kanai versus Monster Michael Todd. Yoshi Kanai, man, he was an absolute rock star until he broke his arm at Arm Wars. He was unreal. I loved Yoshi Kanai. He was unreal. Stacey Morgan, love Stacey Morgan. How are you, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I'd love to see Toddzilla have another crack at Devon. Yeah, I don't know if Todd likes to get that big. Yeah, I remember having a chat with Todd ages ago, and he's like, he sometimes gets a bit uncomfortable getting that big. Just seeing what other matches are there, which is good. Cobra versus Engen from Steve Pettis.
Yeah.
Is England too heavy now for Cobra?
I don't know if Cobra can get back in that kind of shape again or not. I mean, it'd be awesome, but what I've seen of him lately, I think he has some work, to do. Obviously, he's an amazing arm wrestler for forever, but I don't know if he's quite at that level anymore.
Yeah. Elias, what matchup that you think that you haven't seen or it hasn't been done in years? What matchup would you like to see?
I would like to see Todd Hutchings versus Arsen Liliev again.
Yeah, Arsen Liliev. Basketball for biceps, that guy. He was just ridiculous. Yeah, Arsen Liliev, the man. Yeah, very good one, Elias. Very good one. I love that one. It's just some of those little Europeans.
Yeah, but Arsen Liliev said that he doesn't want to come back arm wrestling.
Nah, he's done. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's done.
He's been MIA for almost 10 years now, I believe.
Yeah, I remember reading something. Something went wrong. He got banned from something. I don't know if it was arm wrestling.
I think it was at the Europeans 2013. It was at the same event that the Gennady was also banned.
My man Tony Goodman in the chat, a Patreon supporter. He wants to take on Danny Tesh, just so he can say he's gripped up. with a god. Yeah, Danny. Geez, that was blown up. He had a good win against Quinlan Mendez at WAL, and then just stopped. There's plenty of good pullers and things like that. I'd love to see more of Marcio Barbosa back on the table. As we all know, he was supposed to be there. I want to see more of Irakli.
I was literally just about to say that,
it, man. Irakli at PAL, the way he just took care of business with Dan Mosier was just unbelievable, man. He was so good. The just manhandled. Like, I was so confident. I came in, I remember watching, I thought, Dan's going to take a round or two here. Dan's looking good. We know the speed of Dan Mosier. And then Irakli just went, choom. You're not getting past here. You're not collecting your $200. So anything with Irakli at that weight, in the middle weights, a really prime RVJ versus Irakli would be good. A heavier Giannis. I mean,
you think Azolwa?
Giannis is another tangent, man. That guy is just unbelievable. I really love Giannis. So I think anything with Irakli would.
Who is Irakli facing now at top 8? Is that the Rustam?
David Dadikian?
Yeah, David Dadikian.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting match for him.
Yeah, beautiful. We've got a Hollywood Matt Connolly. His tip is Josh Barker versus Taron Broad. Matt Connolly wants to see that match up. Have you got any matches lined up, Josh? Because not much has really happened in
hopefully in the works with Ryan, but me and Nick Burnett for the 70 kilo title.
Oh yes, that's
right. That'll be unreal.
I did. Actually, I do remember seeing some of that. Yeah, that'd be some good action. Do you have a date at all?
Hopefully soon, man. And then I want Sam Burnett.
And you want that? Yeah, absolutely. Will you put on weight for Sam? Because Sam's about 8 kilos heavier for you.
Yeah, about 10 kilos heavier. I'm 70. He's around 80, 82 or something.
Yeah. Will you meet at a catch weight, or are you happy to take on Sam?
I'll take on a little bit heavier. I'll go to 75 or something.
Yeah, that's easy for you to get that.
Average. I'm small frames, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what some people just put on, like me. I look at food and I put on weight. You know what I mean? So I have a terrible metabolism. So if I was like, yeah, I'm going to put on weight for my match against David, well, that'd be real easy for me. I'll just watch everyone eat and I'd get fat. So yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like it if you had that match. First of all, a match with Taron. Taron's great. He's jumped in the chat. Thank you, Armwrestling. He says, who's Taron?
Taron's a beast, bro. He's massive.
That's him. He's very, very good arm wrestler. Last time I see him pull was against Sam Burnett. If you guys don't know, these are just some unknown Australian lightweights that are just really good arm wrestlers. They're just really good. They're the best in our country. So that's why I love talking about them. So that'll be really good. I like all those matchups. Thanks, Hollywood Matt Connolly, you big ledge. Thanks for all that. Those matchups will be cool. I just which one would I want to see first? I think while the 4-way battle royal's going on, Josh, I'd like to see you pull Taron, and then after that, you go take on Nick and take on Sam. Do you think you'll crush them easy or what?
Oh, Nick, I'm confident, but Sam's a different animal, man. So is Taron.
When was the last time you gripped up with them all?
South Australia.
When was that?
Oh, was it? Yeah, SA at February at that Apex tournament. I think it was.
That's coming up again, and Matt Connolly will chat about it a bit later. I think that's coming up again in March, which is good. Perfect. So finally something happening here in Australia. Travis Beckley, a banger, a member of mine. He's just come in and go, yo, what is up, Aussie? I'll tell you what is up, Travis, my good man. We are about to tick over the 7th hour. The 7th hour. So I'm on my first countdown to ending the first stream to start the second stream because YouTube only allow 8 hours. And what do you mean you want to go more than 8 hours, Aussie Armwrestler? That's right. I am going 24 hours. So far, I've had about 10, 15 guests on the show. I am joined by these superstars that I'll go round the room in a minute. And the whole thing to do this was, you know what? Let's just have some fun. Let's just have some fun. It was a fun challenge for me. For those that know me personally, I have done some mammoth challenges, not so much on the YouTube spectrum, but in the physical spectrum. That's why my body's cooked and I'll never be a good arm wrestler. I'm 37 and need 2 hip replacements, but I'm going off tangent. I want an awesome live stream, and I just wanted to see if I could go 24 hours. And I'm joined by South Australia, Swedish Armwrestling TV, SATV, my man Criggy, who pretty much from day one, after like my 3rd or 4th video, Criggy's been a supporter of mine. We've got the number 1 70 kilo arm wrestler. That's a cool shirt, Criggy. Funny enough, I'm wearing the same shirt as well. That is a cool shirt. We got the number 1 South Australia, the number 1 lightweight arm wrestler in Australia, Josh Barker. He's coming. He's recently become a banger, and he's always popping into my shows, which I greatly appreciate. I've met David, who is from Oklahoma, 154 Panda, who wants to beat Jeff Hale tomorrow. So that's his eventual goal, but he's very knowledgeable, which I have learned, which is awesome. And I've got Alias. Alias, where are you from?
My man, Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, that's right. I did write it down. My man from Bangladesh, and he's just jumped in, very knowledgeable as well, and he's just joining in the fun, and we're all having a chat with all of you legends in the chat at the moment. GB, Aussie, do you arm wrestle? Do I arm wrestle? Do I arm wrestle, you son of a gun? What kind of a question is that? Every time I have a show, I introduce the most sought-after trophy in the arm wrestling world. This is your 2019 Melbourne Cup left arm 80 to 95 kilo 3rd place amateur champion. Do I arm wrestle? Oh, yeah, I do. I'm just not very good at it. My body's cooked. I can't straighten my left arm. I've got arthritis in my fingers and in my hip. I need 2 hip replaced. I've got chronic tendonitis in my left Achilles. My back's not aligned properly. And there's more. My knees are cooked. So, yeah.
What was your main sport before arm wrestling?
I played basketball. I started off growing up. I played basketball, and I got to go play in England for a bit as well. I live in Australia, obviously. Got to go play in England, so I started that at a young age. Retired at 21 because I butchered my career overseas and kind of just quit. It was my own fault. I was a lunatic back then, but not in a fun way. I was a very selfish, me type of guy. Started playing Aussie rules football and did professional wrestling for a while, which I absolutely loved. Then I decided to do a few charity runs. So to put it in perspective, my first run was, I think, 70 miles, 110 kilometers. I did that in 19 hours. Then my second run, I basically ran from Josh's house to my house. So I did 1,000 kilometers, which is 666 miles over 16 days. And then my last run, I went up to near Ryan Bowen's house and ran home 1,500 Ks, which is like 1,000 and something miles, and did that. So I like challenges. So that's why I'm here with the 24-hour podcast.
Was it the one that they did a video reportage or video? What do you call it? They did filmed the entire thing and they interviewed and all of that.
On the news and things like that. Yeah, so I was on the news a few times over here. Yeah, that was the big long one, the 1,500 kilometer one. So if you look at a map of Australia, I ran from like mid-top to the bottom over 30 days. 1,500 kilometers, 50 Ks a day, so 33 miles, I don't know the exact, 33, 34 miles every day for 30 days straight. So I like my big challenges.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
You're crazy, man.
Yeah. The icing on the cake, I proposed to Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler at the finish line. And the lovely, lovely lady said yes. And we've been married for...
I can say no after that.
Wow. It's called entrapment, David. It's
That
called
is-
entrapment. We had 300 people at the finish line, and Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. So it just went bang.
Sounds. It's very, very cool. Almost like a moment that you personally think is going to happen in the movies and all of that.
That's. I'm a big person, Criggy. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about big things. So when I started this podcast and started doing, Aussie arm wrestler type things, I wanted to go big, and I've got someone from Sweden, I've got someone from my own country, I've got someone from Oklahoma, and I've got someone from Bangladesh on my show. For me, I'm a very humble guy. I'm a very fortunate guy. So if there was one person watching or one person came on this 24-hour live stream, I would still be happy. But we're going 60 strong. I've got a few guys like Fox 8-Ball's been here from the start. Rob Kelly's 5 hours in. I've got my guys from the 98% in the chat. Cool Burns jumped in. I've got some Australian support. I've got people paying memberships and super chats. And yeah, for me, it just fills my heart up. And I'm just very, very humble. Criggy, you're wearing one of my shirts. When people, I wake up and I get messages all the time. And like people are doing my Ready Bang impersonation and things like that. It's just like, man, this whole journey for me, and what a lot of people might know or might not know, David, as I've rambled on for ages, is when this Aussie Arm Wrestler thing started, at the same time, Mrs. Aussie Arm Wrestler was battling cancer. So, like, she would spend all day doing chemotherapy, and all my usual listeners, you've heard all this, and things like that. But yeah, she would spend all day in chemo, and then I'd get up in the morning because, like, Michael Todd or Todd Hutchings want to do an interview. They've agreed to it because everyone's so giving of their time. And yeah, so suddenly I'd have to wake up and I trickle downstairs and I'm yelling Ready Bang. And yeah, it's just been such a humble experience of it all. And I'm so appreciative of each and every single one. I try and reply to every single message, every single comment on every single social media. May sometimes annoy Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler because she's trying to talk to me and I got the thumbs. We've all been there. And things like that.
That is happening to me as well.
Yeah.
My girlfriend gets annoyed every single time.
Yeah, you just try.
You're definitely a legend.
Oh, thank you very much, David. Really appreciate it. And it's cool because, like, never would I meet someone from Oklahoma, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be talking to Alias in Bangladesh, you know what I mean? I consider Criggy a friend of mine. We've been speaking for a couple of years now. So Criggy's my friend in Sweden. I think this is awesome. And after this, I'm going to stalk you on Facebook, David, and add you as a friend, and you know what I mean? And, like, I like you. Spent a few hours with me, so I'm appreciated of this. Also appreciate Travis Beckley, supporter of all the arm wrestling channels. He's coming with a super chat. He says, get yourself a couple of energy drinks on me. Side note, I wouldn't run that far to save my wife's life. Lovely lady. Thank you very much. Ironically, I did all these big runs to raise money for breast cancer, and then my wife ended up getting breast cancer. So it was very nice to know that my body is cooked, and it went to her, which is good. Neil Pickups in the house. Some of my favorite people in the world are girls that just go bang. Neil, man. He's done so much for arm wrestling, and I'm so excited for Arm Wars, and I'm not even, like, out of respect to Neil. If you don't know, and apologise if you do know, we've had some Arm Wars people on the show. Neil's he's got Arm Wars coming up, Ironhouse, that we're pumped about, and they're filming it, not in front of anyone because their production value, top notch. So the pullers have signed a contract saying we won't tell anyone the results until the videos have come out, and then we can talk about it. And out of respect to Neil, I'm not even going to ask anyone. Like, I would love to, I speak to Jonathan, Uncle John 3 times a week. I would love to go, man. Just tell me. I promise I won't know. He won't tell me, but, I speak to Jordan Davis, and he'll be like, hey, man, hit me up. tell me, but he won't. So it'll be unreal. It'll be unreal. Everyone is unreal that he's going, and we've just hit the 7-hour mark. We've just hit the 7-hour mark. I said that before, didn't I? 7-hour mark. We're going strong. Tony, I would love to see Neil back on the table. And that brings me to my next round table question for you four legends. Who is one arm wrestler that doesn't arm wrestle anymore? And you can't say Neil pick up now because Tony's said it, and I always get stuck into Neil being back on the table. But who's one arm wrestler that doesn't arm wrestle anymore that you'd love to see back on the table?
Heidi.
Has anyone got one? Because I've got like 5.
I already spoke now.
Who's yours, Craigie?
Heidi Anderson.
Heidi Anderson, yes. Yes. How long has she not been in arm wrestling for?
About 6 years now, I think.
Heidi, come on now. Get in there. Jeez. No, yeah, I've seen some of her highlights. She was a gun. She was an absolute gun. Has anyone else got any?
I think for me, it'd probably have to be probably Arson. I mean, I know it's a long shot to get back in the shape, but the main reason is just hearing all the banter between Ingen and Arson about him having a match with Laletin, and can his posting top roll take the hand of Laletin's low hand top roll? That would probably be the one.
That is an absolute ripper, Elias. That's a ripper.
Who was the man beat Devon Lara right-handed European arm wrestler? I couldn't.
Taras Avakin or Avakin?
Yeah. Taras Avakin.
Taras.
I want to see him.
Taras, man, yeah, he just he was.
It's been a while since we have been seeing him pulling.
Yeah.
For more than 10 years, I believe.
Yeah, it was. And everyone in the chat answered this question as they're all coming in at the moment. GB stole one of my answers, which is good. So did Fox 8-Ball. Yeah, there's some.
That was a really big moment for Devin whenever he stopped Harris in that defensive hook and looked at the camera. I mean, that was a big moment. That was pretty cool. He's way outside his shoulder, and he just completely stopped him on his joint. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
And just, mate, it's such an end. That's like one of my go-to matches when people are like, you like arm wrestling. Oh, what's so good about it? And then you just
watch this.
That. Yeah. Or I love seeing, like, if Josh was in the same town as me, I'll say, I'll tell you what I love about arm wrestling. All right, let me grab this 70-kilo guy and watch him pin 100-kilo men. You know what I mean? I think, they're brilliant. That's a brilliant. Oh man. Taras and I might watch that match after the stream. That's how bloody silly addicted I am, man. Mine's because I'm old school, like an old school wrestling fan. So I'd love for Scott Norton to come back on the table. Gary Goodridge, some GB said in the chat. I'm hopefully getting him on the show. And plus, I was a UFC fan when Gary was in it, so I want to talk to him about that. Rick Rude, Ravishing Rick Rude, for any wrestling fan. He was a champion arm wrestler. Richard Lutkeys, I want to see back on the table. I mean, if you could bring anyone back from the
I think that one could really happen.
Lutkeys?
I think Rich Luck. Yeah, I think he'd come back in. I think, his health, he gets that straightened out. I think we could, see him back maybe. I saw him in person too. That is a mountain.
Yeah,
mountain
when
of a
did
man.
You see him?
His front delt. It was a cash payout tournament in Oklahoma. He came down kind of as a guest. I believe he won the open class, but he didn't pull the overalls. Kind of let the young man have the jacket. But he gave my daughter a playing card with him on it. But his front delt is about the size of my entire shoulder. It is pretty, and his hand is super beefy. Yeah, he's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
I'd love to get Richard on the show, and I've told that if I want to get him on the show, I've got to I've got to chat to his wife because Richard's not on any social media. I'd love to have Richard on the show. What about you, Josh?
He's sort of back already, but Denis Saplenkov. But I don't really want his health to suffer, you know.
Yeah, it really. Yeah, it's a. Oh man, didn't that just?
You know, maybe it's best to stay retired if it's at the cost of his health. But I love Denis Saplenkov, man.
Well, maybe I've been seeing him on the practice table also. But I don't know if he is gonna go back to the elite scene, since he is probably gonna risk his health a lot more if he is jumping on that train yet again.
There's a fun photo of Denis Saplenkov and he's just standing there without a shirt on. I think it's like the first picture if you ever Google him. And when anyone says to me, "Why isn't arm wrestling in the Olympics?" I just show them that photo. I said, that is why arm wrestling isn't in the Olympics. Don't need to say any more. They see the photo and they're like, gotcha.
Yeah, I agree. I would love to see Denis come back, maybe not at the very, very top elite level, but to come back to pick, choosy with his matches and have some fun matches that he doesn't need to be in the top 8 per se, but come back and have some matches.
No, and
like some exhibition matches.
Yeah. And
like John Brzezink's talked about having another match with Denis. I mean, that would be a fun match in the shape that Denis can get to and be healthy. Denis can be healthy. Match.
That will be actually interesting to see, since both of them have a interesting history with each other.
Yes.
That'll be absolute killer if he can do that. That'll be so good. So then, John and Denis, the old hogs going back at it, having another ready bang and things like that. But yeah, I would be worried that Denis would get a taste of it and then want to go back to his, because it's hard. I get frustrated. Like, I'm 37 years old and I try and, I sometimes have trouble putting on my shoes because of my hips and things like that. And I get angry and I'm like, I should just inject myself with drugs. I'm pain-free and I should just take, this, that, and the other. So it's like, you bastards, blah, blah, blah. But then, you come to your senses. So I'm worried, like, Denis might have a match and he'll feel like he's almost there. I'm almost there. And then...
I think that's what Arson said, too. He said, Arson in an interview, he said that if he come back, it would be at the top elite level. He couldn't really arm wrestle as a weight class arm wrestler anymore. After he's been at the top of the sport, he doesn't want to arm wrestle unless he's back at the top of the sport.
And that'd be very hard when you're a champion, and then it's very hard, and suddenly you're struggling against 30 to ranked 30 to 40. Or at your club or in the world or things like that. It would be very hard. Of course, it would be very hard. Tony wants Magnus Samuelsson. Oh, man. He wasn't that a bad idea at the World's Strongest Man. Have you guys seen that footage?
I haven't actually seen it. I heard it.
Yeah, I think it's the only...
When he was pulling against Mega Man?
I think he was pulling Nathan Jones, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so, because arm wrestling, as many of you don't know, arm wrestling was a part of the World's Strongest Man for a bunch of times.
Yeah, and then Magnus was the only one that knew how to arm wrestle, and he broke, I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, he broke someone's arm. I'm pretty sure it was Nathan Jones. And then and then
it was him.
They just went, we'll just take arm wrestling.
Yeah, but I do remember one instance. The arm wrestling tournament was a part of the Strongest Man tournament in, I don't remember exactly where, but it was an Icelandic dude that was there, and the interviewer was asking him so what are you looking forward to in this arm wrestling tournament? Well, I'm looking someone will break me or I will break them.
Yeah.
And what happened, it was I think it said broke me or I will broke somebody. It was a very, very hilarious hearing him say it. And after he has won, I think he was injuring the other guy while he was doing it, And after that, he just says, "The king has lost his crown."
Dang. Now, with arm breaks, have you guys been at any? How many arm breaks have you seen or been at? Have you guys?
Too many.
Too
many.
Well, you're 15 years, so you would have seen quite a few.
A bunch of them.
I've been within about 20 foot of one. I've been right at the tournament where a couple of other pretty rough injuries, but one arm break it put a damper on the tournament for 10-15 minutes. That's for sure. The atmosphere was not quite as good as it was before the break. That's but we finished out strong, but it did put a damper on it for a moment.
Oh, absolutely. What about you, Josh, in your 5 years?
Yeah, there was one at New South Wales in 2019, state titles.
There was too. That was live stream on Facebook.
It's the guy I trained with, man, down at Wollongong.
Okay.
And he's also broken another arm.
Was it just wrong position, or was it just bad luck?
He pulls a lot like Todd Hutchins. He uses so much frame and just heaps aside. And I think the guy he was versing was very, only like a year in, 10 months in.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That style is risky, especially when you're starting that early.
Yeah, look, if you're new to the sport, guys, like, I love Todd Hutchings. He is great. Do not watch his training. Well, watch his training videos because I want you to support his channel. But do not implement what he's saying. He's a different beast. He is a freak of nature. So he is able to side pressure and be outside of his shoulder and have 485,000 pounds there and move it across. Do not do it. His
joint. That's for sure. His joint not normal.
Definitely not normal.
It was on this day 4 years ago. I have only ever seen one arm break, and it was a WAL Oceanic qualifier. And what had happened, I was doing something exactly like this. I was awake all night for work. I used to look after people with an intellectual disability. And I was just bored. I was around this time, and I was like, I wonder if there's any arm wrestling tournaments where I am. I wasn't in the sport. I love Over the Top and watched a little bit of Arm Wars because it was on like my pay TV, so on the sports channel. So I was, this is cool. And then so there's a tournament in like 12 hours. I messaged my brother. Off we go, and I brought my cousin, and he was like, I don't want to go, everyone breaks their arm. I'm like, they don't, man. And when we turn up to the tournament, rules, number one thing, this is how you don't break your arm, because me and my brother had never pulled. I mean, I stood about this far away from the table. It's shocking. I really need to save the video. And long and behold, I was standing in line, and there was a guy in front of me. And he was signing up for the tournament, and he had just come back from breaking his left arm. And they all made a joke and everything. Long and behold, he gets into it. Pop. Loud pop. Bang goes the right arm, and off he went. And we haven't seen him again. Such a loud noise as well. It's such a loud noise. But yeah, I have always fun arguments with people. Fun arguments with people, and they're like, couldn't do arm wrestling because, I don't want to break my arm and things like that. Like, I've played Aussie rules football, and I've seen so many people rip out their knees. I've seen people that have limps for life. I've dislocated my shoulder. I've had my nose broken in a game of Aussie rules footy. In basketball, mate, rolled ankles upon rolled ankles. Your ankles are swelling up and things like that. Tendons ripped. No injuries in arm wrestling. I've been a bit sore, but no injuries. So it makes people come round. You watch NFL. Man, how many people, concussions and neck injuries, and they're doing their knees all the time, carrying all that weight, crashing into each other. You see it in soccer. You see it in everything. So people just need to pull their heads in.
What is I got a question. What is Aussie rules football?
Aussie rules football is unless you're Australian, it is one of the weirdest games in the world. It is so weird. So we play on this big massive oval. There's 18 players per team. It's an oval ball. It's like an oval ball. We run around and we have like 4 sticks, like vertical. So like 4 sticks. And man, it's a weird sport, but we absolutely love it. And there's no padding or anything. And we jump on top of each other. We run, crash into each other, and you tackle. No padding, but it's just...
Sounds like a young man sport.
It definitely is. I tried to play up till I was about 33 and my body was cooked. And yeah, I told the guys, yeah, that'll do. It's definitely a young man sport, and that's why I love arm wrestling, because some of us older people can just continue on and do something from there, which is good. What about you guys in the chat? Do you guys have any other sport besides arm wrestling? Jake, just PM mute on Instagram. Alrighty. Thanks, Neil. Let me have a... let me get Instagram up. Let's have a squeeze.
I played American football just in high school. Didn't go on to college or anything, but really enjoyed that, and competed in powerlifting all through my high school years. I ended up being pretty good at that. I won one state in my senior year in my class, and was good at deadlift. Kind of where I came from sports wise.
I miss deadlifting. I've just got to send an email, guys, while you guys have a...
Then I started farming after that, and then I didn't do anything for really physical activity other than just farming for like 9 years, because I was really focused on making that work, and I was pretty much starting out from scratch. So then I started lifting some weights again with my brother, who's 8-9 years younger than me, because he started lifting some weights and remembered how much I liked it. So then I started back down it, and had a buddy at my daughter's basketball practice that we were talking about arm wrestling. He's like, you should compete. And I didn't even know there was competitions or anything. So I Googled it, and I found the WAL, and that's how I found Jim Coyle, called him up and talked to him, and went up there and practiced with him, and got me going towards competitive arm wrestling.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is so cool. Farming in itself, man, that's just exhausting. I watch farmers all the time, and man, I take my hat off to all people that do farming. That is just hard work. It just goes nuts. It's unbelievable. We've what have we got? We got plenty of wrestlers. We got state champion hurdlers. Once helped Penistone young farmers win a rounders game. I remember rounders. Is David Ebers a professional poker player? You a professional poker player?
I don't even know how to play poker.
Unless someone's got the same name. BJJ, Thai boxing, karate, hockey, soccer. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. Just having a look. Everyone's telling me... I've checked my Instagram, guys. I've checked it. Just... Yeah. What else do we got? Oh, hang on. I've got to check it again.
Also, interestingly, I think it's probably like my sophomore, junior year, I built an arm wrestling table in our like ag welding class in high school. And we used to have it like during our recess time. And we had like the top 5 written on the table, and anybody that could could move up the list at any time. We had the top 5 arm wrestlers in the school. We was always arm wrestling, but nobody had ever, like, the arm wrestling table wasn't like regulation. I had no idea about a regulation table or anything. We just kind of put it together, and we like I said, we arm wrestled more than most, but didn't know anything about competitive arm wrestling.
Yeah, I don't think, and unless you attend it all, like, not many people know about there we go. Not many people know about competitive arm wrestling. So yeah, once again, it's that famous line. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, is that a thing? Which is, yeah, gets.
If I get the $10 every single time I heard that, I would have been rich now.
Oh, absolutely. Another one of my Patreon supporters, the Iron Giant, Warren Raber, has jumped in the chat. He's awesome, which is good. He's been a fan from the start, and I was on his first ever. I was the first ever guest on his podcast, which I'm pretty proud about. Which is really good. The 98% there. I like Warren. He's a big guy. I just got 2 emails. One, Marlon Kleinsmith was asking if she could bring a friend on the show. So I told her, yes, of course, she can. And then hopefully, I don't know when, but hopefully we will have the man, the myth, Neil pick up. I just have to send him the invite link. So hopefully, guys, I don't know when, but we are just about to tick over 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours, guys, and I think we're going all right. I think we're going strong. What do you guys reckon?
I think you're rocking it. Legendary status.
Oh, mate, we're rocking it. And a shout out to Josh as well. So Josh is from the same country
it's
as
late,
me.
man. 4:30, bro.
That's what I mean. It's 4:30 in the morning here, and Josh has been on for a couple of hours, so yeah. So if you're wondering if Josh isn't super chatty or things like that, like the dude's staying awake all night and just hanging out. So it's the same time as me. So
plus I'm camera shy, man. It's my first time.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Me too.
Oh wow.
It takes time, man, to talk in front of an audience.
Oh, there you go. I've popped 3 cherries. This is amazing. But I'm glad you all came on, you big legends, because it's cool. Yeah, Warren Raber.
My heart was beating whenever I clicked the link. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Little nerves.
Yeah, I was nervous too. I can admit that.
Oh, well, hopefully I was able to settle your nerves and look after you, because as you can see, I'm not camera shy. I used to be camera shy. I used to be shy. I don't know what happened. I got to like 12, 13 and just went, yeah, I'm an entertainer. That's who I am. I just do entertaining. Like I'm all about trying to steal the show. I just got to press a button here because someone else has got to jump in the chat, which is good because we've hit 4:30 in the morning here, which is not bad. So let me. Where's our Zoom?
We've got Warren.
Yeah, Warren has jumped on. I'll give you a shout out in a minute. I just want to. Oh, yeah, everyone seems to have got enough camera time there. Beautiful. Just joining us now, 7.5 hours into our 24-hour live stream. He's a very nice man. He's a very tall man, and he calls himself the Iron Giant. He's a part of the 98% arm wrestling. If you don't know who those guys are, they were one of the very first Facebook arm wrestling communities to look after everyone else but the elites. That was their rule. If you're in that elite status, you are banned, and these guys have done a very
unless your name is Paul Lynn, then you're not banned.
Because Paul Lynn helps everyone else. But we've got the Iron Giant Warren Raber on the show. How you going, my good friend?
Oh, good. How are you guys doing today?
Mate, well, I'm doing all right. Josh is a bit tired.
Yeah.
So I get your notifications on YouTube, but literally it's like 3 hours after you post it, and I don't know why it does that. Otherwise, I probably would have been on here at 5 a.m. New York time because I usually get up about that time anyway. So, but here I am.
It is weird because even like when Criggy puts a video out, like I might get a notification like the next day. They just I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but yeah, I remember I watched, I can't remember whose video it was, but I watched it, and then like 2 days later, I got a notification about their video. It might have been one of RVJ's, and I got a notification 2 days later, and it's like, oh, come on, guys.
Funny you said that because I'll get the notification on Facebook that you post something right away, and I'll click the link, watch it, and then literally, like a day later or so, I'll get the actual notification on YouTube saying that you posted. I'm like, I've already watched it, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Ben Young is jumping in. He says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Steve Pettis, I think he's about to come back into the chat here. Fox 8 Ball is saying it's because Australia doesn't exist. Come on, mate. Australia, we go all right. We're in a bit of a shitstorm at the moment. We're not going too good.
Man.
I've just got to keep an eye on the time because in about 28 minutes, I will just have to start a new YouTube stream, guys. It'll only take 2 minutes, but I hope every one of you legends come because, as you can see, I've got 5 superstars here. I've got people, Tom Holland.
You got 4 superstars. You got 4 superstars. I'm a nobody.
You're a superstar, Warren. You've come on the show. You support the Aussie Arm Wrestler. You are a superstar, and you've done really good with that 98% community. I think they're great. So that's what will happen. So hopefully afterwards, everyone can, in about 25 minutes, everyone can come over and go to the second part 2. Part 2. But we've still got 25 minutes of having a yarn. Warren, what's been going on in your world?
It's bitter ass cold here in the Northeast. Just we've been getting snow, cold weather, freezing rain. Typical Northeast weather.
The snow.
We have that type of weather here in Sweden, like almost 5 to 6 months. Then we get the summer for 2-3 months, spring 2 months, and then we have autumn for 2 months, and the rest purely winter.
I've lived in this area my entire life, and I'm over the cold. I'm over it. So the wife and I, we've been talking about a lot of things. The possibility of when we get to that point, retirement, summer home in Montana and winter home in Florida. Because then we don't have to worry about none of this freezing weather, none of the cold. I'm not a big fan of super hot humidity. I don't mind it. I'd rather actually have the cold over the humidity because if I'm cold, I can layer up. I can only take off so many clothes before I'm catching a charge. So, the humidity in summertime doesn't work in my favor.
No, I'm the total opposite. When it's cold, my arthritis plays up. I mean, I sound like I'm 85, but arthritis plays up. The joints just aren't flowing as much. I love the heat. I love it. Right now, it's 4:30 in the morning, and it's like 20 degrees Celsius here in it's still warm and things like that. Our summers are pretty cool. It was 35 degrees all day today while I was driving my postie van and things like that. A quick shout out to Savage Arm Wrestling, who's just become a member. Thanks for being a big legend there. Cheapest chips. Warren Raver's a Patreon supporter. Mate, 50 cents a week. It's nothing at all, and all money goes back into the arm wrestling community. As you can see, Craiggie's wearing a shirt. He's been nothing but a supporter. Dave's jumped on. He's been on for a couple of hours now, which has been unreal. Josh recently become a banger, and Steve Pettis is putting on a pretty good super match and tournament in March. Yeah, March. He's got Chance Shaw versus
April 2nd.
April 2nd, sorry. Chance Shaw versus Todd Hutchings.
Toddzilla.
In that one.
Yeah, Todd Hutchings. Yeah. I think it's in Michigan.
Yeah.
I think it's taking place in Michigan.
Steve's your man. Steve's running the
Battle
whole
Creek,
show.
Michigan.
Look, I mean, just real quick, Chance he's on another level of late. The guy's putting in tons of work, on and off the table. Nothing but respect for him. I had actually had an opportunity to meet him at Virginia State Championships back in October when our boy Paul Lynn took on the GOAT John Brasink. Hell of a nice guy. Toddzilla, I met Todd 2 years ago at a huge Dave Morocco practice in Maryland. Nice guy too, very nice guy, and he's on another level too lately. I mean, just Corey West and now Lachlan. Chance has got his hands full. I think he's got his hands full. It's going to be good. It's going to be very good.
Oh, absolutely. Plenty of just more matches. That's what I like to see. More matches. And I want to ask you, Steve. So you're running the ship. You can't even get into Detroit without talking to Steve. Steve's the king of Michigan. This is what's happening. Michigan State. I don't even know if I've got my geography right, but I'm giving it a go, mate. Were you a part of organising Todd versus Chance?
Yeah, so what had happened with Todd and Chance is Chance came up last year from Florida, won the whole shebang on the super heavyweight class last year. His girlfriend is actually from Michigan, so he has some ties to Michigan, so they have a place to stay and everything. I had reached out to him, said, "Hey, are you planning on coming this year? Maybe we can set something up." He had some other things that were in the works for later in April. I guess those didn't quite pan out. So he said, "Hey, shoot me an offer. Let's see what we can do." I said, "Who do you want to pull?" He said, "Todd." I said, "That's cool because I go way back with Todd. Todd started arm wrestling in Michigan, right? So we go back to the early 2000s when he started. For me personally, I started this sport in 1993, so I've been around a little while."
Nice.
So,
I was 12. I was 12.
I reached out to Todd and I said, "Hey, Todd, this is the opportunity that's out there." And Todd's Todd. He'll pull anybody, anytime, anywhere, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Todd jumped on it right away. So hey, it's good to have Todd come back. It's been a few years since we've had him in Michigan. As we were on John's show, Saturday or Sunday? We were on John's show and he was talking that, his ultimate goal back then was to win the Michigan State championships. And then he was going to retire. Well, then he didn't win it. He moved to South Carolina and started training with Chad and those guys down in South Carolina. And then came back to Michigan and kicked everybody's ass. So then once that happened, obviously he continued pulling. He didn't retire, right? So it's good. It was good to be able to get Todd in, right? Because with his roots back to Michigan and stuff, it's he's a big draw for the tournament. We're in a 9,000 seat arena that's completely dedicated to us, right? It's the largest stage other than like the Arnold, but it's all dedicated to us. I don't have to share it with anybody, right?
Yeah.
I have the run of that house for the entire weekend, right? So it's
very nice.
As most of you guys know, the North America arm wrestling scene for many, 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 many years, barroom sport, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I've always tried to get not necessarily away from. I still do a couple smaller tournaments in bars and stuff, but I want that grand illusion when you come in, you're walking into a stadium, there's all these people, and that's how I try to present my tournaments, and it's shown, right? Over the last several years, the Michigan State Championships have been one of the largest, if not the largest tournament in North America. Last year we were down to 388 entries. 2019, before COVID, we were at 455 entries. And we try to give a class for, almost everybody that can still pull, right? Masters classes, we have the open classes, we have women's classes, and then we also have novice classes. So,
hey Steve, I'm from Oklahoma, but I've been in the sport almost 3 years now, and I just want to tell you that Michigan State, I definitely say, is the top 2 tournaments from my perspective that you can win. Like if you're gonna put a win on your resume, Michigan State is definitely in the top 2 tournaments in the nation. I would say that I would want to win.
Appreciate that.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
I love to hear that.
Massive. Good on you. That's good on you, David. That's so cool. That's like, because now that all you guys are building up and having your tournaments and things like that, I'm keeping an eye on it. And now to have someone else from another state say, yeah, Michigan State is where it's supposed to be. Beautiful.
Yeah, I have to admit, they definitely have the coolest trophies. That's for sure.
The coolest.
Thank you.
What are you?
Yeah. You guys last year had the gorillas, correct?
Yeah, we started the gorillas in.
Yeah.
Actually, the gorilla goes way back, right? If you go look at a little more history, right? So back in the early 2000s, it started with our local Southwest Michigan team. And then in 2012, we were heading to the AAA Nationals, and we were taking a large team to the Nationals that year. And we wanted to, create a team shirt and all that jazz, right? And somebody outside of the Southwest Michigan corner asked, "Hey, can we steal your guys' gorilla? It's for all of Michigan, right? Make it all of Michigan." And I was a little reluctant, right? Because I chose that gorilla, right? I'm the one that started that. And I was a little reluctant to give it up for all of Michigan at that time. And so we went ahead and did it. We put it on everybody's shirt. It was pretty cool. And then in 2015, we went to a sculpture and said, "Hey, can we make a sculpture out of this?" Right. And that's when 2015 was the first year that we gave them out at the Michigan State Championships. I see Roger Cunningham is on here, right? He's got a few of his own, right? Him and Joel go back and forth. Joel Hudick go back and forth trying to see who's taking the 198 or the 220 class gorillas. So it's a coveted award here in the U.S. For the gorillas, and it's just they're 12 inches tall. I'll go grab one off my shelf, but they're 12 inches tall, 15-pound plaster gorillas, and we paint them gold, silver, and bronze, and slap a medal on them, and they're really cool. It kind of started a little bit of a trend here in the U.S. on some other guys. WAL flat out copied them. I got a call from WAL and say, "Hey, we went to this guy that you gave us, and seems like he's only got one idea of arm wrestling awards, and we completely copied you," right? So when they did the California bear and their alligator for Louisiana, right? So
well, speaking of Roger K, the big ledge, he's coming with a super chat. Thank you very much, Roger. He's a really good puller. Michigan State is an amazing event. Watching Brad start the Harley was so damn cool. You the man, Steve. You the man. Everyone's giving you the appreciation, because sometimes organisers, and you've been around 1993, Steve, so yeah, I'm sure you've heard it all, but they just cop it, you know what I mean? Or they just expect this big event, this big elaborate event, and, no one really wants to help volunteer and just move a few tables for you, or can you just bring a couple of boxes in for me while I'm doing this? They just all turn up and go, "Oh, well, Michigan State's going to run. I'm going to turn up to this event," and things like that. So we definitely need more people like you, and it's good, Roger, a top puller saying, "Steve, you're the man." David saying Michigan State is one of the top ones in the country. So you're doing something right, and it's awesome. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I've got to, how hard is it now? Because, I know, Criggy, you're a huge fan of women's arm wrestling. How do you get many at Michigan State, many female pullers? And if not, why aren't? And I ask everyone in the room, why are we getting 400 men and 4 women?
So for me personally, we run 2 classes, and we give out the gorillas. We try to give out the same thing, right? I think that's one of the reasons. Like when you look at big cash events, the women's classes don't ever get the same, which their numbers don't necessarily support giving them the same. So I understand both sides of that, right? We give the gorilla to the women. We actually have a good infusion of women at the Michigan State. Like last year when we gave the Harley away, I gave them the same chance as the men had to win the Harley, right? So if a woman, so be it, if a woman got on that bike and rode it away that night, that would have been just as great, right? So I think maybe that's a little bit of the issue. And then, it's just a more masculine sport, right? So obviously not, and the women come and go more than the men, right? Because there's other things in women's lives that end up taking more priority to them than arm wrestling.
I just think a lot of other sports, and I see a lot of women coming in drapes and droves, and maybe because it's prize money and things like that. But like here in Australia, a lot of just about every sport, women are coming through, and they're coming in huge numbers because they want to try and be paid elite athletes. So yeah, I always wonder, like, especially here in Australia, we're just really struggling. I'm not sure if you've got many women at your club, Josh, but we don't have much here. 2, 3 maybe, and it's really hard. You get to a tournament, and if one of them doesn't turn up, well, you don't have a comp. So it's hard. I don't know how we can crack it.
Yeah, I think here in America, it's major difference culturally. Like I've heard interviews with the Sweden women and stuff, how in Sweden, it's really, it's good for women to be strong, and it's good for here too. But I don't think the women look at it, the majority of the women look at it the same way. So I think just culturally, it's not a priority for the majority of women, to be strong and to, it's just not, they're just not enough of them that are, pursuing it.
And before I get your answer, Craigie, on this one, just a quick shout out, Wyatt Lightning. That's a mouthful to say. Thank you very much. You have become a banger. He's joined the membership program. Thank you very much, Wyatt, for your support. So, Craigie, you guys have some phenomenal pullers over there in Sweden, some phenomenal women. What's it like getting women into the sport over there?
Yeah, I have to agree with the day when he was talking about the arm wrestling culture and about all of that. Since correct me if I'm wrong, yes, the focus of the arm wrestling scene has mostly been on the male side in the United States, and here in Sweden, it's almost like the complete opposite. Here in Sweden, there are a lot. How shall I say this? It's more popular for girls to be in arm wrestling than it is for the boys, as I see it. So, in my opinion, I think, it should focus a whole lot more on the women's side, because here in Sweden specifically, we have multiple world champions, such as Pia Reisek, Heidi Andersson, Malin Kleinschmidt, and a lot of strong elite girls that are in the conversation to be competing against the very best in the world. Because in Sweden, there has not been a dominant male arm wrestler since my teammates managed to get a EuroArm 2013 medal.
Okay.
And the latest one who ever did that was Sharon Remes at the EuroArm 2007 when I was in Lycksele. So the success of the female pullers was cast on a huge shadow over the male pullers. But in recent times, the men has started to pick up. So now it's somewhat like this, where the female side is slightly above where the male arm wrestler is. And now we have many strong male arm wrestlers in Sweden, such as Niklas Nannestad, Tobias Sporrong, Johannes Andersson, Robert Rodin, Patrik Berg, Jesper Andersson, and I can name a lot more. But yeah, that is basically how I see it. That the female side of arm wrestling in Sweden has always been put on a lot more attention than the male side of arm wrestling.
I don't know. There's some suggestions about offering third, second, and third place prize money, even if it's just $100 for first. Sometimes we're not even getting free. I understand. I mean, money changes everything. Mighty Mousey has just jumped in with that. Strength old school. Do women get the choice of entering contests to compete against the men? Do they at your tournament, Steve? I'm sure. I'm sure that's there. Like, if a woman come up and said, "Oh, I wouldn't mind jumping in the whatever."
In Sweden, we are definitely allowing the girls to compete in the men's classes if they choose to do so. But it is only if they are that dominant in the female division. So if they want to test themselves in the male division, then that's their prerogative. That is their own choice. So if they enter the male class, they know exactly what they are getting themselves into.
There you go.
So last couple, maybe it was like 2019, maybe early 2020, before things went a little haywire, right? There was an event, I believe it was in Florida or somewhere, that they did allow a woman to enter the men's class, and it created quite a bit of buzz on the internet as far as the legality and things like that, right? So I don't necessarily typically condone that. We've done it in the past. It puts the male pullers on kind of a no-win situation, right? Yeah. You know, so if you blast off on somebody and drill them straight to the pad, then why you got to be that guy, right?
Yeah, you're a bully.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And then if you don't blast off and you get smacked, you're the guy that just got whooped by a girl, right? So
it's a catch-22, man. It is a catch-22.
Yeah, everyone's got their phones out so that, they're not in a hurry to lose or show toxic masculinity and destroy girls. But then, if you let them pull and you hold them for a little bit before you pin them, then you're being condescending and you things like that.
See, I think you're being a gentleman doing that. I think you're being a gentleman. You know, doing it that way.
Guys in that tournament had the ability to hold her and then just pin her like that. And I also heard something interesting in an interview. She said that was she felt that was one of her very top accomplishments to win that round robin. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, from that side of it, right? If you're looking at from the female side of it, right? That's great. Right. So to be able to go in and show that you were on that same level as these other men, that's phenomenal. Right. But we just
it's hard. It's a hard line. It's definitely a hard line. I mean, we can sit there and make arguments and cases for each side, but the matter of the fact is it's, you know, we just really need to solely focus, and we also need help from the women as well. Like it's not just our job; it's the arm wrestling community's job. You know, it's everyone's job to get as many more women involved, because there's some absolute and the ones that do join us and the ones that do stick around for us are awesome. They're really good people, and I'm sure that's the same all over the world. But
and why I believe also that arm wrestling in Sweden is a lot more popular on the female side than on the male side is mostly thanks to Heide Andersson, that is going all over Sweden to teach younger kids how to arm wrestle properly, how the inner structure of how the ready-go system is, so they don't injure themselves and all of that. And here in my hometown, we have a kids the training. So that Heidi Anderson is orchestrating, so she can teach the younger kids in our hometown as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And I'm glad you had an ambassador like Heidi to be able to build the arm wrestling world up for the women in Sweden. And just like most things, it just takes one. One was Steve in 1993 to be able to, run events. Josh, were you even born in 1993?
98, man.
Yes.
Now I don't feel so bad being 12 years old in 1993.
5 years before you were born. Oh, my God. We are about 2 minutes away before we have to swap streams, guys. So everyone that is watching, hopefully it just pops up on your YouTube. Hopefully Neil Pickup will be joining us.
Hey, I better sign off. But hey, I sure appreciate you letting me come on with you guys.
Mate, if you have a nap or do a bit of farm work and want to come back on later, anytime, my friend. It was very nice meeting you. Thanks for coming on, man. It was, I'll definitely
nice to meet
keep an eye out for you and check out some Oklahoma City pullers now.
Right, will do. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy.
See you,
See you,
mate.
buddy.
Have a good one.
See ya.
All righty. Mimsky 18. Going on 8 hours strong, being here with you, Aussie Armwrestler. What a legend. You are a third of the way. Been great show so far. Thank you.
Are you tired, Jack?
What's that?
Are you tired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I'm tired, man. I worked all day, had a bit of a nap when I got home. Then
Yeah, I didn't know you slept up too,
I had a bit of a nap and then... Yeah, but I'm carrying a conversation, Josh. You're not just sitting there.
Sorry, bro.
No,
Sorry.
you're all right, man. No, you are fine. What have we got? Let me look at my timer. We are... Okay, YouTube reckons... Well, I probably could go over 8 hours, but I don't want to push it. So it's saying 1 minute left to the 8 hour mark on YouTube. And then I'm going to end the stream, guys. So that's what's going to happen. So, this call will just be the same. So you guys, if you want to stay on the line. I just got to end the stream, do a bit of a play around. It won't take too long to start 8 to 16 hours. This is just ridiculous. But you guys that are in the comments, please keep an eye out because Neil Pickup should be joining us. I'll check some comments and some emails while we get the next stream going. I've got these 4 with me, which is awesome. And then hopefully more and more come in because we've still got, what have we got? 16 hours to go. Yeah, it's a 24-hour live stream, guys. And in 10 seconds, I have hit a third of the way there. So I am going to quickly sign off. See Aussie Armwrestler. And once we get there, I am going to set up the next live stream. Ready, bang!